Men have got to stand up strong, face the truth about themselves, to understand what went wrong. I know we can find a way. I know we can find a way. I know we can find a way to stand up, stand up, stand up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another episode of Goes to the Internet. I'm your host, Shaun, and with me, as always for Goes to the Internet, actually, is past and future guest, Dan Profitt. What's up, buddy?
I am feeling amazing.
Feeling amazing. Not feeling no beta. We've forgiven our mothers. We're good to go. We're good to be part of the JLP experience.
Well, but before we started, I actually wanted to ask you, Shaun, have you talked to your mother?
Shit.
Have you forgiven your mother?
That's how I got this trophy, actually.
Yeah, but have you forgiven your mother?
Yes. An affirmative yes, Jesse. I don't play these games. I don't play these fucking pseudo-intellectual games where these people, they keep... We're going to talk about this because this is all over this guy's work. But people cannot... Like, it's a game. You just say yes or no, and then you qualify. All you have to do is say yes or no, and then he'll let you qualify it. But they can't seem to wrap their heads around this idea that you just have to answer straightforward, and then say what you mean.
Well, I also think that he's usually dealing with very disingenuous people.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
And whether or not he's right about what he's talking about, Jesse Lee Peterson feels 100% confirmed and true about what he's saying, so... He is always taking the positive stance and always putting you on the defensive. And people who don't actually have any principles, right or wrong, they like really get uncomfortable in that situation.
Well, it kind of exposes the bloviating nature of pseudo-intellectuals. I was listening to one little clip of do you know who Ben Burgess is?
No.
So Ben Burgess is like this famous quote unquote like socialist professor that works for Rutgers University. And his thing is like he's one of these people that will take 20 minutes to answer the most basic, simple thing because he just doesn't want to just say the basic, simple thing. It has to have 1,000 qualifiers and hang all this stuff on it. And Jesse has no time for that. He's just like, no, just answer the question. Just answer the question.
Yeah, and we're going to see a lot of that tonight. I picked some doozies. We put together a dossier here.
Oh, yeah. I've been adding stuff this afternoon. We'll see if we get to it.
Well, hey, it's going to be a long show. We're not going to get to everything. Not all, but most.
But most.
And before we even get started, I just want to raise a glass. My last shot of 151 in the house tonight, except what's in the apocalypse bunker, and to JLP for full recovery and at the top of his game. He's been streaming again. Salud, my friend.
Merry Christmas.
Using a straw like a beta.
Beta. What you got in there? What's that? Some kind of fruit drink? Something that babies drink?
It's a spa. It literally is something that babies drink, which is why there's a straw in it.
Oh, sure. You drink that in front of your son like that? But anyways, I wanted to, before, just in case there's anybody out there that's not as familiar with Jesse Lee Peterson, because Jesse Lee Peterson kind of gained a second life because of the internet. It was right before Trump ran for president. Jesse Lee Peterson becomes kind of an internet figurehead by asking the question, do you love white people or do you love black people, just over and over and over again. But so some people, they come onto his show and stuff and they kind of think maybe he's a grifter, maybe he's disingenuous in some way. But I just want to show everybody this little clip. This is from 1996. He's talking to a woman from Univision. They're in California. They're at him and this guy are at a protest about whether or not people should be able to emigrate to America. And it's what really struck me, because even though it's like, 20 years before I knew who Jesse Lee Peterson was, he was doing the same thing. The dude has been doing this same thing. He's not a grifter. He's not like seizing the moment and changing how he feels about things. Not at all. Like he's a kind of the genuine article in terms of how he presents himself. And I figured this would be a good one just to kind of get people to flavor a little bit of Jesse and what Jesse's all about. And then we'll get on to some more of the
Are you all right?
the more modern stuff.
Oh, I'm feeling better than ever.
You all right?
Yes, I'm all right.
Are you racist?
Am I what?
What are you think that these people now? Why? Why you stay here?
Are you racist? Am I racist?
Yeah.
No, I'm not a racist.
Look at this lady, first of all. But Jesse, he's ready. He's getting ready. You can't see it, but off camera, he's getting into his attack position.
Why do you ask that?
Well,
Why is it that people who stand up for America and who want to protect our own borders, why are we always trying to be backed up with a racist thing? I'm standing here with a black man. If I was a racist, this is my brother right here. If I'm standing with him, how can I be a racist?
Are you a racist?
No.
So why would you ask him if he's a racist?
Well, let me see.
Why would you ask that question?
Why
I'd
you
like to know
stay
why
here?
you're asking him because he's white and you want to get away with this racist remark. Are you a racist?
No.
So why is it that he a racist because he's standing up
Do you
for the
like
country?
the Latin people? Do you like
Do
them?
you like them?
Do you
No.
like-
Do you like them?
Yeah.
Do
Do
you
you
like
want
America?
lunch?
Do you like America?
Yeah.
Then what's the problem? You should be out here picking it with us. That's a dumb question to ask. You're asking that question so you can use it on your program to make him look like a racist. Why don't you ask me am I racist? Because I'm black, right?
We really need the
I
close
love
up of that
America too, and
fucking
I think these
microphone.
aliens be shipped back to their
Univision.
country. So why is that racist? You're a racist for asking him that question.
See, it's interesting because this is 1996, and it's before. If you tried to do this, people reflexively just start screaming and start freaking out. She's actually taking in what he's saying to her, which I thought was kind of like not shocking, but there was a time period, only a scant 25 years ago, where people would hear that and be like, "Oh, well, maybe you're not. Maybe you have a point."
Thank you, Jesse.
And you're only doing it because he's white, and that's what you're going to show on your report tonight. You shouldn't play that kind of game. That's a dumb question.
Shame on you.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Yes.
You're in America taking advantage of all the benefits that America has to offer, and your only comment, are you a racist? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Are you here legally?
I love the stinger at the end there. But that's kind of who Jesse is. He's always been this guy. This is not a new paradigm for it. It's not a new lifestyle. It's not a new grift. It's not whatever. He has just always been this dude. Always. And I thought that was a cool way just to introduce people and to show that, like, he's not like a lot of, I think, what you saw pop up around the same time period Jesse Lee kind of got back into the zeitgeist. A lot of those people are kind of grifters. A lot of those people are just there because they're making money off of being part of a movement or an ideological trend, but not Jesse. Jesse's always been the genuine article, as they say.
Well, I think that's part of the allure of Jesse Lee Peterson, and that's why he can approach all these situations with such great confidence, is because, again, right or wrong, whatever you think of what he's saying at the moment, he has complete faith in it. He truly has complete faith in all the things that he says. And, the people that he speaks to are all people that are standing on shady premises or trying to virtue signal, as they say. I hate that word. I'm trying to not use those kinds of buzzwords anymore. But, so that plays against you when you actually don't have any principles and you start to peel away. And that's why he does that thing where he just asks them the same question over and over again. Because if you truly don't believe in what you're saying, or if you're making excuses, or like when we watch that abortion doctor shit, I mean, he just rips them to shreds because those people don't believe. When he asked that abortion doctor, do you make more or less money after you started doing abortions? It's like, he's so disarming because he has the speech impediment and he's an older black dude from the South, so he's got a very particular way of talking that's very kind of country fried. And he has all those fucking catchphrases like 90 going north. And, so he's very disarming in that way, but he's a really sharp dude. And people who actually don't stand on any premises don't stand a chance against him, because even if what he's saying is crazy, if you don't believe in what you're saying, he knows how exactly to expose that.
Yeah, 100%. I would say this: Jesse Lee Peterson is not a liar. That doesn't mean he's always right, but he's not lying to you. He's giving you the best version of what he believes.
Yeah, and on that to that notion, one thing that I was thinking about right before we went on air, and that we that I thought about a few times this week, Jesse Lee Peterson is I think of him like the Eddie Van Halen 5150 guitar amplifier. Okay,
Okay.
He a buddy of mine, Patrick, described that amplifier to me as a one-trick pony, and it is, but it is a beautiful trick that plays. All of Jesse's advice goes back to his very specific trauma. But he has come to understand and know that trauma so well that he actually understands a lot of truths about it. The thing about him is that he tries to reverse engineer everybody else's trauma back into, like, you gotta forgive your mama, because that's what he had to do. But he is so sharp. He's like a blues player. Like, he only kind of plays one or two different things, but what he does is like very, very precise.
Yeah, because he knows when to come in and come out, even if it's just simple flourishes, right? Like, he just knows when to be on time with the rest of the guys, on beat. He just knows. He just can intuitively do that. So you have somebody kind of just freaking out, going blah, 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 like jazz players do, and then he comes in with those little grace notes that brings it back tries to bring it back. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And I think that the one of the first ones that I sent you was the one with the lesbian who walks off the stage.
I got
and
that.
I think it's a nice short one to start off with, and it perfectly encapsulates this entire game of chess that he plays. Where the person comes in and completely underestimates him because seems.
Well, that's the most surprising thing, and I think you'll see that a lot tonight. Is that how often people just kind of are just arrogant, and they just think that he's an idiot, and they're gonna come and pwn him. Like, that's the vast majority of people that, like, he has gotten some fairly big names. There's a few actors that I saw that, like, actually, like, actors that I had actually seen before that went on the show, and they don't know what to do. Like, they're just so, like, terrified of answering his questions. And because they're just expecting to be able to just, like, shut him down. Oh, another Trumpist. Another Trump guy. And
the other thing is that his questions always come preloaded with his own understanding. Like, when he asks somebody, he doesn't ask an abortion doctor, like, after you perform this procedure and you see the fetus and you have to dispose of it, does that make you feel sad? He goes, when you're pulling the baby out of the body and you're like vacuum cleaning the fetus out of the woman and you see it all torn up and everything, does that make you feel bad to hold that little fetus in your hand? And so, like, the entire question is loaded with accusation or his own premise, and they either have to agree with it or not, and people get so flustered and thunderstruck.
Yeah, exactly, because they want to answer the question, but they don't want to answer it asked in that kind of direct way. Like you said, with his framing, which is part of the magic. It's part of the thing, because he's asking that same question, but just in a way that some people find uncomfortable. So, let's check this out. So this is just Steve Bobby storms off set, which I looked. I guess she's like a. I don't even know how I would describe her. She's like a male guru woman that does, like, TED Talks about, like, what the modern man should be like, and what does it mean to be a man in the 21st century.
Oh, I would love to watch more about that, because I didn't really dig deep into her. I would love to see what this fucking lady has to say about being a man in the 21st century.
She has a whole TED Talk. There's a whole, like, 20-minute TED Talk. Maybe I'll save it for a nightcap in the future or something. I'll come back. I'll circle back around to her.
Yeah, this girl who's such a devout lesbian is a $45 meal at Sizzler away from getting smashed by a frat dude. Anyway.
All right, let's check it out.
Restless, I am so restless. And this
I also like this music. There's no way in fucking hell Jesse Lee Peterson listens to this song. Like, this, if there is one thing I'll say, it kind of seems like it panders a little bit to, like, for lack of a better way to put it, like the alt-right, like the synth wave, like what's his name? Richard Spencer, kind of like Depeche Mode fan.
Actually, I have Richard Spencer's haircut tonight. And Richard Spencer right now is actually getting fucked in the ass by Milo Yiannopoulos. But you're right about him appealing to the alt-right. Later, we're going to probably watch a little bit of an interview where he goes on the Daily Show with Mike Enoch. Mike Enoch remarked, back in like 2015, that if any black people wanted to get in on the conservative grift, all they had to do was just like start taking a pro-Trump stance. He was talking about Diamond and Silk at the time.
Yeah.
But it's funny that you bring up the alt-right, because Mike Enoch himself said that basically if you want to make money as a black person, all you got to do is start showing up at like NRA conventions as a conservative pundit.
Yeah.
All you have to do is take the most milquetoast conservative line, and dude, these fucking white people at the NRA convention will line up to take a goddamn picture.
Well, yeah,
with you.
because it becomes like a version of tokenization, I suppose you could call it. That's what it is. They're like, hey, we got one, we got a black, we got Candace Owens.
My African American over here. That's literally the best summation of it right there.
It's true, though. It really is true. I think it kind of. I'm sure we'll get into that in terms of like the way that people think that. I guess the homogenation of like thought and how people think. If you're a black guy, you're expected to think this way. If you're a white person, you're expected to believe this stuff. That's a lot of what Jesse ends up dealing with, because just like most people like Jesse, he does get some pretty heinous insults thrown at him by people. There was this one guy I was watching, like one of the Hotep guys, just like calling him a coon, and he's just, he laughs. He don't care. He doesn't give a shit. He doesn't care. But,
you could get away with saying that. I saw. We need to get started on this clip, but I think I sent you a clip one time recently on a show. A guy called in and said that his ancestor started out with 2 slaves, and then he worked at it, and before he died, he had 22 slaves. And Jesse Lee Peterson's response was, "Nice."
Oh, he knows what he's doing a little bit. He knows how to play. He knows how to meme. He's pretty good for a 72-year-old man.
He's good. He's good.
He's good. But that's kind of why I wanted to show that clip before. Like, he's been doing this for a long fucking time. Like, he's been involved with like the conservative rights, mainstream conservative rights stuff since the early 90s when he started his like non-profit Bond, I think it's called.
Yes.
So he, it's not a new thing for him.
Wait, hold on one second before you start this. Have you been doing the silent prayer?
No, I have not.
Okay.
I didn't really know what the fuck it was until you mentioned it, and I was like, oh, what the hell is that?
I don't even know what it is. He talks about doing the silent prayer. He says, go on the website, rebuildingtheman.com, and you think that there's going to be like a prayer that you say or something, and it's just like a website about his nonprofit organization. And then you click. The only thing that I found on the silent prayer was like a 10-minute video. I didn't even have time to watch it today.
Well, I think there's like SoundCloud things. I don't know if maybe it's I don't know, sounds of lamentation or something. I don't know. And maybe you're supposed to meditate. Maybe towards the end of this, we can find the silent prayer and we can all do it together. Actually, that might be good. Yeah, that'd be a good way to close out.
Speechless. I am lost for words, but I can't.
Him hanging the flyer. Him hanging the flyer in that clip is the only time he ever hung one of his own flyers.
I believe that 100%. Oh my God! So he's
a black man.
He black. He introduces her as internet person and lesbian sex enthusiast.
Yes.
And you guys have been begging me to tell you how lesbians have sex. So today I'm going to teach you how to fuck.
Just to be completely clear, we're all lesbian sex enthusiasts. Every living human being. I'm not gonna lie, women are beautiful, dude. Christian, Muslim, and Jew. Women are fucking beautiful. Yeah. Okay? That's why, people have destroyed entire kingdoms over that shit. Who am I? Who amongst us? I've destroyed my own kingdom several times.
Who amongst us doesn't like seeing a couple of hot co-eds scissor? for 15 minutes straight.
I'm Jesse Lee Peterson. Today I'm talking with a very popular YouTuber. Her name is Stevie Bobby, creator and host of the first ever lesbian sex ed video series. That's a very interesting job. Stevie Bobby, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me.
I appreciate you being here. And so, are you a lesbian?
I am a lesbian.
You are a lesbian.
Mm-hmm.
And how did you become a lesbian?
I think it's not something you become, it's something you realize. So I guess I've always been one.
What made you realize I'm a lesbian?
Are we gonna get dirty? Because I can tell you the real story, or I can give you like a...
I want to know the real story.
Okay, so I fell in love with a girl.
At what age?
I was 19, I was in my philosophy class in college, and I thought she was a boy. And then she told me she was a girl, and I already had a crush on her, and I was like, but I'm not a lesbian. But then it like just really messed with me. And then she was a lesbian. And then I was like, I hate my own vagina. I'm not gonna like somebody else's vagina. And then I tasted and came out the next day.
Amazing. And so, and this happened at the age of 19.
Yeah.
And prior, from 1 to 19, there was nothing about you that caused you to think you were a lesbian or interested in women.
No, I was from a very religious town, and I was very religious. And then what I was taught was that gay is a sin, and that's what bad people do. And I'm a good person, so
Right.
I never even imagined that as a possibility.
He's like, that's a really good town you came from. But I like this about Jesse too. He will he lets them talk. He lets them get it out. He doesn't try to interject constantly or interrupt. He just kind of lets them say what they're going to say. And then he gives him the material to kind of come back with questions. Oh, you're muted.
Because he has a pre-programmed script that he works off of. So he waits until he gets something he can hook you with.
Yeah. Well, you think that's it? You think it's that premeditated?
Yes.
Okay.
And this person that you fell in love with, when you were looking at this person, you thought it was a boy.
Well,
so you thought you were falling in love.
I think it's that premeditated, but I think that, like you said, he's been going on this for so long. I think that he just does it and doesn't even think about it.
Well, I saw a clip of him describing how he does things now. He says he does no preparation and he just goes with the flow.
Yeah, because he doesn't need to. Because, like you said, if you just let somebody, it's like the guys in Glengarry Glen Ross. If you've got something that you're selling, and you know how to talk to people who are open and who want something. Everybody who talks to Jesse Lee Peterson, who calls into his show, is looking for something.
Yeah.
So he just lets them talk until he finds that hook. And then, like Blues Traveler says, in one of the most brilliant pop songs ever written, the hook brings you back. And he takes them right into whatever stream of thought he can get them to convert to his fucking church with.
That's true, yeah.
With a boy.
Well, we kind of like passed notes back and forth in class and like made fun of our philosophy professor together. So I didn't have a lot of like one-on-one looking at her.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, she was always like sitting behind me in class.
That's amazing. And so you went home that day and said, hey, Dad, hey, Mom, I'm a lesbian?
I'm an orphan, so it didn't really happen like that. I just kind of came out to my roommates and friends. And
That's big. That's big. That's what he was looking for.
Hey, every gay person has trauma in their past. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, no, that's at least anecdotally, yes, but also I've seen plenty of weird documentaries where generally there is something happened at some point.
yeah, I didn't come out to my grandma until years later.
Had you dealt with boys prior to that?
I had dated boys. I think I had a boyfriend, or maybe it was like phasing out when I fell in love with her. I think it was like the breakup time or whatever.
And so had you had sex with any boy prior to the lesbian experience?
Mm-hmm.
You had?
Yep.
That's amazing.
Of course you did.
And so are you a Christian?
No.
Were you a Christian at one time? Oh, yeah,
Yes.
I read that you're an atheist.
Yes.
So you were a Christian. Why were you a Christian at one point?
I don't know. I think that's just what everyone was. And so I just was like, there wasn't any other options really where I was from. Like, you were either a Christian or like, no, that's the only option.
And so you were
Yeah,
Christian.
but where was this reinforced? She just said she was an orphan, so she didn't have like parents that she could go run home and tell. And then she started talking about her grandmother. Something's not adding up here. I don't know what Jesse's gonna do.
Up until 19 or so. And you walking down the road and you decided, hey, I don't want to be a Christian anymore. What made you change?
Well, one of the first things was that, so my father committed suicide, and
Your natural father?
yes.
Really?
And my preacher told me that there's no way he was in heaven. And I was like, how the hell do you know that?
That's right.
You know?
Yeah.
And so then I was just like, what? This doesn't make any sense. So then what else? Oh, I guess
One of the things that I really
like.
one of the things that I really like and actually struck me was how Jesse showed her sympathy about her preacher saying that. And later on, he's going to say, there's no way we can know that. One of the things that I love about Jesse is that even though he pumps the Christianity thing, he's not a quote-unquote Bible thumper. And he understands that no matter what the religion says, that there is no way you should say to a child, why would you say that to a child?
1000%, yeah.
Because there's no way you can know that. But he's going to say that in a minute. And shit like that makes me understand that Jesse Lee is not just working off of he's not, he is, like I said, he's working off a script, but he's not working off that. He says, I'm not a Bible thumper.
Well, he's not, because he's not the kind of guy that stops and quotes scripture or brings you to whatever. He believes in like kind of the principles, like kind of like the way he operates with his operation, the way he does his show and stuff. It's all about what is the base principle, and then we can move. We think there's value in that. We should move forward with that.
I think that he truly understands trauma, and he goes about it in a way that's so radically different from these people that they can't understand it.
Yes, yeah, because they expect everybody to just accept them or be like them without any questioning of anything, without asking them why. That's so much of the people he talks to. They just want like just blind acceptance. Don't interrogate me. This is how I feel.
And feeling like my identity was being attacked. But then I just kind of like all knowing, all powerful just didn't make any logical sense to me. Yeah, and then I found like atheist YouTubers and started watching atheist videos, and yeah, now I'm an atheist.
How old were you when your father?
I just want to point out that I'm eating this buffalo jerky with no reaction.
No reaction. 0.
Committed suicide?
10.
10. And so you remember living with him and this taking place? And were you with your mother too?
Yes.
And what happened to your mother?
I don't really know. I got put into foster care when I was 15. She has a lot of issues with drugs. So did he. And we kind of I've never really had a relationship with her after 15.
That's amazing.
And she's been missing, like a missing person for like 10 months. I feel like this is a therapy session now. Yeah, she's been missing for like 10 months. Nobody knows where she is.
Do you miss her or you think of her at times?
A little, I guess. Like when you've been through trauma with your caretaker, if you don't think about it, if someone says that it doesn't affect them, they don't think about it, they're just either repressing it or lying. But I feel like I'm pretty well adjusted. So.
And so were you close to your father at the time that he committed suicide? Were you close to him?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry to hear that about your father. That's terrible.
It happens.
And then this preacher tell you that he won't ever go to heaven. That's awful.
Yeah. Especially for like
Because
a 13-year-old.
no one knows that.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why would you? Yeah, that's just so weird.
And so you are an atheist, agnostic.
Mm-hmm.
You just don't believe there is a God at all.
I mean, so yeah, atheism is the belief, and then agnosticism is the knowing, right? So I don't know, agnostic. So I have no idea. There's been no proof. I don't see proof.
But
the gods that I have seen don't make any logical sense. Atheist is what I believe to be true, which is there is no God.
But in your mind, the possibility is there that could be a God.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I read that you have almost 600,000 YouTube subscribers.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah.
And why is that? What is it about you that so many people are interested in you?
I don't know. I think that in a lot of places, it's. I think that being queer is a thing. Lots of marginalized groups are discriminated against and oppressed all over the world, right? But as far as being queer is concerned, it's not really a genetic thing. Like you're not like born to gay parents and then you're gay and then like you can talk to your auntie about it. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like a really isolating group to be in. So there's a lot of fear of coming out. Like, will they accept me? You know, I'm different. So the fact that I am out and am living a life that is true to myself, I think that a lot of young people need to see examples of that. You guys kept commenting that I had my front door open last time I was making a video, which didn't seem weird to me, but now my family's here listening to this being filmed, so today we're going to talk about strap-ons, specifically how to choose a dildo, how to put on a strap-on harness, and how to and get by strap-on.
That's amazing. What does it feel like to be a lesbian?
What does it feel like?
Yeah, what is that? What, exactly. How do you know that you're a lesbian?
Because I love and am attracted to women.
Sexually?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So if it wasn't for the sex thing, you wouldn't be a lesbian?
That's not true because, I mean, there's lots of different orientations, right? So there's romantic orientation, there's sexual orientation. I can have crushes on guys, but I'm not attracted to them. So I can't,
I'm not like drawn. Attracted.
It's sexual, but also just in any way. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I guess maybe it is sexual attraction. Like if I look at a guy, I'm not like, you know?
Yeah. But if you look at a woman, you're like,
Sometimes, yeah.
And so if that desire for sex didn't come up, then you wouldn't be a lesbian.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't know, because you can be asexual and still be a lesbian. You can also still have sex with people you're not attracted to. And if you couldn't, then there'd be way fewer babies in the world. So I don't know. I think that it's a really intricate process. And I think that every lesbian is going to have a different answer to why they feel like a lesbian. But yeah, mine is that I desire and have interest in having relationships, sexual or romantic or otherwise, with women.
And now a word from our sponsor.
I am so excited.
What's he got here? Cups.
One of the things that I love about him is the shilling that he does in between everything. Sometimes he comes on and he goes, I got books. They're so good. Or something like that. And the first time that I heard that advertisement, I didn't realize it was an advertisement because I just had it in my headphones. Yeah. And I thought when he said, I got these books, you have to look at them. I thought that he just like had a stack of books that he was reading and he was going to tell you, like, I don't know. That's not what he was talking about. He's talking about like the shit that he's shilling for, his own stuff.
Feminist, lesbian.
I guess.
Why pile on?
What?
Why pile on? It's enough problem being a lesbian. Why would you want to be a feminist too?
I don't really see like a fear of having identities as a problem. Like I don't know. I kind of just try to like be true to myself and then deal with the problem afterwards if it comes. I don't really like, well, is this going to be a problem? Well, maybe I shouldn't say I'm a feminist, you know?
Do you have perfect peace or do you have conflict within?
I don't know. I think that I'm in so much therapy, so we'll see.
So you're in a lot of therapy right now?
Yeah.
And for what?
No shit.
I mean, I think everyone should be in therapy, but me specifically,
hold on a second. Pause that. This is one thing that every fucking broken leftist girl says. I think that like everybody should be in therapy.
Yeah, because they project.
Yeah, because they can't get beyond their own fucking experience that the world, changed them in a way that they can't handle. And so now everyone should be examined by somebody with a fucking PhD. I mean, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, because they can't imagine anybody else, like you said, like doesn't feel the way they do about life or existence or whatever. And they need that. It's like a rationalization.
It's like, listen, Toots, I had psilocybin and Black Sabbath. I don't need a fucking therapist. I'm in touch with God, okay?
Jesse has shown me the way. She's got to get there.
Geezer Butler showed me the way, writing all those Black Sabbath lyrics.
Oh, that's true.
That I've had a very traumatic life from a very early age. And so I think that it's important that I make sure that I do the work to make sure that that trauma doesn't come out in negative ways and I'm able to live my life with peace. And
why not just forgive the traumatizers and be over with it? Because if
if it was that easy.
It is that easy.
No, it's not.
It's hard to forgive.
Well, she actually has a point here. She actually has a point here because forgiveness. Jesse looks at forgiveness as an on-off switch.
Yeah.
And forgiveness is a continual process. I won't go into too much personal stuff, but people have asked me, how can I just forgive that person? And the way I understand forgiveness is a continual process because that person never changes. Mm-hmm. So if you love that person, you have to continually forgive them for that shitty thing that they do.
Yeah, I would agree with that 100%. It's not easy. Like true forgiveness, to really truly feel that way and move on. Yeah, is sometimes is nearly impossible. Sometimes.
No, you have to continue. It's a garden you have to constantly tend to, and because you love that person. And the thing that worries me about Jesse Lee Peterson is that I'm pretty sure he could be a Sith, because he deals totally in absolutes.
Yeah, you're right. You're not wrong there. But yeah, I would agree with that sentiment totally. And especially it's because it often requires you to constantly be the bigger person. And that's hard. It's hard in interpersonal relationships to accept that role in a relationship. And I think everybody's had to deal with that at some point. And yeah, I would agree. Like it's a little like a lot of what Jesse does is you could suggest is a little overly simplistic. But I think if people
actually... That's how he makes money.
But I think if people actually if people before they went to go talk to Jesse Lee Peterson actually understood who he was and what he was going to do in a genuine way, in a sincere way, they could get out what they have to say and they could have the conversation that they want to have. But they're not willing to move from their way of thinking or their way of answering questions or what is acceptable to them. They don't have that inside of them.
Forgiven. It's not that doesn't mean that everything's fixed just because you forgive people.
Why did you forgive them?
Because I don't know, I guess for selfish reasons.
What was that?
Because if I'm holding on to anger and resentment, that is so toxic to me. So why am I holding on to that? That's so silly. They're not gaining or losing anything for me being angry at them.
But if you have truly forgiven, you wouldn't have the conflict anymore.
No, I know. What? That's not how it works.
Yeah, for real.
You think that if a rape survivor forgives the rapist, she will no longer have PTSD?
100%.
That really?
Yeah, 100%, without a doubt, and it would be as though it never happened to you.
That's not how mental health
I think she's right here.
Because mental health is...
No, I agree with that. I think she's right. I mean, I understand what he's saying, but it requires you to kind of dig down and understand what does he mean about forgiveness.
Right, and Jesse approaches things actually, I didn't send you any of the Dr. Drew stuff, but Jesse approaches things like a classical Greek Stoic.
That's fair, yeah.
Dr. Drew is like, I fucking hate the Greeks. I love the Romans. So I don't know anything about what the philosopher, and I hate philosophy. So he was like, have you heard of the classical Greek philosopher, son of a bitch, dumbass motherfucker? And Jesse Lee's like, no, what? And he's like, well, yeah, you're a classic Stoic, Jesse, because Jesse approaches everything with you can't react with emotion. You have to love everyone equally. If your son gets hit by a car, it's as equal as somebody that you don't know getting hit by a car.
Is it really? Is it that extreme? Wow.
Yeah, there's actually clips of him, and I've heard him recently saying somebody. Actually, it might have been Mike Enoch. We might check it out in the Mike Enoch interview later on, where he says Jesse, if your son got hit by a car, Jesse's like, no, it would not be any different, because Jesse believes that you have to emotionally detach yourself from the situation, because that's the devil, and that God comes from the clarity of that detachment.
I think he's not wrong about trying to get to that end result, but maybe he doesn't give credence to that as a process. Like you said, it's not the light switch he kind of he presents it as.
Right.
But he's talking about after you've gone through all of that I don't know, all that inner turmoil and everything that you've had to do to try to excise this from you, because like you said, he views that as the devil's interference.
And the thing about people with emotional fortitude is that they tend to project it on other people. Like Jocko Willink can't understand why people can't get up at 4:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Because well, I'm sure that I'm oversimplifying it, but you know, he doesn't have the experience of like a person who's working 4 jobs or whatever.
Well, because he's like Jesse in a way. It's like if you want to enjoy them and you want to get something from them, you have to like think about the bigger picture of what they're saying and not literally try to emulate like them literally. It's about like it's about the broad strokes of what they're saying. They're saying work hard, have pride, don't be lazy.
Like the Eddie Van Halen 5150, like this person found a thing that worked for them and they're drilling it home. And that's not a one size fits all for everybody. Like you said, you have to pull back to the larger concept of what they're talking about. Mm-hmm. Like Jesse really understands his trauma, but he's trying to reverse engineer yours to fit into that so he can sell you a book.
I think he has the legitimate. I think he feels actual legit passion for his mission.
I think he does. No,
I think he does.
I'm you know, if I'm seem a little stinging toward Jesse, like one of the reasons we're doing this episode is because I'm such a big fucking fan of Jesse. I've been so into him for the last few weeks, and maybe we'll kind of pull that thread as to why the fuck I randomly got hardcore into Jesse Lee Peterson in the last few weeks. But he really does understand something, and he does believe things, and he speaks a lot of truth. Yeah. But he is trying to make every donut a glazed donut, and it's not exactly going to work all the time.
For sure, 100%. I think it ends up being a virtue in his case relative to the people that he speaks to, though.
Certainly, because
he speaks to such charlatans, such bullshit, pseudo-intellectual assholes.
And as for the people who call into his show, I mean, if you rolled the crapshoot, if you rolled the dice and threw it down on the table, most people do need to work through their trauma, starting by forgiving their parents for creating their trauma.
Yeah.
So, like in some extremely broad sense, his advice is very true. In fact, I went through the same thing with my own parents. I had to forgive my parents, and I didn't understand exactly what it was, but when I heard Jesse saying all these things, I was like, oh shit, that's exactly what I did individually for my mom and my dad, because no human being is perfect. And when they're raising, like, you know, I'm gonna fuck up with Theo. I have fucked up with Theo already. He's 2 years old. I fucked up with Theo already. I'm gonna fuck up with my next kid. Which, by the way, anybody listening to this, if you're 45 minutes in on Christmas and you're getting this, Caitlin and I are Lord willing, and the creek don't rise, we are expecting a baby boy or girl in the summertime.
Oh, congratulations, dude! That's awesome.
Yes.
Oh, cool. Our kids will be born. Our next kids will be born around the same time then.
I know, which is exactly why you need to move to Vermont and start homeschooling them there with us in this little weird community we live in. But who I'm probably going to get kicked out of because I'm too far right at some point. Thanks, guys. But you know, I'm going to fuck up my kids too. You're going to fuck up your kids. Obviously, the most obvious thing is that Sarah and Caitlin are actively trying to destroy our children.
Oh, that's...
And that's the other thing, is that like that's some of the stuff is so.
Oh, he's a little misogynistic.
He's a little MGTOW-y even for me, and anybody who knows. If someone's too misogynistic for Dan Profitt, then we know we've gone into meme territory at that point.
Yeah, he's completely like. He has no quarter when he's talking to women.
He tells you that you have to forgive your parents, but you have to forgive your mother for trying to destroy you, but you have to forgive your father for not protecting you from your mother. All the impetus lies on the pain that the mother caused, which is what his trauma was. And when we go over the video with Professor Dave later on, which is a great interview, and Professor Dave has some great YouTube videos if you want to go check those out. He's a science guy, but he basically points out that all of Jesse's advice goes back to his specific trauma with his mother and his father not protecting him from his mother, and that's why he goes back to that over and over and over again, hammer to nail, hammer to nail.
Oh, of course. I mean, he puts a lot of impetus on like when you catch him when he's not like talking to a woman, like sometimes it does make sense because he's like, well, you know, why did you have a kid with a deadbeat, and then why did you let that deadbeat abandon you? Like there's lots of things like that go on, especially when he's speaking specifically like to poor black communities and stuff. He's like, that's what that's part of your problem, is like you're having kids with people that have no desire to have kids with you, and they abandon you, and then you have to raise your kids on your own. And that's clearly not a good thing. It's even statistically vetted out that is not a good thing. Like, it's not a pathway to success. But, yeah. So let's see how he deals with his lesbian.
Mental.
Yeah.
You can't pay attention to mental health.
Yeah, but once you develop a trauma or a like mental health disorder, your entire brain chemistry and like physically changes. Your brain physically changes.
Right. And you
so
know
you
why
can't
that
just
is?
say out loud, I forgive you, and then your brain magically goes back to how it was before.
The reason for that is because when you're traumatized, like what I've read you've gone through, and we get to some of that in a minute, the fact that you were angry at the people who traumatized you, it separated you from the source of life. And so being separated, it brings on other mental problems, emotional problems, and things like that.
I kind of like my anger, though.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, it's like a driving force in my life. That's why I make sex ed videos, is because I feel like I don't know why no one is doing it. I'm just so mad that like that queer girls are being robbed of information when they deserve it, because we think that straight kids deserve it. Why don't we think that?
So straight kids aren't going on YouTube being like, this is how you fucking fuck a chick. So it's actually not true. There's no equivalent of like, this is how you put a strap-on and give it to your lady. That's not at all. There's no straight apparatus or thing for that. There isn't. And she's basically describing to like, oh, when you're a kid or you're young and you're having sexual experiences and you're learning through that process, you're figuring it out. She wants to circumvent that and say like, oh, well, here's the lesson that you're gonna learn next year, rather than just it being organically part of your life and part of your sexuality, your sex life. So I don't agree with her here.
Listen, Shaun, every 12-year-old should have a directory on how to eat pussy and suck cock and drink cum. Like, what are you fucking...
What year is it, guy?
Yeah,
it's 2021.
You're basically Himmler. Can you please start the video? God.
Girls do.
If you knew that forgiveness was the key, true forgiveness, would you do it so that you could be free?
Sure.
And then you wouldn't need therapy anymore. You could use that money for something else.
I think that is a dangerous claim, because it's not true, and it's demonizing people for needing or wanting mental health help.
No.
Because it's not that easy.
It is true. I mean, I've been helping
Yeah,
people
you can believe that, but...
No. It's not just a belief. It's reality. When you truly forgive. Have you ever done something that you wish you had not done to offend someone or traumatize someone, and you say, wow, I can't believe I did that. I don't want to do that. And you end up doing it again?
I rarely regret my decisions.
But you have done that.
I guess.
It's
I don't really feel...
That would be that's like sociopath, narcissist, if you say, like, I rarely regret my decisions. Are you kidding me? I regret three things I did today.
Are you telling me that a middle-class white girl rarely regrets her decisions and doesn't take responsibility for anything?
Amazing.
Regret, because it's just, life is a series of obstacles to overcome, and you can try different tactics to overcome those obstacles and then see which ones work and which ones don't. And there's no sense in dwelling on something you did wrong. You can just change it in the future.
If you're a person that has an STI, you don't have to stop having sex, but you do have to be honest with your partners. And even if you don't have an STI, you need to protect yourself and respect yourself.
Protect just my vagina, or do I need it for butt stuff too?
Butt stuff too. But before you leave me to go test out 100 sex positions with your new lesbian sex partner,
There it
first,
is.
let's talk about foreplay.
So you became a lesbian at 19. Do you think you were born that way, or having sex with another woman caused you to become that way?
Yeah, definitely not caused me to become that way.
Or do you think you were born that way?
Yes.
Then why didn't you know it before 19?
Because I was very sexually repressed and also a very late bloomer. So I didn't even kiss anyone until I was like 17.
A few years ago, you did an interesting video on your identity.
Mm-hmm.
And you said you fall between 5 and a 6. in the Kinsey scale, on the Kinsey scale. What is the Kinsey scale?
Kinsey was a doctor who did one of the biggest, I think, like sex research, like for the first
Like I saw a movie. I think Liam Neeson was in it.
time. And so he basically rates gayness on a scale from 1 to 6, which is a very flawed system because sexuality and orientations and romantic orientations and all of that isn't really linear. It's kind of more like a constellation, and your gender and your identity and who you're attracted to and what you're attracted to and what kind of sex you like and what kind of person you want, all just really is this constellation. So it's kind of flawed. That's why I'm saying I'm between a 5 and a 6 doesn't make any sense, you know?
And so I understand the feeling that you have for the same sex, for sexual stuff. I understand that. But when you're doing it, or when you stand back and look at it, seeing two women or two men attracted to each other sexually, is there any part of you that says, you know what, I know I'm doing this, but it's not quite right. It's something wrong with this.
No.
You know, it doesn't make sense that women of the same sex or men of the same sex will have sex. Is there something ever kicks in to say, you know what, maybe it's not what I think?
No. I felt like that way when I was dating boys, way more.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And just, I don't know, being with women just feels so right and true and just feels good.
What can I do? I'm a meaningless statistic. If there could just be a way I could help the fallen state. I'm not crazy. That's never gonna happen. I'm not living in a dream world.
Well, what's the matter with you?
Oh my God,
Jesse!
Have you ever? You've watched Reno 911, right?
Yes.
You know the commercials they do for like the bulletproof vests or
Yes.
The 911 ads. This is what
and I was a huge fan of the state before Reno 911, so I get exactly what's going on here.
Jesse Lee Peterson? You're my favorite YouTuber, and I wish there was a way for me as the viewer to support you.
You can help us, and you can too. Whatever amount you can afford, even $1, we appreciate it. Go to patreon.com/thefallenstate.
That's amazing.
So that was a lot of cuts.
How do you feel about men? Do you resent men?
No.
What's your impression of men?
Depends on the man. I mean, I don't know. Men is just such a large group of people that, I don't know.
So what is your impression of man?
Of which one?
The ones you know. How do you see men?
I don't know. In a sexual way?
What is a man?
Everything goes back to sex with this broad.
Man is an identity
She just wants to drink cum.
that someone can identify as.
Man is an identity that someone can identify as? What does that mean?
I don't know. I don't know how to define man other than that, really.
Did you know before now that you really didn't know what a man was?
Well, I'm not.
Well, maybe you like a man. Maybe you like to have sex with a man. Maybe. You never know. You don't know what they are.
There's a point in this interview when I'm pretty sure that Jesse Lee could fuck her. I'll try to point it out when it comes along.
Well, it's almost because it says she storms off. I'm like very curious. I'm like, what is going to trigger this chick? Like,
Dude, it's so good.
Am I supposed to know what it is or what it feels
It's
like?
pure Jesse Lee.
Same thing.
What?
Woman is an identity you can identify as.
So did you know before today you didn't know what a woman was either?
Right here. Hold on. This is it right here.
didn't.
Do you hear that laugh?
So did you know that?
Yeah, that's that little cutesy.
Yeah.
I'm in the presence of a Chad King.
Yeah. When I used to hear that laugh, that's when I'd ask for the check.
A little bashful, a little cutesy.
Yeah. Can we get the check? I got to get out of here right now while I'm
gotta
still
go
riding
now.
this wave.
Yeah. We got a window. I gotta not say anything else.
Prior to now that you did not know what a woman was.
Oh, God. I don't know. I guess I could sit and think about a definition. I don't know, because it's difficult because you want to be inclusive of trans people and non-binary people. So I can't just be like, being a woman is these primary sex characteristics or secondary sex characteristics.
Then what would be the point of being a lesbian then? Do it, Jesse.
your chromosomes or whatever. I think it's a mix of all of those things, and it's also a mix of who you feel or what you feel like you are. So being a woman and being a man and being neither or both is different. It's such a different experience for everyone. And I am so cisgender. I've always felt like I am a woman and I want to be more womanly and like all of these things. So it's hard for me to imagine what it would feel like to not be a woman. So I'm just like, I mean, it just feels this way. I have no idea.
It's hard for you to say what a woman is because you don't want to offend the people who are confused about their sexual identity.
It's not that I don't want to offend them. It's that I want to include them because they
Why?
are a part. They're a part of the conversation about. Did you just say trans people are messed up?
Yeah, they're like abnormal. You know, like they've been traumatized. Why would you?
That's it. That's going to be the thing. This is going to be the thing. All of the stuff they've talked about. And this is going to be the thing. Just the besmirching.
Just wait until he hits her with a kill shot, dude. You're going to love it.
Not identify what a real woman is because people who are confused about who they are might be offended when you might be able to help them by really identifying what a woman is and what a man is, and they may think about it and overcome their traumas.
Did you just say real woman?
Right.
So you think that there are women that aren't real women?
Oh my God.
Yes.
Okay. Like what?
A lesbian.
A lesbian's not a
Or
real
transgender.
woman?
Do you think men who take off the body parts and put on women body parts, you know, like breasts and all that, and put on dresses?
I just want to point out that I think
still...
that I'm pretty sure that I just saw reading her body language that she's already tracing the cord of the microphone to make sure that she knows exactly how to take it off when the time comes. She's already ready to walk out of this.
No,
shit.
she determined that she was going to leave 60 seconds ago, because you got to remember, this is a YouTuber. This is an influencer. This is a moment that she can go make a video about and monetize and be like, I talked to this awful bigot.
It's like that spoiler alert at the end of Breaking Bad when Walter White's begging for Hank's life and Hank's like, Walt, you're the smartest guy I know. This dumb lesbian was going to walk out of here 60 seconds ago.
Are they women or are they still men?
Sorry, ask the question again.
You know how they're transgenders?
Uh-huh.
Let me do this. Transgenders now, and they're confused about their identity. So you heard of Bruce Jenner, right?
Mm-hmm.
We all know Bruce is a man. Well, he took off the body part. Where you going?
I'm leaving.
Why are you leaving?
Because.
What?
Oh, such integrity. Like, if you actually believed to the contrary, then stay and make your argument. Instead,
Which some people do, but this fucking bitch.
Oh no, yeah. Just because she actually has never thought about any of this stuff, apparently. Doesn't seem like it.
Because what you're saying is extremely offensive, and I'm not going to sit here for it.
Come and tell me why.
Nope.
You're running?
Yep.
They're wrong.
I thought you were open-minded. You're not open-minded?
Nope, what you're saying is hurtful and very dangerous.
But true.
Now, baby, please don't go.
Are you leaving?
Yep.
I thought you were a strong woman.
Now, baby, please don't go.
You think not standing for someone preaching hate is weak? Then go for it.
Yeah, that's weakness.
Baby, please don't go.
Let's take a picture together before we go.
Nope.
Let's shake hands.
Well, that's the thing with a lot of these activist people. Like, they just fucking wilting flowers. Like, if you believe it, fucking stay there and at least push back a little bit. Do something.
Right.
Not just cut and fucking run. Oh my
Well,
God.
You know, maybe we could take a look at when he goes on with Amber Rose, because that's the opposite of this. She actually pushes him and pushes back on him.
Yeah.
Well, she left. I just put her tail between her legs and took off. That was Stevie Bobby. She just got up and walked out. I'm stunned. Because when I watch her videos, she seemed to be so free and carefree, and she allows other people to disagree. That's the impression that I have. I wonder what her YouTubers would think now.
Don't forget, preaching abstinence is just a shitty way of trying to talk kids into never having any fun. None of it is bad. Go have fun, but
her YouTubers think that they want to come in her mouth. And I do too.
Make decisions based on what you want, what feels
See,
good.
that's the problem with the Zoobox channel. You know, it's my face. See, I gotta go out. I gotta outsource. You know, I gotta find me a Stevie Bobby. I'm gonna put her front and center just to be my mouthpiece.
Yeah, he really wait, didn't I send you a supplemental clip from Sam Hyde?
Yes, you did. Oh yeah, you want to? Is that where we're going next?
Yeah, let's just watch
Oh,
because this lady, I've met this lady before.
Yeah, so have I.
And Sam Hyde found a girl who distills this entire person down into one little clip during an episode of
what the hell?
Kickstarter TV, which is actually this episode of Kickstarter TV was the first Sam Hyde thing that I ever saw in my life.
Yeah, I think I probably saw. That's probably how I found him too. Is either Kickstarter TV or one of the Smokanes.
I'm out.
Hello. Can you tell me what time the festival starts tomorrow? I don't understand people who live and like go to school or like get a job just to make money and without any intention of really doing something for themselves or being happy. I'm just doing this because I have to. Like, no, you don't. I do look up to my dad because he has a job that he loves, and it's not like he's just making money then doing what he likes on the side. He's doing what he likes, making money.
Lucky him.
I guess I'm scared of.
What the fuck?
This is how these fucking women think about life, dude.
Well, it's just. I don't even think it's just women. I think this is a generational thing. I think this is a generational thing that'll be like, why do you want to work and be miserable? Why do you want to actually try and put effort and be productive? And then she's asked to be like, oh yeah, my dad does that and he's very happy. It's like, yeah, no shit. Sometimes you can work your way into success and happiness.
The way that she's about to speak of it is specifically from a feminine perspective, but we'll.
Okay.
Not being happy. I want to make art and make movies.
Don't we all, sweetheart?
Not necessarily sure how or in what context, but I can see myself doing that.
I know what you're thinking right now, okay? And trust me, I don't like this any more than you do. I get it. She's cute, she's innocent, she's naive, whatever. But I think we're all equals here. I think men and women should be treated as equals. Call me crazy, call me gay. Now, let me ask you something. What if this was a guy saying all this stuff? You'd be saying, oh man, this guy's a douche. Let's put him on r/cringe. He's a douche. Let's get a little bit conspiracy theory nutty here for a second. This is the reason why the Bilderberg group makes us read J.D. Salinger going through public school, okay? This is the reason why Catcher in the Rye is required reading. It's because it produces neurotic fuckheads like this who think that the most important thing in life is hedonism or whatever the hell she's referring to. If you ask old Molly what her dream is, she'd say something like this. I want to have a nice house with a garden with sunflowers and I would bake from scratch every day and I would travel a lot and have lots of fun. And I'm sorry, I'm just not going to give her a pass because she happens to be a cutie, a little sweetie, all right? I get it, you hate seeing cute things die, but people have to be allowed to lose. That's just the way of the world. You know, she wants to be a filmmaker, she wants to be a painter. Yeah, so do a lot of other people. I'd rather be a filmmaker and a painter than a fry cook or a ditch digger. But unfortunately, most people, you don't have the skills. You don't have what it takes. You don't have the tools in your toolbox. You are a minimum wage worker. I'm sorry. Molly, if your father had any common sense, he would send you off to technical school to learn medical coding. People in America, the problem with America is we think that unless you go to a 4-year school, you're a piece.
This was the exact bit that, like, when he hit that whole thing, if your father cared about you, would have sent you off to school for medical coding. I was like,
Yeah.
okay, who is Sam Hyde? And I need to learn more. And the next thing I found was 2070 Paradigm Shift. But anyway, that little clip right there of Molly was all that I could think about when I was watching Jesse Lee Peterson interview this fucking lesbian bro.
Lesbian. Well, it's because these kind of nebulous nothing statements that couches their entire personal philosophies. Their entire perspective is built on a house of fucking toothpicks. Like, it's nothing. It doesn't mean anything. You can't derive anything out of it. And then if you were to ask a directed question, they're like, I don't really know. Because people don't usually ask me. They just usually say, oh, that's cool. Because, like, you know, like Molly here, or even that Stevie chick, like, that's like every conversation you had when you were 22 with a girl at a bar that you were like, or a girl that you wanted to hook up with or whatever. That's the conversation you have. Oh, what do you want to do? Oh, I'm saving up to travel. Yeah, I'm saving up to travel. So I'm working at this restaurant so I can save up enough money in 2 years. Everybody was always 2 years. And just the same conversation over, the same empty, useless fucking conversation. I hated it, Dan. I hated it.
Hey, not all, but most. And that's exactly why I ended up leaving the fucking city of Boston, because it was all these fucking broads. All these fucking broads, all these dudes. Yeah, you're right. Everybody's 2 years away from that big fucking dream. And it's like, listen, dude, you know, your soul isn't sitting in a cafe in Belgium where a Turkish dude, you're going to meet this Turkish dude and he's going to change everything. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, man.
I remember, like, talking to them and just being like, thinking to myself, like, you know, it's okay to just say, like, I don't really know what I'm doing right now. I'm just trying to figure it out. Like, that's a perfectly acceptable answer when you're like 20 years old, and nobody can do that. Are we going to finish this one? Is there more to this?
No, that was it. When he hit that was it. And I think before we go to our first break, maybe that Amber Rose clip is really short, and she provides a pretty good foil to this lesbian broad who couldn't handle Jesse Lee, and Amber Rose actually, she bobbed and weaved. The entire interview is really longer, and you know, you could go listen to it if you wanted to, but this little clip hits all the stuff that you need to hear, and it'll be a good little thing before we go to break. I gotta get more snacks up here. I'm running out of snacks.
Gotta get them snacks. Might take a piss. We'll play a song. It'll be fun.
We got a lot of fucking footage to go through tonight.
Oh yeah, dude. We got some, and I also pulled some highlights too from those big compilations. I just time-stamped where the highlights were, like when he talks to Beyonce's father.
Oh God, I haven't even seen that.
Oh, you haven't seen that? Yeah, he talks to him.
Rose is also a mother, activist, entrepreneur, and TV and radio personality.
First of all, I'm a feminist. I believe women all the time. I give women the benefit of the doubt.
Even when they're lying?
Sometimes there's just not good people in the world and they lie, but I believe women all the time. I give women the benefit of the doubt.
I find it hard to believe that women are afraid of.
I just want to mention real quick before we go any further into this, even though Amber Rose probably wouldn't even look in my direction, I'd smash her like a fucking plate. Anyway.
Oh yeah, Amber Rose is very attractive.
Yeah.
And she told everybody that Kanye likes to have his ass eaten. So that's her contribution to society.
You know what? Take a number, Kanye.
Because they tend to have the women tend to have an agenda. They want either to be famous as want these things to happen.
No, honey. No, that's not the case at all.
Really?
Yeah.
Would you trust a woman that does not keep her word?
Let's say I'm a regular girl, right? I don't have money like that. Right. But everyone is telling me, including my lawyer, okay, you're not going to win this case anyway. So you go back to obscurity and because they don't have enough to fight for it.
So would you trust a woman that does not keep her word? Let's say that
Jesse,
you hanging out with a man. How does a man prove his innocent?
Okay, I'm going to explain.
Suppose that happened to your son. You have a son, right?
I do have a son.
Would you want that to happen to your son?
My son probably wouldn't rape anybody.
You came up with this term slut. What was the purpose of using that word? Slut.
I would refer to myself as a slut. So if going out on a date with a guy makes me a slut, then that's just what I'm gonna be.
I don't.
Yeah, some fucking MGTOW incel kid editing this video.
Yeah, you can definitely tell. And when you watch the full interview, it's much more charitable to Amber Rose. She makes a lot of cogent points, and
yeah, I can imagine.
It's actually a great conversation. It's one of my favorite interviews, but we don't have the time to go into every little thing.
Think going out on a date make you a slut, but having sex with different men makes you a slut.
Well, what does it make you if you have sex with different women?
A slut maker.
A slut maker. Oh, wow.
Isn't that amazing?
No, sad. What's really the difference, right? Besides anatomy, like what is the difference? We're both human, right? So if I want to have sex, yeah.
Do your parents know you a slut? Are they embarrassed to know that?
Oh my God, no. They couldn't be more proud.
Amazing.
I have 2 brothers.
Oh, okay. Are you close to them?
I am very.
And do they see you as a slut?
But
Amazing. What is a man?
What do you mean? What is a man?
Besides the body part, the physical part, what is a man?
You know.
This is a horrible edit.
It really is.
Amazing.
You know, I like watching things like this because it makes me feel better about myself.
Well,
as somebody that makes videos on the internet,
which depresses me because I'm trying to approach all of this in good faith.
Yeah.
And the Amber Rose interview with Jesse Lee is actually a great interview, and this edit of it makes it really shitty towards her.
Yeah, it does. Also, just kind of it's just incoherent.
It is incoherent. It's kind of one of those like YouTube poop videos. Have you ever seen that shit?
Yeah.
Caitlin's brother was here visiting one time, and he showed me one of the like YouTube poop, and every single word was spelled weird, and it was like these weird incoherent edits with like jump edits and weird things. And he was showing it to me, and I felt really weird. Like I felt like I know that I'm supposed to laugh at something in here somewhere.
Yeah.
But I'm disconnected.
You felt like an old man for probably the first time in a while. Right?
I truly felt like a seriously old man. I'm like, where is the humor in this? And one of the first things that ever happened between Caitlin and I which was so brutal. We sat down to watch The Big Lebowski together.
Yeah.
We got like 23 minutes into The Big Lebowski, and she was like, "Okay, so where's the part where it starts being funny?" And you and I both know that 23 minutes into The Big Lebowski, you've already hit many of the fucking classic notes. Yeah, you should be crying from laughter at that point. And I knew at that point, I was like, okay, so this relationship will survive on our desire to raise beautiful children. And
I mean, the first big laugh in The Big Lebowski for me is when he writes the 89-cent check for the
right. He's writing 2 checks, both of less than $1 to actually cover the cost of like half a gallon of milk.
Yeah.
And, so yeah, if you aren't in by that and the rug scene and everything else, you just aren't into that kind of thing. But that's what I felt like when I was watching this YouTube poop video with her brother. I was like, oh my God, when am I supposed to laugh at this? I feel really bad.
Yeah.
This is a terrible edit. And, so let's look over that dossier. What else do we got on here to go through here?
That we could go, that would be like a short little thing.
Yeah.
Dr. Umar, 7 minutes.
Okay.
Let's do that one.
Because I have this like I got a lot of snacks that I didn't bring up here, and they got to come up here.
They got to be here. Oh, this is a pretty good one. He's talking to some like black radical guys. The Tammy Mack Late Show. This is him on somebody else's show. This is one that I found.
I love Tammy Mack.
Please welcome author and activist Reverend Jesse Lee Peterson. Hi, Reverend Peterson. How you doing?
Hi, Tammy. All is well. Thanks for having me on.
Doctor of Clinical.
I didn't even know that there was a fox soul until today.
I had just learned that at this moment, but it makes total sense. Once again, Mike Enoch predicted this. But this lady was on my headphones for 3 seconds before I immediately went to the volume knob and turned everything down.
Well, I can turn it down a little bit too. Might be on my end.
No, it's on her
Clinical psychology. Dr. Umar Johnson is with us. Dr. Umar, hey.
Good evening, Queen. Glad to be with you.
and the president of the African History Network, Michael Imhotep. Hi, Michael. How are you tonight?
Why do you need to scream everything, Tammy? Why do you need to scream everything?
Because I'm here. They all watched Oprah growing up, and that's just what they do. That's the volume. This is the Oprah volume.
Thanks for having me back.
Why should Black people care if they're a sellout or not? Dr. Umar, sellout.
I would say that when you deal with the concept of the sellout, you have to deal with it within the context of post-traumatic slavery disease. Post-traumatic slavery disease.
He has no idea what he's talking about because there's no such thing as slavery syndrome or whatever he said. Our battle is a spiritual battle. It's either right or wrong, good or evil. And in the good old days when boys were boys and men were men, they taught their children how to work and be responsible and not blame and whine. And they didn't put it out there as though they couldn't make it.
Reverend Jesse, I don't think we should suggest that one person knows more than the other in a sense.
I gotta become a reverend, dude, because there's absolutely no requirements to become a reverend. I'm gonna make it my personal goal in 2022 to become Reverend Dan Profitt.
I mean, you probably could. You could have your own like little YouTube service, and
dude, I could probably do it by the end of this stream. I could do it in another window right now.
Start preaching.
No, I could probably go on with like the state of New Hampshire or Vermont and like just register myself as a fucking reverend. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
You probably could. Honestly, it's usually, I think it's like $25 to get ordained. You get ordained from some weird church.
It's probably less than it costs to keep my LLC current with the state of New Hampshire every year.
Probably, actually, yeah.
Yeah, well, I may not know my flowers, but I know Dr. Umar Johnson is blind and that he's wrong. If you knew that our battle is a battle between good and evil, then you wouldn't make up words in order to deceive. You would tell the truth and hope that those who are blind may wake up and see the right way to go.
Jesse Lee Peterson, he would be a textbook definition of a sellout. See, racism is a system. A Black man in America who does not stand up for his people and in turn aligns himself with the structure that is eating away at the opportunities.
See, this is a perfect like juxtaposition between the philosophy of Jesse Lee Peterson and then people like Dr. Umar there. Like this, Jesse probably understands that some of this stuff, there's probably some merit to it to a certain one degree or another, but he's like, it doesn't matter. You have to just start being better. You just have to start doing better for yourself.
Right.
All the other shit doesn't matter. You can sit here all day and talk about these abstract ideas of systemic racism and institutional bias and all that kind of stuff. But it really, at the end of the day, as it pertains to your life and your day-to-day existence, it doesn't fucking matter. You got to go down to a deeper, like, individual level and personal responsibility. And that's, I think, where Jesse has won over on a lot of these types of people.
Yep.
Of Black people can go very far in this country. Senator Tim Scott is an example. Jesse Lee Peterson is an example.
Let's go to the chat and find out what they're saying. Maya Magahi says, this panel is lit. Don Morris says, Jesse. And then Keep Me Lovely says, imagine asking a white person, why should you care about this word? # not for sale. I'll get a white person on the show and ask them.
Get
One
me.
from None says, Jesse holds Black people accountable.
Once upon a time, there were slaves in America. That is not happening today. This idea that
It actually
slavery
is
the cause of the lack of morality for Black people is insane. The world knows that black people are suffering not because of this phony idea of racism, slavery, systemic racism, and all that crap. They know that Black people are immoral, that they come from failing parents, and that they hate everybody. And they have
Hold on a second.
Everybody.
I love that the Fox Soul border is purple like a church suit. Like a black church suit. It's funny to say a black church suit is purple, but everyone understands what I mean when I say that.
That's 100% true. Actually, I think a couple weeks ago I watched a bunch of woke preachers, all the black guys wearing purple.
Yeah, they really know how to make it. They really know how to make it Easter every Sunday.
The two men that just spoke, it made no sense.
Racism is about systemic injustice, systemic bias, systemic disproportionality, systemic discrimination.
This dude is the living embodiment of like the Wayans brothers on In Living Color, when like the perception of the notion of the motion and the
well, people used to make fun of this kind of shit. People used to think it was funny.
Black people used to make fun
Black
of this
people
shit.
used to make fun of this shit because like I see what you're doing. Like you're trying to like overcomplicate something and try to sell me something. Usually you pack it like you said about poor Mr. Jesse here, trying to sell a book, a seminar.
This
is
motherfucker
what
over
these, what
here.
these professional, like, I guess, I don't know what you call it, race grievance people.
Yes.
That's how they make a living. I mean, that's
Yeah.
how they make a living. They make
Mr.
$20,000 to go talk for an hour at a college and tell everybody there that they're racist.
Michael Imhotep? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, I saw that, right?
It's like that white nationalist dude who called himself Augustus Evictus and then beat his wife.
I mean, what's the difference between having a guy that says his name is Michael Imhotep, which is clearly not his real name, and then having somebody like a Richard Spencer or something on? What's the difference? I mean, they're nationalists, white nationalists, black nationalists. No fucking way in hell this dude's not like a black nationalist.
Well, let's see.
You do not opt out of racism.
Dumb.
All white
That is
people
dumb.
benefit from and participate in racism. All white people benefit from the mass incarceration of black people.
Dr. Umar,
Yeah, we actually
my fucking tax dollars. What are you talking about?
Well, we do benefit from the mass incarceration of black people, but I won't expand any further on that.
I got
Continue.
well, for putting out a lie like that because people are going to believe
Well,
in
let's
it.
refrain from calling people names.
It's important that we understand the difference between the Negro and the coon. Sister Tammy, this is a very important distinction that has to be made. The Negro is innocent
You know what, Shaun?
in his ignorance. Sister.
What the?
They should cast this dude to play Electro in the next Spider-Man movie. Anyway, sorry.
Tammy, as Brother Michael said earlier, some people make mistakes against the race unknowingly, but the coon voluntarily identifies with his oppressor because there is an agenda that he's looking to get filled.
To hear Michael,
Somebody here has an agenda. I can assure you that.
I like how Michael Imhotep sits sphinx-like, quiet and watching.
Yeah, he's coming up with a riddle.
He's like a cat.
Dr. Umar, speaking the way it's abnormal for men.
There is nothing more effeminate than a white man defending a white power structure against black people. There is nothing more effeminate than a black man defending a white power structure against black people.
Hey, why are you speaking? Hold on.
Have you ever seen RuPaul?
Yes.
No, I'm asking Dr. Umar Johnson.
Well, I know. Shouldn't he be? Actually, he probably does rail against RuPaul. I imagine he does.
There was nothing more effeminate. I don't know. I went to a drag show in Boston once, and I saw like cum running down a guy's leg in the bathroom. That's more effeminate. Anyway, continue.
How the hell are you gonna love anybody else if you can't love yourself?
While you're on poppers in the bathroom.
Your race.
And so normally
Dr.
the
Umar,
men with the logical mindset would bring the women and children to a logical mindset to help them to overcome. But now the black men, not all but most, they think like their mothers and grandmothers. So they all think just like women, and that's why you can't get it right.
There is levels to the coon kingdom. You have your grade A coons like Jesse Lee Peterson and Charles Barkley. And then you have your grade B coons, which will be like a Kendrick Perkins and a Shaq. And then you have your grade C coons.
So like he name drops Jesse and then Charles Barkley because they advocate personal responsibility. That's really all they advocate for.
Then you got your grade D coons that get in your trash can and eat all your garbage and spread it around. Then you got your grade E coons who got rabies and you need to catch them in a have-a-heart trap.
What a mess.
Which would be like a Steve Harvey.
Reverend Jesse,
yes,
you're a part of the coon kingdom, he says.
That's right.
So am I.
It's sad to see that most black people believe that they're all the same. They're going by colors, and so they're all in the same pot. headed down to the road to destruction. Donald Trump, he wasn't into the color thing. He was into what is right. And that's why he was able to help Black people more so than any other president that we have had in the last, I don't know how many years, right? Obama was the worst, by the way. But Donald Trump was the best. I call him the great white hope. Black people went to work. They started buying homes and starting families and things like that because of Donald Trump. But these people like Dr. Umar and Michael.
And actually, I want to comment, Jesse Lee Peterson has a point here because Donald Trump actually pardoned several shitbag black rappers and not a single person who participated in January 6th. So Jesse Lee Peterson has a point here. Donald Trump was great for black people.
Well, he was. And the big one that he pardoned was that lady who seemed like, I don't know the entire story. It did seem like she kind of got fucked over. She was like serving a 30-year sentence or something for selling drugs, I think.
Oh.
I think it was drugs. And that's the one that Kim Kardashian got in his ear about, and Kanye. That's why they went and had their summit or whatever.
Right.
Color. They're in a fallen state. They're weak males, and they cannot see.
So as far as I'm concerned, we should have jobs at all different levels of these companies that we spend money with, but bring that money back to the African American community.
You guys need to stop begging, man.
Bring that money back to the please, sir. Don't interrupt.
Talk about stop begging, Michael. What men do?
I'm not begging.
Men make things happen. They don't beg. They don't beg.
Jesse, you wouldn't know a man if you met one.
They don't want.
Well, all Jesse is saying is like, don't ask for handouts. Go make something yourself. Like, what is so fucking controversial about that? And I think they're gonna get before the end of the clip. They just basically are just talking about like, we just need more like government handouts because that's been working so well for poor people in the past 60 years.
When it comes to black community leaders, it literally everything goes back to mo money for dem programs.
And they're fucking their own communities. Fucking them because they're just pilfering. They're just lining their own pockets.
It's like when you send aid to an African country and it all goes to the warlord.
Or the warlord, yeah.
No, we were both right.
Reparations. They made their way. The black man when I was growing up, they made their way. They didn't beg the white man for anything because they didn't.
It's not begging white people. Wait a second.
White men were superior
if you go
to
back
them.
to
all you're doing is making excuses.
No. You don't want to talk about the compromise of 1877, which was the compromise between the Republicans and the Democrats, and you don't want to talk about the Lily White movement of 1928. Now, if you want to have that conversation, we can have that conversation. It's not going to turn out the way you think it's going to.
Michael, it's time to stop asking for freebies. I understand the women doing that because
you ever studied the Farmers Home Association 1930?
I understand why women are doing it, but hold on, Michael.
Are you going to talk about the $26 billion?
What Michael is talking about happened over 100 years ago or so. It's time out for black people to stop begging. I'm sick of it. We can make our own way. Black people can make their own way if they get up and do it. That's why we have to overcome this cultural thing, because blacks who are into their culture, they think that all blacks are just like them, begging and blaming and whining and talking about 150 years ago and all that. Why not live now? Especially black men. They need to stop begging for freebies. America is an amazing place, right? And whatever you want to do in this country, you can do it. You can make it.
That thought. Okay, yes, that is true. That is so true. I'll have to agree with you on that, Reverend Jesse. Whatever you want to do in this country, you can do.
Yeah. What a mess.
Well, there you go. All right, so I think this is our first little break.
All right.
Gonna be hitting up a new classic that the kids are listening to. It's called That's a Crackhead.
All right, I will be right back.
All right, you go get your snacks.
Can you imagine you walking down the road there in Washington, D.C., your children are with you, your children, and your son says, Daddy, who is that man? That's a crackhead. The man was a convicted crackhead. The man was a convicted crackhead, crack cocaine, crack cocaine. Daddy, who is that man? That's a crackhead. A crackhead is not a decent man. Beta, why would people want to walk down the road and see a crackhead? Crackhead. Can you imagine? What the? Who is that man? A crackhead. The man was a convicted crackhead. The man was a convicted crackhead. Crack cocaine. Crack cocaine. Daddy, who is that man? That's a crackhead. What the? The man was a convicted crackhead. The man was a convicted crackhead. Crack cocaine. Crack cocaine. Daddy, who is that man? That's a crackhead. The man was a convicted crackhead. The man was a convicted crackhead. Crack cocaine. Crack cocaine. Daddy, who is that man? That's a crackhead.
Oh boy, that's a crackhead, everybody. What a beautiful song. What a beautiful, beautiful song. So yeah, Merry Christmas, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. If you're hanging out as this premieres Christmas Day, 12 p.m. All the nights were stirring, all the lights are out, everybody's asleep except for you. You're hanging out, having a very JLP Christmas. You're welcome. You're welcome. We could go. Let's spin this track again. Should we spin the track again? Good time constraints here. That's a crackhead.
Can you imagine you walking down the road?
Let's just talk about it.
DC, your children are with you. Your children, and your son says, "Daddy, who is that?"
I gotta say, whoever did this mix, whoever did this song, did a really great job. Trevor Wesley. If you want to go check out Trevor Wesley's channel, let's see what else Trevor Wesley has to offer. Rather than just sit through that song again, right? Let's see what else this guy has. I have no idea who this person is. He hasn't done anything in a while. Last thing he did was 9 months ago. Heart Sing. Looks like a based fella. JLP hears it's the Okay to Be White song for the first time. Let's check that out.
It's okay to be wrong, it's okay to be right, it's okay to be black, and it's okay to be, it's okay to be.
I don't love this pop punk business. This is not how I like to conduct myself. Very painful. I gave him a nice compliment. I was like, oh, that was a nice mix. That was a nice cut. Nicely edited video.
You were made to be white. It's okay to be.
Oh, amazing. Thank you, Trevor. Trevor. What's his name? Trevor. Thank you, man. That's my first time hearing that. It's okay to be white. Nice. It's okay to be white. It's okay to be black. It's okay to be white. Amazing.
Good old Jesse Lee. Good old Jesse Lee. I don't even know what else. What else could we get? Let me see what else this guy's got up his sleeve. Does he have any other Jesse Lee Peterson? Let's look up Jesse. Maybe he has other Jesse songs. Jesse Lee Peterson. He black. We don't have that in the dossier. So we'll spin that one.
Some might say opening up a jam studio might be a beta move. So what are you going to do? Borrow one of his dancer's outfit, a tutu and the slippers, prance around the stage, doing pirouettes.
I asked him where he going. He tell me where he been.
Better, 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 better.
A moment that will be ever remembered. I am an Oreo cookie. White on the inside, black on the outside. Isn't that amazing? At one time in life, I was black on the inside and black on the outside. Hey, Joe.
He black. He black. It's amazing. He black. He black. He black. He black.
Welcome back.
I'm black and slow. I don't know. He black.
What is going on?
He black.
He is.
I don't have an afro. Amerifro. There are no African drums beating in my chest. The American good part is playing in my heart. Born on a plantation in Alabama. Grew up under the Jim Crow laws. Worked the fields, worked the plantation. Black as the ace of spades. But 100% American. Now I'm white on the inside. Hey, Joe.
He black. He black. It's amazing. He black. He black. He black. He black.
I'm black and slow. I don't know.
He black.
Hey, Joe.
He black. He black. It's amazing. He black. He black. He black. He black.
I'm black and slow. I don't know.
He black.
There you have it. That's another song by Trevor there.
Did we
Trevor Wesley. He also did That's a Crackhead.
Yeah, I think he does all these crazy remixes that have it. He also did the Jesse Lee Peterson theme song remix.
Oh, did he do the remix too?
Yeah. He's one of the guys on there. Did we play the That's a Crackhead song?
Yes, that was the first one we played. Yeah.
So I want to just to illustrate Jesse Lee Peterson's particular way of speaking and his way of doing things. Did I send you the clip of him talking about Marion Barry that comes from?
Yep.
Just listen, because obviously the guy didn't have to do much editing to make it like sing-songy and to make it a pop hit. Jesse just kind of does that on his own. Let's check.
Yeah, his cadence feels like naturally slots into that. Yeah.
I brought up the statues in Washington, D.C.
Because you wanted to trigger me, Jesse.
Right now in Washington, D.C., the city council want to put up a statue of the late former mayor of Marion Barry, who was twice convicted of crack cocaine. He was a crackhead. Why would black people want to walk down the road and see a crackhead statue? Can you imagine walking down the road there in Washington, D.C., your children are with you, and your son says, "Daddy, who is that black man on the statue?" And you say, "That's a crackhead."
Why do you keep referring to him in such a derogatory way, bro?
Because the man was a convicted crackhead. But
you really want to have that argument, Jesse?
But
that
yet,
people
good
who fought
men
against the country are more deserving of a statue than a man who was elected by the people in this country. I think the people by this country should. I think Marion Barry is a better representation, Frank.
A crackhead. At least those
like I said, I look at
those
drug
men
abuse
who
as
were
a sickness,
fighting
brother.
back
I look
then.
at drug abuse as a sickness.
Those men who were fighting back then, drug abuse is not a sickness.
You said drug user, not drug seller,
Listen,
not drug dealer.
At least the
user.
Confederate men were decent men. A crackhead is not a decent man. So you don't have any problem with taking down the statues and the monuments and replacing them with a crackhead.
No, I think all monuments. I think all monuments
You
are
said
a waste
no.
of time. I think all monuments are a waste of time, Jesse.
He always gets these people
Marion
into this
Barry,
rhetorical corner where, like, this dude ends up saying something ridiculous like all monuments are a waste of time.
Yeah.
Now, would you say that about a Holocaust memorial? Is that a waste of time?
No, he wouldn't.
Oh, no, you wouldn't say that. But that's what Jesse does. He pins people to these ridiculous... They cling to the last bits of their principles, and they're always exposed as frauds because that's fucking ridiculous.
If they want to come off as consistent, they have to accept a ridiculous premise.
Right. And speaking of ridiculous premises, I love how he says that Marion Barry was a convicted crackhead, which means that he wasn't convicted of crack possession, he wasn't convicted of transportation, he was convicted of being a crackhead.
All right, the next clip I think maybe would be a good place to go, be a fun place to go. You want to do Melina and Destiny versus JLP?
Yeah, we should go over this because this is what recently got me back into investigating Jordan Peterson. Someone linked me to this, and I had known Jesse Lee Peterson.
Jesse Lee Peterson.
Sorry, it's that.
For guys.
It's that Ezra Brooks. I had known Jesse Lee Peterson because he was a meme, basically, starting in 2016. And then I remember when he came on the Daily Show, people who listen to this, I listen to the Daily Show occasionally, and still do. And when he was on it originally, I remember when he came on, and I was like, who the fuck is this crazy black dude talking this shit? This is insane. But what got, much like Chris Chan, Jesse Lee Peterson was like a internet background noise kind of thing to me. And then lately, that was what got me back into checking out Jesse Lee Peterson, was because of this fucking Melina and Destiny interview.
So if people don't know, Destiny is a very popular, a semi-popular Twitch political streamer, basically. He actually kind of invented the modern debate bro stuff. That's actually comes from him. He's actually spawned two of the most awful internet people, Vosh and Hassan, two of the most popular people. They come from Destiny's community. Hassan is obviously related to Cenk Uygur from the Young Turks, but what gave him his start was hanging out with Destiny and talking to Destiny. And that's how he kind of formed his own base on Twitch to do that. And Destiny is in a serious, committed, and open relationship with this Swedish girl called Melina. And Melina is basically like a nympho. So before we watch the video of Jesse talking to them, which is actually not that old, it's only from like a month and a half ago, 2 months ago maybe. This is her, because she's also a streamer, an IRL streamer. Which means she just has her cell phone out and she streams everything she does. This is her just talking about trying to pick up men. It's like a 20-second thing. So we'll check this out and then we'll watch that, because I just wanted people to see what kind of lady Melina is.
For guys. I mean, I am pretty extreme and intense as a person. So I guess. And some guys get scared because they think I'm pranking them or something. And I'm like, no, I just want to suck your dick. And they're like, nope, nope. I'm like, okay, bye. Happens all the time.
So she's confused that men feel like they're entering a trap when a stranger comes up to you and says, yeah, I just want to suck your dick.
Well, she's never met me before, Shaun.
Because you would have rolled the dice.
I would have
one time in your life, yeah.
Well, there's always an alleyway nearby to test the waters.
I probably I don't know. I think I probably would have been like, what? I probably would have been mildly repelled. Not repelled. That's probably the wrong way to put it. Melina is a cute, attractive girl.
Shaun, I'm in a fallen state.
His first name is Steven.
You need to go on, Dan. We need to get you to California, buddy.
The luckiest guy in the world is a guy who happens to be in the room with the boner on the one night a year that Melina takes DMT.
Oh, because she's sucking and fucking everybody. It's funny, if I have followed Destiny for a while, and Destiny's not somebody I agree with most of the time, but he's not dumb. He can clearly articulate himself in ways that most people in that space can't. He does have his own set of principles, beliefs. It's very hard to back Destiny into corners, and he's done Jesse Lee Peterson stuff, there's like 4 or 5 times. He's gone to his studio. He's done video conference interviews. He's even been parts of panels for the Fallen State. He's been on a few of the panels. And he knows, because he knows how to play the game.
Yeah, they both know that it's good for views.
Yeah, 100%. And he accepts the reality of what he's stepping into and isn't confused about it. And that's even if you go back and watch like his first time, like he interviewed Destiny, and Jesse's like, "What do you do for a living?" He's like, "Oh, I play video games on the internet." He's like, "You play video game? How old are you?" Beta. And then having to get into like the whole he's in an open relationship with this girl, which it seems like she fucks a lot more than he fucks.
Yeah, she fucks everything. And speaking of video games, I'm really kind of pissed that you didn't set up me streaming Fallout 4 on this, because I'm trying to build a few settlements right now. But anyway, we'll continue with this.
I would love to see the era of Dan Profitt becoming a Twitch streamer, just playing Fallout and talking about your political opinions. Although you may have to go to Cozy TV for that, I suppose.
I mean, I actually fantasize, and I probably will. Hopefully over this winter I'll have enough time to... I literally want to make some like lame YouTube videos about my Fallout characters and their settlements and shit. And I think I'm going to end up doing that. But anyway, that's too much beta.
All right, let's check this out. Let's see. And this is from Destiny's channel, which comes pre-packaged with handy-dandy little timestamps. So if we get bored, we can just find the next timestamp and skip it.
His first name is Steven?
Yes.
Oh, his last name?
No, his first name is Destiny. Or his first name is Steven.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
To my
And
understanding.
I love that Jesse does not remember who the fuck this person is, and he's met him at least 4 times.
Look at that face that she's making.
Oh, yeah.
The migrant crisis is the greatest thing that's ever happened to this girl's sex life. Just like tons of high tea, broken, abusive men flooding into your country all at once, and then your boyfriend's Destiny, and he's going to sit there and like drink this dude's cum for you.
Yeah, and he's going to just sit there and just rationalize it on streams for 12 hours a day.
Oh, man,
Why
she's
he's
the
not going insane.
She's the luckiest girl in the world.
With open arms, believe what I say. Would you love me?
He doesn't look like a Steven. He looks like a Destiny.
Yeah. All right.
Have you met a lot of Destinies in real life, Jesse? I feel like I don't look like one, but
Destiny Child.
yeah. Do I look like any of the members of Destiny's Child? Okay.
Anyway,
Make a trip to the eye doctor, Jesse. Okay.
All right, we're good, Bill.
No, you don't look like them at all. Welcome to the Fallen State. I am Jesse Lee Peterson. My friend is back. I haven't seen him in a while. I have with me Destiny, Twitch streamer, gamer, and YouTube personality. And for the first time, I'm meeting his, I don't know if it's his girlfriend, fiance, or wife. I'll find out. He with us today is Melina Gorison. I'm gonna let her say the last name. I'm sure I'm
She's not
out.
any of those things. She's just he's just the person that she's with right now. They're not any of those things. They don't even define relationships in those terms.
Not really, no. But she does, if you follow her on Instagram, she's got some very provocative photos on Instagram.
I've definitely followed a couple of those photos on Instagram. Trust me, bro.
She is a Twitch streamer and Swedish immigrant model. I mean, what is it?
Yeah, that's close enough.
Yeah.
I don't have Instagram. Oh, Instagram. Let me do that over. She is a Twitch streamer and Swedish Instagram model. Thank you both for coming on.
It's like a mild diss. He introduced her as just a model, which would seem to be preferable. It would suggest that you are like a little higher in the modeling rung. But if you're an Instagram model, seems almost like a diss. Although that could be the boomer inside of me. That's the old man inside of me talking.
Well, there's no such thing as a model these days. If you have $250, you can hire some shitty photographer to do a boudoir shoot for you.
Yeah.
And you're a model on Instagram. You're a model. You have a fucking OnlyFans. You have a...
Yeah.
Where if it was 10 years ago, you had a model mayhem.
I mean, you can't you don't have to be sexually assaulted constantly as a 17-year-old girl in New York City to become a supermodel anymore. It just doesn't seem fair. Doesn't seem right.
No, you can just be sexually assaulted by everybody online all the time.
And Melina has found her calling in it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. It's good to see you again, Destiny. It's been a while.
Thanks. It's good to see you too.
So
Destiny Peterson. I think that's how you introduce yourself. I'm glad to get to meet you again.
That's right. So you both are in Sweden right now. Why are you there?
Oh, because I live here and he's visiting.
Oh, I see. Amazing. And so I was watching some of your videos last night, Melina, because I heard about you. I knew Destiny had a girl. Are you guys married now or engaged or?
We're engaged. Hopefully married in the next couple months. Yeah.
Yeah.
Really? And so, Melina, why did you say yes to Destiny when he asked, would you marry him?
Because I love him.
And what do you love about him?
Everything.
Did you know he's a liberal?
Yeah, but that's amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I think it's amazing.
Really? So would you
Pretty low
classify
bar.
him as a beta male or an alpha male?
He's a Sigma male.
A sick male?
Sigma.
Sigma male, Jesse. You don't know what Sigma males are?
No.
A sick male.
Oh, you're behind on the times.
I am. What is it?
Sigma males are men that go their own way, Jesse. They don't play the alpha beta games, okay? They live their own lives.
Sigma males are actually more specifically defined as genetic dead ends that smell like their own cum.
Well, you do see him on screens.
You know, he smelled like look at him. Look at his beard. Imagine how his beard smells like right now.
Oh, because this is the dynamic of this is like the new rock star philosopher guy who's with like this young, hot little piece here.
Dude.
10 years from now, he's going to be advocating to lower the age of consent to 12.
Yesterday, I slaughtered 2 adult cows in their mud pens and 2 boy goats that had been pissing and coming all over themselves for the last 6 months because they've been in rut. And after a couple showers, I actually right now smell better than this dude smells sitting on this stream right there.
These people can't even be bothered to not wear their pajamas, Dan. Any video you see of these people out in the wild wearing pajamas, wearing sweatpants and a loose baggy hoodie.
And that look on her face, she absolutely knows better than you, and she knows it, and she thinks it's funny, because she will. This person will never truly experience any real consequence for the next 10 or 15 years, and by then it'll be too late.
Yeah. By then he's going to be well trained. He's going to be well trained little boy.
That's amazing. And so, Destiny, why did you ask Melina to marry you?
Because I love her too.
And what do you love about her?
I love how adventurous she is. She travels a lot. I like that she goes outside a lot, so it gets me outside a lot. We go swimming and diving and hiking. She's fun to be around.
And I got him to go to the gym.
Oh yeah, she gets me to go to the gym. Yeah, she improves my life.
Oh, nice. And so when are you getting married?
Not 100% sure. All the visa stuff is complicated now because of the coronavirus, so it's hard to figure out when things are going to happen.
So, Melina, when you marry him, are you going to move to America?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, good. And will you obey him?
What does that mean?
Obey?
Yeah.
Take my orders.
Wait, for what?
I don't know. For what, Jesse? What do you mean by that, Jesse?
Because the man is the head of the wife, and it's the wife's responsibility to obey her husband.
You're gonna obey me?
I think it's the opposite.
No.
What's the opposite?
she's gonna be very obedient, Jesse. 100%.
It's definitely the opposite. This dude gets pegged.
You think he's a pegger?
Oh yeah.
Maybe.
I think that she probably pegs him with a fucking piece of rebar. I mean, I can't imagine. I can't imagine the depths of depravity that these people get into. Well, listen, I'm a degenerate myself, or a sort of reformed degenerate, but still a degenerate.
Yeah.
And I can't even imagine the type of shit that these two.
It's like being an AA. You'll always be an alcoholic. You'll always be a degenerate.
We'll take orders from the head of the household.
Oh shit!
Yep.
I wasn't prepared.
What?
I wasn't prepared for that.
And when you get married, are you going to stay home and watch over his children and raise his children for him?
Yeah.
Maybe if we have kids in the future, maybe.
We will
But I
have
mean, she
kids.
streams, so she can work and stream at the same time, or stream and take care of the kids at the
I
same
thought
time.
I could work and take care of the kids at the same time and make
Yeah,
more
because
money.
that's work. Because
Amazing.
streaming is work.
Well, I wish you guys well.
Hey.
Congratulations on getting married.
Thanks, Jesse.
Yeah, I do wish you well with that. Melina, you're a very interesting person, so I need to talk to you first. I already know about Destiny.
Okay.
Well, something I
Sure.
learned some new things about Destiny
Let's
too.
go. Yeah. Sounds great.
So, what's important to you, Melina?
In life,
Yeah, period.
like having fun. It's
Having
important.
fun.
Yeah.
How old are you?
experiencing things.
That's all that's important. That's all that's ever
23.
important.
And so when you had,
What kind of fucking way to answer that question? Just having fun.
Well, I'm pretty sure that was what they talked about in the Sermon on the Mount, right? It was that you should have fun and travel.
Oh yeah, of course. And also, and just fuck as many dudes as possible.
They have a whole chapter about it in the Torah, and actually Muhammad, when he was preaching in Syria,
Yeah.
he talked a lot about it too, about how you should have fun and just follow your dreams.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know this. This is when Joseph Smith was reading the tablets with his magic glasses, a lot of the stuff got redacted.
Yeah, and in the Bhagavad Gita, when Shiva is trying to impress the prince and takes on her many-armed form and says, I am the bringer of travel and finding yourself in a cafe in Denmark.
And how many cocks you got? Because I got 6 hands.
You say having fun, what do you mean?
Like travel, experiencing things, like doing psychedelic drugs is fun for me. Like painting, streaming, meeting people.
Although I got to be fair, she is I think she's 24 or something like that. She's
Yeah.
a little younger.
Yeah. I would have said
Still, even at 24, I feel like I would have had a better answer.
I think that also they front loaded, like they kind of expected this kind of question, and she answers this in a manner that makes me seem like she was prepared to say this shit. Because she later then goes on to say that she does psychedelic drugs once a year, which, when I was doing psychedelic drugs, I did a lot more than fucking once a year.
Yeah.
So I think that she kind of front loaded that question a little bit to get a response from Jesse Lee.
Yeah. They are political operators, I suppose you could categorize them as. They kind of know what they're doing.
It's fun. Yeah.
Did you say doing drugs?
Yeah, it's fun.
And what type of drugs do you do?
Like mushrooms.
Do you really?
Yeah.
And,
Have you?
and why? No. Why do you do them?
Because it's fun. You're
What's
missing
fu-
out.
I'm
yeah,
sorry?
you should. You should do them. You should do it and you will see it's fun.
But I don't need to. I have peace.
But I mean, sure. But don't you want a little bit more peace by having some psychedelic mushrooms?
Amazing.
Like, imagine, maybe your life is fun, but maybe sometimes you go on roller coasters to make it even more fun sometimes.
That's
Like that.
amazing. And do
Yeah,
you
I know,
smoke?
right?
Do you smoke pot as well?
No.
You don't smoke pot, just
No,
mushrooms.
I don't think it's fun.
Really?
Yeah.
How often do you do mushrooms?
Like, Beta.
Really? And
Yeah.
so, how did you and Destiny meet?
We met in New Zealand. So I reached out to him on social media, and then we met in New Zealand like 2 years ago. 3? Almost 3 years ago, yeah.
Amazing.
Imagine having
I
a
watched one-
hot, tight 16-year-old Swedish girl contact you on social media, and then you groom her for 3 years before meeting her in New Zealand. You slide your slimy, disgusting dick cheese cock into her.
Well, I will say this, not to white knight for the dude. I think she was a little bit older than that. But point taken. Point taken. I don't know what the fuck she's doing with this dude, but
your videos last night because I just to get a little idea of what you do. And you are on your Instagram or your Twitch streamer thing, you give out advice to other women and men how to have sex, right?
Okay.
Is that true? I want to be sure I'm clear on this.
So, sometimes they ask, yes, and then I respond.
And so you said something in the video I thought you were joking about.
Oh,
You said that you've slept with 50 men and women
Yeah, probably.
at
probably
23
said
years
that.
old?
Yeah, fun. Doesn't that sound a lot of fun?
And how did you manage to do that?
I met people and had sex with them.
So what is it like sleeping with? Was it 50 men and women, or 50 men and some women?
I mean, it's like I get better and better every single time, you know? So like
I bet
maybe
you
this
fucking do, honey.
Look at his face. Look at his face. This is like the whole thing for this person right here. Like he constantly talks about how he's okay with it. It's like an enlightened way of being. People are not meant to be monogamous or whatever. And
You know how people talk about the 1,000 cock stare? This is Destiny evoking the male version of the 1,000 cock stare when your woman has had 1,000 cocks run through her in front of you.
that was like a fucking what's the line Robert Patrick has in Copland? He's like, Jesus, you're supposed to fuck him, not like
You're supposed to fuck him, not open a fucking methadone clinic or something like that.
started wasn't that good, and then later on, it was really good.
So you really slept with 50 men?
What?
No, women as well.
50 men and women.
Yeah.
And what is that like? You said it's fun?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Have you tried it?
I'm sorry?
Have you slept with 50 men and women?
No way.
Why?
Why should I?
Yeah, why?
What are you looking for that causes
No,
you to
why?
do that?
Why haven't you slept with 50 men or women?
I've been a slut maker, but
You've been a slut. Oh, so you have slept around with a lot of women.
Yeah, I have with a lot of women, but
Yeah.
not that many.
Was it fun?
It was fun sometimes.
Yeah, see, so that's what you do
Yeah.
the same way.
And so you feel good. You have fun sleeping all with the men and women.
Yes, as you have also fun when you're sleeping around with men and women.
I've never slept with men. It sounds like
Why?
you. Why you keep saying that? You're saying something that's not true.
I don't know. I'm just asking if it's true.
I slept with some.
What's wrong
I slept with
asking?
slut. Did you know that women
That big
who sleep
smile
around
that's on
like
her
that are
face.
sluts?
Hope you can pause on that big
sounds like
smile that's on her face. Next time she gets that big smile on her face, you know, she has this beautiful
yeah, and then we can do a
Nordic,
contribute. Hyperborean.
Hyperborean. She has this sort of wonderful white waifu in the wheat field kind of smile, and it makes it so satisfying when she smiles like that because you can only imagine this like 6'4" Syrian dude smacking that smile off of her face.
Yeah.
And Destiny just watching from the corner.
You okay? Shut the fuck up. Okay.
A lot of fun in that.
She is
case.
not okay.
I'm having a lot of fun.
You know, will you be a slut?
He's also slut.
So what?
He sleeps with men and women.
And
too.
he sleep with men and women,
Yeah.
and so he's a slut maker.
No, he's a slut as well.
So he cleans up.
Isn't
You're
that
saying he
true,
cleans
Destiny?
up?
I guess in your world, yeah, that.
Well, you know, she doesn't want to get pregnant, Dan. Somebody's got to take the loads. Somebody's got to take the loads.
Right. If he doesn't suck it out of her, she's going to end up getting pregnant, Shaun.
And he doesn't want that, okay?
Yeah, so he's
Very
got to
progressive.
get every last drop.
Like somebody, you know, like being bitten by a rattlesnake. You know, it's the same type of thing. You know, gotta save this girl.
That's what I'd be, Jesse.
And so, do you sleep with men and women?
Yep.
And why are you doing it with both people, both men and women?
Fun. Why not? Twice as much fun, Jesse.
But why is it just fun to do it?
Yeah, sure. What? Yeah.
Once you get married, would you continue to do that?
Yes.
Probably, yeah.
Really? Justin, I read that, and I don't know if I knew this or not. At one time, you were a Christian.
Long time ago, like until I was 16, maybe. I went to Catholic school.
And then what happened?
I grew up a little bit, started asking questions. I mean, you kind of lose your religion pretty quickly when you go through that process, I think.
Really? And you just didn't believe in God anymore?
Yeah, not much.
Oh, I see. And
yeah, because when you're a middle-class white teenager, you really know what questions to ask, what definitive questions to ask to decide whether or not there's a God for the rest of your life. Because at 16, you have the mental fortitude and the overall big picture knowledge to ask, to even know what those questions are in the first place.
I mean, yeah, God, what gender you are.
Look at the look on his face. He thinks he knows better than every fucking other person in the world.
Oh,
nobody in the world knows better than Destiny.
I've been watching Destiny for a long time, and he has this sense of superiority, like where he does like all these animated like things where he's like pretends like he's thinking of something, and he like looks up into the sky, and he goes like this. He's like, imagine
You know, and what I like to think is the look on his face would be if he looked down one edge of the trench and he saw that green characteristic gas creeping toward him, and all he had was a vinegar-soaked belt to put over his mouth and nose, and then he looked down the other side of the trench and there was a bunch of Germans coming down with shotguns and flamethrowers. I'd like to see the look on his face at that particular moment.
Do you think he'd believe in God?
Do you think he'd feel superior?
Probably not. It's pretty easy to feel superior when you talk to literally retarded people on the internet.
Yeah, and you are constantly in a climate-controlled environment where there's way too many calories for you to consume. It's very easy to get into that mind state.
He has shut down some of these, like, quote-unquote, like, self-appointed preeminent thinkers of of like socialism. Some people that are avowed communists and stuff like that. He's done it through just inductive reasoning, being able to ask the right questions. They don't have answers. They look stupid. He has done that. I'll give him that.
No.
Do you believe in God?
No.
Do you have morals and values?
No.
You don't have any morals?
Wait, you don't have morals and values?
No.
You kind of do.
Okay, yeah, sure.
You would like murder someone,
But
right?
not, yeah, sure. But not, I don't believe in God or anything, though.
But do you
It's
have
not very,
more?
it's not a very common thing in Sweden to like be super religious or like believe in God. We're pretty like not into that stuff.
Pretty secular.
Really?
Secular?
Yeah, so like
Secular?
if you're I remember there was like one guy in my class that was religious and he got bullied because it was like pathetic because you're believing in Santa Claus basically.
Jesus.
To say, yeah, but he did get bullied because he believed in God.
Wow. And
Do you think the
did
Muslim boys get bullied for believing in God?
No.
Yeah.
No, it's kind of, yeah. I mean, I don't know if she's agreeing with the bullying or whatever.
Yeah, she is, because it's against white people.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
A white male's getting bullied for being Christian, so she totally... Did you see the little fucking smirk on her face when she talked about it? She probably used to masturbate as a little girl. Her first orgasms were thinking about how this Christian boy got made fun of for believing in God. And her whole identity has been trying to make up for that and the fact that she was raped by every uncle.
It's possible.
Oh, raped by every uncle? Great fucking hardcore song. Hardcore band, steal that as a title.
Believe in God either?
No.
What is it like to grow up without a belief in God?
I get to have a lot of more fun than most people do. So I think
Really?
it's pretty cool. Yeah.
And what do you do when you have those empty moments when that kind of stuff doesn't satisfy you anymore?
I take
It's-
mushrooms.
You take mushrooms?
Yeah.
And do you take mushrooms too, Destiny?
Sometimes, yeah.
Really? Were you
Yep.
taking mushrooms before you met Melina?
Yep.
And why do you take mushrooms?
It's a fun experience.
And what do you do with your empty moments?
I don't really have empty moments. I work a ton. I do things for fun on the side. Like I got people to hang out with. Like yeah, I don't really have empty moments.
Do you guys?
I talk to my son twice a year.
Yeah, what about when you were so fucked up on DMT that you couldn't do that debate and you were like begging ContraPoints for her advice in the chat as to what to do to come down from this DMT so that you could
Oh, it wasn't
actually
DMT, it was
compose
meth.
yourself?
It was meth.
Or yeah, whatever the fuck it was. Was that an up or a down moment, Destiny? Were you thinking of your kid then?
Wasn't that, yeah, because he was supposed to debate somebody on the kill stream. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then he like pulled out at the 11th hour because he was...
Oh, literally like as Ethan Ralph was going on the air.
Yeah, yeah.
Plan to have children once you get married?
Probably eventually, yeah.
And will you cut out all this other stuff once you have children?
I mean, like when you have children, like you probably can't do as much.
Because you
but
don't
I
have
mean,
time, right?
yeah, it
Whatever.
depends on what's going on. Like
You put
we're not
it
gonna
like
have
all
like the
the
kid
things.
crawling around the living room while we're like high on mushrooms, like crawling around and stuff. That's not gonna happen.
Getting butt fucked by her boyfriend. I mean, that would not be appropriate. Just wouldn't be appropriate.
He's also lying.
You think he's lying?
I think that they will be on mushrooms getting butt fucked by her boyfriend while the kids are crawling around. Absolutely.
Happen, yeah.
Amazing. And so, Destiny, I didn't know you already had a child.
Mm-hmm.
As a boy or
He
girl?
doesn't know that either, apparently.
Boy,
And how old is he?
10 years old.
You spend time with him?
Yeah, I used to a lot when he was younger, but then since I moved to California, I just have to fly out there basically every time I travel.
Oh, I see. So are you, when you do see him, you're pretty close to him? He's close to you, are you close to him?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, sometimes we stream together. When I go down, he likes to like goof off on stream and stuff. And then we talk on the phone. And whatnot.
That's a healthy relationship.
That's amazing.
Yeah, just to see him 3 times a year and then also use him as content. Yeah, sure.
Well, he had to move to LA, dude.
Oh, for his career. It's not like he wasn't already making money hand over fist. I mean, these people, like, he doesn't even leave his fucking room to do his job. You could do this from anywhere on the planet.
You can do it from Sheboygan.
Destiny, so you have no morals?
I mean, I think I have morals, but
No, not you, but Destiny. I mean, not you, but Melina.
Oh, I do. I have morals. Sure.
Where do you get your morals from?
I treat people around me like I want to be treated. You know.
And how's it like sluts?
Like I sleep with people so they can sleep with me. Is that what you mean?
Do you get paid to? Do people pay you to sleep with you, or is it free?
Do you? Why do you think I would get paid to sleep with people?
Well, I'm just asking. I don't know because I don't know.
I'd give you like $40.
Yeah, $40 and like, you know.
I'd buy you dinner at Sizzler.
Yeah. Take her out to a nice what do you call it? Panda Express.
Yeah, but do you think like for a woman to sleep with a lot of people, she needs to get paid because she doesn't want to?
No, she just needs to eat.
Not today because
no, it's just like it could be a mutually beneficial thing. If you're gonna sleep with people anyways, why give away the milk for free?
Right.
You know, that's what he's saying. You know,
lack of value, so you can get it free now anywhere.
Yeah, guys.
So
no, I've never been paid to sleep with someone.
I heard you say in your Instagram thing that you were raped.
Oh, yeah, one time.
Hit him, Jesse. See how he just drops it on him?
How did that happen?
Yeah. He's like, oh, do you think your lifestyle produces positive results for yourself?
16 years old.
So that's why you're doing what you're doing now?
Oh, you think that I have like issues?
You
Like,
know what,
sexual
Melina?
issues or something?
This
That-
girl's fucking totally bullshit because guess what? I was raped a lot earlier than that. Confession. And I got over my trauma without being a slut. No, that's not true. That's not true. But my sluttiness was a direct result of my trauma of what happened to me when I was young.
Well, I think for her,
for her, she can't embrace that. She has to. She thinks it's an expression. She's blossomed into this slut. It's not the rancid necrotic inside of a dead flower.
Yeah, it's not that you are a product of your experiences to a certain respect, and until you can come to terms with that, you can't ever actually change it.
I'm pretty fine. It's pretty chill.
So that's not.
I got a therapy for a little bit there, but it was all good.
So were you able to overcome that trauma?
Yeah.
How do you know you've overcome
It all
that?
goes back to therapy.
Because
Therapy's the
whenever
magic bullet.
something similar has happened, I punched the guys in the face.
So you've been
lie. That's a lie.
They
You've
have
never
tried
punched
to rape
anybody.
you. Other guys have tried to
Well,
rape
not
you.
rape, but like sexually harassed or something. Usually, I just like do something about it. Yeah.
No, you don't.
Thank God you're a fucking 90-pound woman.
Yeah.
Over there punching a dude.
I'm sure the Somali guy at the bus stop in Stockholm totally took that punch on the chin.
And so, if you are having sex with so many people, how do you know if you're being raped or not?
Oh, because I want it. When I see dick, I want it. When I see pussy, I want it. That's the difference, you know.
Can I show you mine?
You are a millennial. Is that millennial?
Hold on 1 second. Let me stand up.
Oh, you mean what? You just got to see it?
Well, that's what she said in that video we watched before. And men are perplexed. They're nonplussed. They're just like, what are you talking about? What are you talking? It's not normal to just walk up to somebody at a party and say, I want to suck your dick. No strings attached. That's not normal. And she was like weirded out that guys would see that as a red flag.
That's not normal in the heterosexual.
No, I'm sorry. You're right. You're right there. You're definitely right there.
No.
I think she might be Generation
I'm a
Z.
Zoomer, yeah.
So in Sweden, most of the Generation Zs have the same attitude about sex and life as you do.
I'd say so. We're Swedes are way more open when it comes to nudity and when it comes to sexual activity and stuff. Yes, it's not uncommon to meet Swedes that has the same like count number as I do. Yeah.
Well, no
It's a
wonder.
different culture.
No wonder Sweden is going to hell in a handbasket.
You think so?
Yeah, it has no values. What?
It's
the-
fun. Have you ever seen Midsummer? The movie? It's
No,
very
I have.
accurate.
No, I have not.
Yeah, it's like we have like a cult up here, and we sleep around, and that's what we do. And
Throw people off cliffs.
Yeah,
and you know, again, this shows her level of maturity that she and she's doing it in jest, comparing the lifestyle that they live to that stupid fucking retarded movie. But listen, Swedish people are, if you took just the Swedes by themselves, they're one of the smallest minorities of people in the world.
Yeah.
The percentage of childbearing Swedish women in the world is actually statistically not even it doesn't factor onto any, like there's 1.5 billion Chinese people and there's like 10 million Swedes.
Yeah.
So when she's talking about how this is some bright wonderful future that the Swedes are going into, the Swedes actually aren't going to exist in like 20 years.
Yeah, they're like anti-natalists.
Yeah, they're a nation of anti-natalists that already has a negative birth rate and a very small number of people. They also have, in my opinion, like they're one of the most beautiful hothouse flowers in the genetic fucking garden.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And because they lost their faith in God, and because they, listen, I hate to sound like Jesse Peterson, but because they are in a fallen state here, they have nothing to live for. They have nothing to strive for.
Yeah, they have no
and
purpose.
They have no purpose and history, and all of that wonderful struggling that the Swedish ancestors did is going to evaporate in a big fucking orgy as the world just becomes this quote unquote melting pot.
Well,
or
and
toilet
it's also
bowl,
for them. It's just for apathy. It's just to apathy. It's just to not caring. It's not even like a deep philosophical movement or a change of life. It's just like they're just so apathetic because they don't have anything else in their lives except their immediate circumstance.
I mean, these people have sidewalks that like melt the snow by themselves. They have reached the apex of human comfort and civilization, and it seems like when humans reach that, they just decide to just give the farm away.
I think to a certain extent that's very true. I mean, so much of your life is determined and framed by your struggle. And when you don't have that anymore, you don't know what to do. You don't know what to do with yourself.
It's my struggle is very important. It's almost like, there have been great thinkers that have written books about their struggle. But anyway, I am done listening to these dumb cum-covered cunts. I think that is there any timestamps that you want to hit in here?
Satan is your daddy?
Oh, please, let's hear it.
Okay. Let's go to that.
You don't believe in God, so Satan is your daddy. Your parents didn't guide you the right way. So I understand it. I just felt it wasn't something that I was happy to hear. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I wish everybody well. And I can't imagine you having peace sleeping with that many people. And now you say you're doing drugs and all that. So you can't.
Wait, do you like orgasms?
Like who?
Do you like orgasms?
No.
Really? Why did you sleep with
Doubt.
Press X.
50 women then?
I never slept with 50 women.
You said you were a slut maker.
But not 50 women. I mean, when I was growing up,
plenty.
women were not as empty, as sleazy as they are today.
How many women did you make into sluts, Jesse?
If I took a guess between 17 and 20 something, I would say about.
How could you do that to
I
those
would
women?
say about 5 or 10 at best.
How could you make them so empty and sad?
So now?
You did that to them. You made them sad and empty. Why did you do that to them?
Well, at that time, I
doubt he left them empty,
I
hon.
was sad myself at that time because
You took
that's
your
why I was
sadness
doing it.
out
See, she doesn't even understand the juxtaposition. He's like, yeah, no, it was not a good time in my life. I don't think these are good things that I did.
Well, it's like we're going to watch Mr. I think it's David Pakman.
Oh
later.
yeah, I got that one.
The clip that we're going to watch is different from another one where he. The first one has a very clickbaity title. We didn't watch it, and we don't need to watch it because it's summarized here in what I'm about to say. The clickbaity title is like Jesse Lee Peterson celibacy confirmed. And when you watch the video, Jesse Lee's like, "Yeah, I'm not married, so I don't have sex." And the way David Pakman frames it is like, my viewers are going to be very interested to find out that Jesse Lee Peterson is a celibate.
David Pakman is one of the most annoying human beings in the public sphere. Just the worst.
All that I know about him is his interviews with Jesse Lee Peterson, and that's all I need to know.
Dude, yeah, it's just a cavalcade of dumb bullshit. But okay, well, do you want to go there next?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was going to say either that or Mike Enoch because they're two different sides of this coin.
Yeah, it's slightly. Although Pakman's he likes to move in and out of whatever identity he's presenting at the time because sometimes he'll be Jewish unless his audience doesn't want him to be Jewish, then he'll be like Cuban because Destiny's Cuban and he wants to be Destiny's best buddy.
I think he's Argentinian.
Or Argentinian, maybe, yeah.
That is a thing.
And I was like, that is the whitest motherfucker I've ever seen in my entire life.
Well, no, but my thing is that if he's defaulting back to his Jewishness, then that makes him Jewish. That makes him
well.
Not white.
He won't. I mean, say what you will about whatever, but like David Pakman is so spineless that he stopped talking about Palestine, Israel because his audience was hostile to him.
Well, one of the best things about this interview is Jesse Lee Peterson gets him talking about the wall and how horrible the wall is, and as soon as he brings up Israel's wall, David Pakman's like, "Oh, well, have you been there, Jesse? Have you seen that situation? It's a little different.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because our border isn't a national security situation, but yours is.
Well, it's not,
this type of stuff never gets these people in trouble.
No, it doesn't. Because they don't have to have consistency. Because it's always an exception to the rule. Everybody, well, I mean, just like in life, everybody kind of views themselves as the exception to the rule. David Pakman is definitely no different, but he's such a disingenuous shitbag. He's such a slimy fucker.
Everyone sees themselves as exceptions to the rule, but some people actually are exceptions to the rule.
Yeah, like me and you. Yeah.
What we didn't know when we started this video is that I'm actually secretly in the background doing a 10,000 calorie mukbang of just various like finger snacks and jerkies and stuff.
Yeah, I did a 10,000 calorie mukbang last night. So much so that at 3 a.m, my wife hit me and said, "Stop crunching so loud."
Oh my god! We got a Christmas package from Caitlin's mother, and a bunch of it is stuff that Caitlin won't eat, especially being pregnant right now. She's so sensitive to certain shit. She's just you can have all this stuff. So we have it all right now, and we're gonna be by the end of the stream. I'm either gonna be vomiting, or actually, is the calorie count up in the corner of my screen?
Yes, it is right there.
Oh, okay, cool.
Is we're gonna do it. What's that called? Epic Mealtime style.
Yeah, I gotta turn up my microphone so you can hear me crunching and slurping.
People have been waiting for this one. I did reappear,
and also the only reason he talked to Jesse Lee Peterson is because Destiny did it, and he was like, "Oh, it got views."
Yeah, that's the only reason any of these people do anything is for the views.
Oh, yeah, but he's like such, because nobody likes, I don't think people legit like him. I met one not met. There was one person I've ever spoken to in any context. There's somebody that was chatting to me while I was watching videos about people lying about Kyle Rittenhouse. And he was like, "Well, David Pakman's cool." I was like, David Pakman is like the most disingenuous fucking moron on the internet. I'd rather watch the fucking Young Turks. I would. I'd rather watch that garbage.
Well, yeah, because they're at least entertaining. This dude fancies himself some kind of quasi-intellectual. Where he's like, the part at the end of this where he's like, "Jesse, I do philosophy. I don't do science. I don't do dictionary definitions." Yeah, and it's like okay, but when it's time to change, when it's time to fundamentally change the concept of a word that people have used for hundreds of years, then you people do dictionary definitions, right? when it's time to change the definition of power or privilege or racism, then we do dictionary definitions. But not right now when I'm being put under pressure on the fucking Jesse Lee Peterson show.
The Jesse Lee Peterson show in person. This was actually his TV only version, TV only show called The Fallen State, not the Jesse Lee Peterson radio show, of which I've been kicked off before. And it was.
You have that damn Obama phone. You got that damn Obama phone, dude.
The fallen messiah.
That's how Jesse Lee gets his out. When he doesn't want to talk to somebody, he's like, I can't understand it. You must have an Obama phone.
Is a very interesting appearance. And I think people who follow me understand that the attitude I took was this entire thing is really not super serious. And it was
so they have to qualify everything as well. Be like, hey, I know I talked to this person that we all hate, but don't hate me because I talked to him, right? It's just a silly goof. Like, why do you have to, you're an adult, you go in to have a conversation with somebody, doesn't mean you're endorsing them, doesn't mean you think the same things they think, but they feel this reflexive need because their entire audience is made up of 17-year-olds. They get triggered whenever they hear anything that is counter to the weird ideological internet bullshit that consumes their lives.
And right in line with all the petty bullshit and clickbaity nature of this guy's entire fucking shtick. Jesse Lee Peterson desperate to control David, whatever the fuck that means.
He's such a wild card.
Yeah, he's such a fucking tell that wildcat behind the wheel to stay above 50. He comes in right now and says, they were rolling tape right at the beginning of the show, and they had us this awkward moment where we were just sitting there. You know what I mean? And they actually sent that awkward moment out on air, and he makes this big deal of it like it was some kind of weird, awkward thing.
Oh, he's neurotic he's like
totally
he's a neurotic psycho.
At best, that is a accidental flick of a crossfade switch.
Yeah.
Where Jesse Lee, it's not awkward. He's sitting there giggling to himself, and
It's
David
called production. It's called what you do on TV.
And David Packman is sitting there fidgeting awkwardly while Jesse Lee Peterson's like doing the black doctor laugh from The Simpsons. He's like giggling to himself. So at best it's that, but at worst, you know what I would like to think?
What?
My headcanon of this moment is that Jesse Lee told his production staff to do that on purpose just to fuck with this guy, knowing that very subtle thing would set him off, and then like the whole Jack Donaghy negotiating tactics when you walk in with a tangerine and start peeling it while the other person's trying to make their demands. I know that that's not what actually happened, but in my imagination, I believe that Jesse Lee Peterson did this on purpose.
I took a distant approach in that my priority was not to get too worked up by the things that Jesse Lee Peterson said, most of which made absolutely no sense. There's also, we're going to keep in the edit, before they went live, for some reason, the camera cut to us just awkwardly sitting on the stage, and it went out on air during his live stream. And then his intro started. And it is a very, very awkward moment. This is the entire thing uncut. My interview on The Fallen State with Jesse Lee Peterson.
Thought about that awkward moment for several weeks afterward. It kept him up at night.
Well, it's also, he just thinks it's a dunk. It's just a way to delegitimize the entire operation. Like, they're idiots. They don't know what they're doing. This is such a silly thing I did. Look at this meme. I'm a meme now, guys. I'm one of the cool kids now. David, he could have taken it upon himself to say something if he felt awkward.
Here's the deal. Anybody who's ever done an interview or appeared on anything, us, before we start an episode of fucking Goes to the Movies, there's always a few seconds when the ball is rolling on the production side, where the people who are on screen kind of have to sit there awkwardly and wait for that to begin. If you look 10 to 15 seconds before any newscast that starts any night, it looks exactly like this. And like you say, this douchebag is so desperate for a slam dunk, he leans into that right out of the gate, and it's so pathetic.
Yeah, he'll grab onto anything. It's like if anybody's ever done a radio interview and you go past when they have to break for commercial, and there's like that 2.5 minute commercial period, they don't talk to you. You just sit there.
Right.
You just sit there and you wait for them to come back, and that's it.
You on?
We live?
Amazing. Welcome to the Father State YouTube Live. I'm Jesse Lee Peterson. Apologize for the late start, but we are black. And black
But the
people
real
are
flex
late.
is we got to see that moment happen for like 3 seconds, but he made David Pakman sit there for like 18 minutes.
I know. How long were they sitting there before that actually went over, not saying anything to each other, and Jesse just chuckling?
In this empty room with all these chairs lined up like there should be an audience, but there's not.
We start on CP time. It is midterm election season, and I have with me David Pakman. He is the progressive host of the political television and radio program, The David Pakman Show. David, thank you for coming.
I can't believe I'm here.
I know, it's amazing.
Last time we didn't end well. You
I
remember?
know, right.
Do you remember?
I remember I had to kick you off my show.
You kicked me off. You said, I'd never have that idiot back on my show.
Yeah.
You call me a girly man.
Yeah.
What changed your mind about having me back after the ban?
That's my producer.
Oh, you didn't even want me here?
No, I want you here.
Oh, you did?
I totally do. I'm glad you're here.
Oh.
Just because I fight with you doesn't mean I don't love you.
Okay.
Yeah, you love me?
I don't really know you.
Do you have to know me to love me?
I have a general love for all people, but I don't know you.
The median answer. I love everyone. I love all people.
That's how he sniffs. That's his bullshit detector. He leads with that question, and depending on how people with the level with which people answer that bullshit, he then chooses his level of
Because it's
attack.
so easy. It's such an easy thing to be like, yes, Jesse, I love you too. And that's it. It's over.
Yeah, I love you.
You're done.
Or yeah, man, I love white people. Yeah, I love black people.
And then you're done. And Jesse would give you room to qualify it if you felt necessary. It's amazing.
But the truth is that these people are in a fallen state. They don't love anybody, and that's always impossible for them to love anyone because they don't love everybody.
Know me to love me.
Not as a human, no.
Why not?
No, I'm saying I don't need to know you to love you as part of the human race.
Oh, yeah, well, I love you.
Thank you.
Are you surprised?
Not really.
Were you surprised that I threw you off the radio show?
Not really.
Why not?
You didn't seem pleased with my answers.
Oh, you were not answering. That's what it was. I would ask you a question. I would ask you where you're going and tell me where you've been. And so you can't really bring forth a good show that way.
But sometimes you will admit a question can be it's like, when did you stop beating your wife, right? Like, not every question is fair.
He's right about this. Jesse Lee frames some really unfair questions, but he does it purposefully.
Well, he does it purposely, but that's my whole thing. Like, if I were to ever be in a situation to talk to Jesse Lee Peterson and he asked me one of those questions that doesn't have, like, the yes or no answer, I would answer it in the direction that I wanted to have my qualifications go, because I know he's going to let me qualify it. But I have to answer the question first. And I can give the yes or no answer, and then I can probably expound upon it. I mean, I've seen, at least from my experience watching Jesse Lee, if you see some people that get past that hurdle, generally they're able to expound upon their thoughts because that's what he's doing. That's part of his show. It's his shtick.
Maybe.
Well, maybe you beat your wife. I don't know, and that would be an example.
You never beat your wife?
I'm not married.
Oh, yeah. Well, wait until you get married. No, I'm kidding. So, David, what I want to talk to you about, I want to talk about politics. Mm-hmm. I want to get to know you a little better.
Let's do it.
And so my first question, are you a Christian?
No.
You're not. Do you believe in God?
He certainly is not.
Are you an atheist?
I have an absence of belief in God. If you want to call that atheism, it could be agnosticism. I'm not really sure, but I have an absence of belief in God. But it's not like I'm not going around telling people God doesn't exist. Right. It's sort of like if we heard a noise in the back right now, I wouldn't say to you, that was probably an invisible purple hippopotamus. I have no evidence that that's what it is. I would say it's probably a noise caused by something we've seen, something we can prove, something there's evidence for. I wouldn't tell you invisible purple hippopotamuses don't exist or could never exist.
Right.
I just have no reason to think that that's what caused the noise.
And okay, a couple things here. First of all, I hate this fucking reductio ad absurdum that atheists always use, where instead of just saying God, they say spaghetti monster or some shit. Like, we're not children. We can talk about whether or not there's a God, but you can't because you're uncomfortable, so you have to change it into some other creature that's silly because that makes you feel comfortable. Also, this is a thing, this is a failing of Christianity, and this is something that the Jews get right, where this dude is Jewish. It's a huge part of his ethnic identity. He will say in this interview that cultural foundation
he's
builds,
culturally Jewish.
it builds his moral foundation in the world. But he's also an atheist. But in Christianity, if you become an atheist, like, you have to take everything literally in Christianity. So if you become an atheist, then you have to also fundamentally question the moral foundation of Christendom, which Jewish people don't do. So it's kind of a long-term failing of Christianity. But as to what you were saying earlier, this sort of anamorphous identity, this sort of blob of an identity where you can slide into this thing, slide out of another thing. But white Christians don't get that privilege. We either are something or we're not, and we are all in a deconstructionist state. So we all don't have anything. Whereas if you were Jewish, you would get to hold on to that.
Well, I think, especially with the people that are more outspoken about it, I think it's because they had, it goes back to childhood trauma, negative experiences that were surrounding being involved with Christianity or being involved in the church. Maybe not necessarily the belief itself, but the people involved that you had to deal with that were also part of your community. I would say, like, for me, the thing that, turned me away from being Catholic, I was raised Catholic. I went to Catholic high schools. I was an altar boy for Latin Mass, as you know. And a lot of it was that started turning me away was the hypocrisy of the people that preached to me, basically, for lack of a better way to put it. So it didn't make me, I never questioned like the value of it, the value of the principle. I always thought they were good principles to live by. I'm very happy that I was raised Catholic, for lack of a better way to put it. Like, I think it was a good thing for my life, and it made me a better person for it. But I definitely have like the same wishy-washy tendencies that some of these people have, where it's just like, well, I don't know, and I don't feel like I need it to continue or think those values are important. I think the institution is important because it brought mankind forward. This is something that we suffered and bled and died to learn these lessons as a species. And so we wouldn't forget it. We put it in stories. We put it in institutions. And it doesn't make them any less important, whether it's true or not. This is something actually Jordan Peterson used to say that I always thought was really astute, was like, I don't know if there is a God, but I believe as if there I live my life as if there is. Because that just is a good way to give yourself those guideposts sometimes.
That's a philosophical, it's somebody's gambit. I can't remember whose it is. Somebody's gambit. The rule is that even if there is no God, or even if you think there might not be a God, it's best to live as though there is, because
you don't know.
You don't know, and in the course of living like there is a God, you actually become a better person anyway. It just kind of happens by default.
Yeah, because those values, the bottom principles of Christianity, are very positive and productive things. They're things that actually help you as a human being, help your community, help your family, help all of these things. There's so much positivity couched into living by that rule set. Well, and I've never discounted that. I've never thought it was silly or stupid or ever made fun of people or whatever.
I mean, that is one way to look at it. I was talking to David Pacman's cousin, Jerry Goldsmith, and he had a completely different view on Christian values. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. We have to dig a little more into that.
Not believing God. Have you ever believed?
When I was younger, so culturally and ethnically, I'm Jewish.
Right.
So I was around a lot of Jewish people growing up. So there were Old Testaments around, and I would look at them, and I was kind of a blank slate in the sense that my parents never imposed religious beliefs on me, but they also didn't tell me you shouldn't believe anything. It was sort of open. I could look at the Old Testament, I could listen, talk to people. So there was a period, I'm still open to the possibility of there being a God, and I always sort of have been. but I don't currently believe that there is one.
So I believe I read that you were part Jewish and part Argentinian.
Well, they're two different things. So I was born in Argentina. My family, a lot of Jews from Eastern Europe, before and after the Holocaust, moved out of Eastern Europe, as I'm sure you know.
Right.
Argentina is one of the places that they went. So my family I'm ethnically Jewish, right? But my family was in Argentina. So like I grew up speaking Spanish, and in that sense, I'm sort of Hispanic culture, you could say.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're not actually Argentinian then. I don't know. Can we claim that we are something just from being born there? I guess I don't know.
Well, you could. That depends. That depends on which Jewish person you're talking to. But that is a problem with dual citizenship, dual loyalty. It's like, well, you have a group of people who, and hey, in 50 years, white people are going to be doing the same thing. Where it's like we're a group of people with no space, no homeland. And for many thousands of years, we kind of wandered the globe as a diaspora. And so one of the survival mechanisms, one of the survival strategies of Jewish people is to assimilate into whatever culture they get into.
Sure.
And so on one hand, that you can be 100% Jewish, but also another thing. And that's just a kind of... It's built into their ethnic and cultural infrastructure, really.
Yeah, and like you said, it's kind of a survival-based thing because it's a numbers game. Like there's just not that many Jewish people in the world.
Yeah, and then when like every 150 years somebody tries to fucking cut the whole tree down for no reason at all.
They also, but they're not out there proselytizing. They don't try to induct people into their belief systems or their culture. That's not something they do.
They have the sort of opposite strategy of
Christians,
hyper in-groupism, where it's like we really want to specifically define what the out-group is, which is everybody, which is how you can call a white American guy Joe Sixpack a goyim, but you can also call like Rahajamadad Janabad from Bangladesh a goyim, because to a Jewish person, behind closed doors, they're all the same.
Yeah.
No matter what your Jewish friend tells you. I'm just kidding.
Okay. And I know you are a progressive, right? Not a liberal.
I don't really know the difference at this point.
I was going to ask, is there a
Me
difference?
neither.
A lot of this stuff is just semantics. I think it's better,
right about
I could tell you what my views are on any particular issue,
Right.
but whether I'm, progressive or liberal or I don't know. I don't know what we gain from talking
Would
about
you
that.
consider yourself progressive?
I want to see progress.
Oh, what a dumb fucking answer. It's like, no, how do you describe yourself? He definitely describes himself and has political affiliations. Like,
Right.
it's so fucking stupid not to just say it. That's what I can't stand about people like this. That's kind of why I almost not almost, but I respect somebody like Jesse here, because he is what he is. He makes no bones about it. He will tell you very directly. And then you can actually have a real conversation. You can have an agreement or disagreement based on something tangible, not like some sort of fucking loosey-goosey, nebulous term.
So in that sense, by the dictionary definition, I guess so. The problem is that
Pause it for a second.
You might have some idea.
This guy's doing dictionary definitions all of a sudden.
Yeah. Yeah. No, of course he's going to revert to that when it's convenient.
When it's beneficial to him, yeah, but when
Yeah,
he
of
doesn't
course.
have an answer, he's going to say, I don't do dictionary.
But that's the disingenuous nature of like all of these fucking types of people. These self-appointed pseudo-intellectuals, they will play this game and keep shifting goalposts until you feel like you're crazy.
Let me tell you something.
They just gaslight you in real time and then question whether or not you actually heard them right, or if maybe you're just not educated enough. Maybe you haven't read enough books. Maybe you just don't understand, because it would be impossible for somebody that's intelligent to intuit with what you're saying without having fucking 5 years being indoctrinated into a belief. But
Look, before we go on, I just want to point out one irrefutable truth that before all God and nature, Any man who wears sneakers with a suit cannot be trusted.
Well, that's probably true. That's why I don't wear suits.
And this is coming from a guy who's eating 10,000 calories.
Right now, live. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Is about what is implied by the political term progressive that maybe I agree with, maybe I don't, but I definitely want to see, humanity progress, for sure.
And one of the
Is
reasons...
there a person that exists that doesn't want that? Humanity to progress?
Anti-natalists.
Well, that's true. Thank you. Good catch.
I'm concerned about you being a progressive is that...
Me specifically or all progressives?
All men.
Men, only
Yeah,
men.
Only men.
Progressive women don't concern me.
It's normal, abnormal for women to be progressive.
Interesting.
Or liberal, but it's abnormal for a man to be a liberal or progressive. It's a sign of being a beta male.
I didn't know that.
Because real men are conservative, Republican, and strong in nature. So I'm concerned if you're a liberal or a progressive.
If I became conservative, would I no longer be beta?
You would become alpha.
Well, something to think about.
I love that.
How did you become a liberal / progressive? Were you always that way, or did something happen along the way?
No, interestingly, I'm glad you asked that. Actually, in high school, I took a lot of sort of standard, what we would call like classical economics.
Yeah.
And classical economics is pretty conservative in a lot of ways. It assumes rational actors participating in the economy. It assumes a lot of stuff that's sort of, right now, more conservative in terms of economics. So I had a lot of those ideas, and I thought that they made sense. And then I learned more about behavioral economics and the work of people like Daniel Kahneman and others who say, economics as we usually teach it is not right. And so that made me question the beliefs that I had sort of assembled over time. And then I was questioning all of my beliefs. So I definitely have had sort of a shift to the left. I was never a right winger. I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
But I've definitely moved to the left the more I've become educated about issues.
This is why it's not good to
So you move to the
allow
left, to the
children
left.
to go to public school.
Tell me more.
Because they're brainwashing them, and
Well, I didn't go to public school.
They're turning them away from their values.
I didn't go to public
Well,
school.
private school too, if you don't watch out for it.
I'm kidding. I did go to public school.
Yeah. Do your parents know that the school education?
Being such an
system
arrogant
is
prick.
impacting you?
He's not even approaching this in good faith.
No, he's not at all. He's here for the memes. He's trying to he's trying to have his cake and eat it too, because he wants to represent himself seriously, so that there's no mistaking where he comes from. But he also wants to be a snarky cunt just to do it.
Reminds me of Larry David.
Brings you into a liberal?
Do they know that it had this impact on me? That's interesting. I mean, they know my political views.
Oh, they do?
They do.
And are they happy with them? Do
They're very
agree
happy.
with you?
They're very happy.
They
No,
agree?
my mom is the happiest Jewish mom you could imagine. Yeah.
So you've not been married?
Color me
you have-
surprised.
You're not married or never been married, no kids?
Oh, that's
now.
what that's just being a rich person that doesn't actually have to suffer the consequences of anything they support or believe. So,
yeah,
that's really what it is.
All right.
I've never been married. That's true.
Yeah.
I'm not currently married, of course, and I don't have children at this time.
Do you date?
I do.
And do you find that it's difficult for young men of your age group to find good women to date?
Not at all.
Not at all?
Not at all.
The women that you date and have
He's like, I've seen Melina 3 times this month. What are you talking about?
No, he rents
Are they
Melina.
$45.
controlling?
Now, I do date women exclusively, but how did you know that I date women? It's possible I date men or both, right?
Well, that is possible, but I wouldn't assume that about you.
You didn't assume that then? Okay.
Yeah, unless you tell me.
No.
Do you date men too?
Exclusively women.
Oh.
Would it be a bad thing for our conversation if I dated men?
Well, it wouldn't be bad for our conversation. It would be interesting.
Okay.
Why don't you date men?
I'm not attracted to men.
Oh, good.
I don't see anything wrong with it, but I know you do.
You do not see anything wrong with it?
With being attracted to men?
Why not?
Why would it be wrong?
Because it's of the same sex, so it's abnormal.
But that's not an argument.
It's a fact.
What makes something normal?
Let me ask you this.
I
wanted to
fucking
ask
hate
you
this. I hate this deconstructionist nihilist question. What makes something normal? Whether or not a majority of people participate in it without having to be told or not.
Yeah, it's a very easy question to answer, and they pretend like it's the fucking it's something the Sphinx asked them. Like,
Yeah,
whoa,
because,
what a
you know-
quandary! What a quandary! Like even the term abnormal is not even necessarily a negative connotation. It just means it is outside of the norm.
Right. I saw a Tumblr post that had a quote from the Addams Family where Morticia said that what is normal for the spider is chaos for the fly, and that is the my entire philosophical argument wrapped up in a Tumblr post.
Thank you, Morticia.
But I wanted to ask this on my radio show.
Please.
If a woman decides that, oh, you know, I feel like a man, and I want to be a man, and she goes to a doctor, rushes down the road to a doctor's office.
Yep.
He take off her female body parts and attach male body parts to them, to her. Would that make her a male?
Would it make her male, or would it make her a man?
Either one.
Depends how you define either, right?
All right. Would it make her a man or a male? Would she still be a woman with body part of a man?
I mean, it'd be a transgender man.
But would it be a woman? It would make her a man?
It would be a transgender man, I think.
What does that mean?
It means it's someone who was born biologically female, wouldn't it?
Right.
This isn't my area of expertise.
Right.
I'm interested
But
in the
just
conversation.
normal people, you know right from wrong when you see it, right?
Do I know right from wrong? I don't know. Do I?
You don't know if you know right from wrong?
I think people want to know what's right and what's wrong, but if everybody knew right from wrong, no bad things would ever happen.
You know, this kind of thing.
That's not true at all.
This argument that he's using, this type of argumentation that he's using, really reminds me of when the Pharisees and Sadducees put Jesus on trial and used this kind of trickery and devilry to sort of paint him into an intellectual, philosophical corner, and then use that loophole to actually destroy him. It's a very interesting method of argumentation.
But it's also just like it's this dumb fucking thing where people just refuse to state their own principles. Everybody has an innate sense of what they feel is right and wrong, and this is such a stupid fucking game, this moral relativist game. I cannot fucking stand it, and it comes directly from taking philosophy classes in college.
Yep.
They tried to do this shit with me when I went to philosophy. When I took philosophy courses in college, they tried to do this shit, and I was like, I am not a moral relativist. I am perfectly okay saying that some cultures, some people, whatever, are more advanced than others morally. That doesn't necessarily mean I think they're the evil or they'll never get there. But as it stands right now, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with just like making that basic objective observation.
Listen,
the idea that has become some sort of taboo notion, like, oh well, we cannot stand against anything then.
Right. Philosophy is midwit shit, and it has been since Plato, and you can fucking quote me on that.
Well, I enjoy some philosophy, and to a certain degree, I think it can just make you think about things, I suppose. But yeah, some people take it so fucking seriously, as if they read something and it changes their entire worldview, as if they are not the same person anymore. That's just not how truth and knowledge works, and that's not even the intention of philosophy. It's become prescriptive when it wasn't prescriptive for hundreds of years. It's only been since like the 50s that it's become a prescriptive thing. Read a philosopher, he'll tell you what to think. That's not how it's supposed to work at all.
You know, it's interesting that during all the times of heightened philosophy, there's also heightened pederasty. But anyway, we should probably get on with this.
Well, hey, dude, no, especially in the past 50, 60 years, every giant rock star philosopher that was brought to America in the 60s, people can go look this up. They all signed that age of consent petition in like the late 70s about how they wanted to change the age of consent to about 12 to 14. And it was all because of Foucault and Derrida wanted to fuck kids, and they wanted to rationalize it. Go look into it. I suggest people go check it out.
Do you know right from wrong?
I feel like I do.
And so if you knew a female who took off her female body parts and attached a male body part to them, would you think, wow, that's a man, or would you still know that's a woman?
Depends on the person, right? Depends what they look like and sort of how they exist
Well, how
in the
about if it was a
world.
woman that you knew her very well? She said, David, you and I are good friends. Today, I'm going to become a man.
Okay.
I'm going down to the doctor's office there and have some male body parts attached.
Right.
Would you think that your friend is a woman or a man?
I mean, my reaction would be radical empathy. I would say, oh, wow, that's a major change. Like what's going on that's making you want to do that? And I would listen to that.
Empathy.
With empathy.
But would you know it's still a woman, or would you?
You wouldn't maybe in the back of your mind think like, my friend might have a problem. My friend might have a problem. They might have something wrong with them.
Look, we live in such a time where two people can't sit down in a room and decide what a man and a woman is. And we're going to see that multiple times played out over multiple concepts in these videos. We already have. We've been at this for 3 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, we are in such a topsy-turvy, upside-down way in this country now that we can't even decide on the most basic things. What is white? What is a man? What is a woman? What is a child? What is a life? And it's, these fundamental questions are what's going to drive a wedge into this country.
Well, it's also done completely on purpose.
Yep.
I make this joke all the time on Nightcap. They are trying to fuck your kids. For whatever reason, every social movement of the past 50, 60 years always is trying to get their clutches into your children. Don't forget that. Don't forget. So when assholes like this, wishy-washy, can't answer a straight fucking question, that's what they're doing. And they think that this stuff should be promulgated in schools.
Because
that kids should be all fucked up in the head so that they can get their claws into them. Because there's a subset of people that is their intention, is to normalize the idea that children are not precious, that they are not innocent. It always goes back to that. Always goes back to it.
And, when I go to brush my teeth, Theo shows up with his toothbrush. When I go to chop something, Theo wants to chop it with me. I was feeding the turtle peaches. Then I gave Theo some peaches. He ran over to the tank and gave his peaches to the turtle. I was blown away when I had a kid by how quickly they begin to pick up the things that you're doing in front of them and emulate that. And these people know that when you load your firmware into children at a young age, that makes a customer, a follower, a devotee for life. Okay,
100%.
when my grandparents used to pick me up from, I'm not a food addict or anything. I'm not eating 10,000 calories in this one stream. When my grandparents used to pick me up from kindergarten every day, they would take me to McDonald's to get a Happy Meal, a cheeseburger, and a Sprite. And to this day, when I drive past a McDonald's, I can fucking smell the French fries. I can smell the cheese and the ketchup.
The sense memory, yeah.
It's just burned into my brain. And the same thing happens with your orgasms. The same thing happens when you drink or do drugs. It makes these mental pathways.
Yeah.
And the people who push these vices know that, and that's why they want to get kids. And the disingenuous person, usually on the left, but also increasingly on the right, who asks or who mocks the idea that, they're coming for your kids. Why are you such a prude? Why are you such a Puritan? Why is it always about the kids? Because it's always about the kids.
Because
if you can program them early on, then you've got them forever. That's why, you dumb fuck.
Yeah, it's social constructionism, but in a way that is way more dark than I think anybody really wants to contend with. They can't fathom it. They can't imagine, because that's not how they think. So they can't imagine that that's what's going on. Even your educators, they have no idea what the fuck is going on. They have no idea what they're teaching your kids. They get this stuff from a fucking state that is given it to by like the Board of Education, which is full of childless psychopaths that are constructing how you should learn and what you should learn about and when you should learn it.
They've been all hopped up on Frankfurt School shit for the last 3 or 4 generations in the colleges, and all that conservatives and right-wing people have been dropping out of the institution saying, it's just those crazy academics. Well, no, those crazy academics run fucking everything.
Yeah.
And they are basically going to have a CPS come and take your kid away because you won't agree to let that kid go on hormone therapy at 7.
Yeah, 100%. And the conservatives are the most pernicious because they want to be liked by these people. There's this innate thing because they have the lion's share of the culture. They're cool. They control music, movies, television. They want to be liked by them. They want to be accepted by them. And they always, I'm not a huge Michael Malice fan, but one thing he says that I find that is totally true is that conservatism is just progressivism going the speed limit. And I'm like, that's a good way to put it.
And the reason for this is that the only way to make the right wing seem cool is to just go fascist. And then you're immediately cooler than everybody on the left because there is literally nothing cooler in the world than fucking fascism. It makes the human brain scramble.
Yeah, because it's about order.
Right. And when you live in a world like ours that's just disorder and everybody's so exhausted and everything's so tiresome and everybody just wants some adult to step into the room and make this stuff go away, you're like, oh, wait, shit, that's a refreshing drink of water.
Well, I think the past 2 years, that's what's going to happen, dude. People are like really sick and tired. Even people that are like traditionally thought of themselves as left-leaning people, liberals, whatever, even they're just like, enough. This is fucking getting out of control.
Look up Daniel Concannon, who is here in New Hampshire, who is railing against the school board and they're anti-white. The Board of Education and a bunch of fucking lawyers and teachers in New Hampshire is suing for the right to teach what's now referred to as critical race theory. I remember it as critical race legal theory 20 years ago, but nobody knew what it was 20 years ago because you weren't fucking paying attention.
It's the praxis by which that they've taken the framework of the legal theory and applied it to other disciplines where it doesn't necessarily belong or add up to anything productive or good. I mean, you have stories of kids coming home from these social emotional learning courses. We're talking like 6-7-year-olds wanting to tear their skin off because they're white kids.
Right.
Because that's how a child cannot fucking understand that. They can't understand what you're talking about. So they just look at themselves as evil.
So when you're talking, you're talking to
gross.
children about politics and identity and sexuality, and they should be thinking about fucking Power Rangers until they're like 9.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And it, like you said, it gets them all confused. It gets them all worked up. And, then I'm a radical neo-Nazi because I want to teach my child to be proud of his various white heritage and all the history and all the things that have led to the moment of his existence and what that means going forward into the future. But if you're fucking... my dad was Puerto Rican, Nicaraguan, and Caribbean, and then my mom was from Brazil, and also her grandfather was Sudan. You're allowed to be proud of all that shit, but if you're a white person, all of a sudden, if you even you're only allowed to define whiteness in the negative. You're only allowed to know what whiteness is when you're talking about white privilege or white power or white supremacy.
Yeah.
Once we're actually identifying a group of people in the positive as a group that should be respected or defined or seen as a thing, then we don't know what is white. What are Italians white? Are Syrians white? Or then we start asking if Lebanese people are white all of a sudden. And so we know what white is when we want to castigate it.
Well, that's the thing. It's just like it's allowable if you are white passing, whatever, to just say, okay, you're just part of this nebulous whiteness blob. There's no nuance. There's no getting into the minutia. But if you're part of other ethnicities or nationalities, that's all that you talk about. That's all that you're part of. That's like if I was just like, no, I'm not white. I'm Irish. I'm Irish. I'm not white. I'm Irish.
But you're not Irish is the thing.
Well, that's what. Yeah, I mean that's what they would say.
And the thing is, if you're an American, first of all, you have an identity that is white, because none of us are Irish, none of us are Swedish, none of us are German. We're white Americans. We're a new offshoot of that diaspora. I mean, that's how Mexicans got made. Mexicans didn't exist 300 years ago.
Yeah.
Mexicans are a very specific nationality that came from Castizo Spaniards and the native people, so much so that in Santa Fe there's a mural of like native people walking this way and Spanish people walking this way and a big Mexican head, like the most Mexican dude that's ever been painted right in the middle. And you know, other groups can talk about their ethnicities, they can talk about their racial backgrounds like this, but white people can't. And you know, you have people like David Pakman. People like David Pakman are the people who are in charge of leading this. And they will be hated, they will be resented, because they are going to lead this charge to turn our societies into no longer monocultural societies, and the people who used to run those societies are going to resent them for it, just like Barbara Specter said.
Well, I don't know who Barbara Specter is, but yes.
Think it's a man. Would
Hard
you
to
personally
say.
think it's a man?
Hard to say. I mean, every person's different, right?
I'm talking about you.
No,
Would
I
you
mean
think-
every other person. I don't know what they would be like. What it would be like to be with them.
But what would you think?
I don't
Would
know.
you still
who's
like?
the
I would
person.
still know that that's a woman.
Right.
I don't care how many male body parts she's attached.
Right.
It's still a woman.
Okay.
But would you consider it might be a man? Would you think of it as a man?
It? Would I think of it as a man? It's a person, right? I don't say
Right.
it.
It's a female. But would you think of the female as a man?
We'd have to meet and see what it's
Well,
like.
you
right?
already know her. You grew up with her. She's a good friend.
Right, but this is imaginary.
Would you think it's a man or a woman?
So is their
no
gender.
shit.
Their gender's imaginary.
No,
too.
but he can't talk about a hypothetical and like, okay, how would you react relative to the information I'm giving you? It's fucking so slimy. It's so disingenuous. It's so boring and like pedantic. It's just like, just fucking say what you think. If you think it's all bullshit, then just say that. Then just say that. I would much prefer that. I would much prefer that. But he doesn't, because he doesn't really think that. David Pakman does not really think that. It's like a fucking trend for him to jump onto for his social clout.
I think that we can probably skip ahead maybe about 10 minutes in this interview, because it
Yeah.
gets very David Pakman here.
All right, we'll go to 19.
It's somewhere, not the legal system.
People have tried to prove a point. This is, I'm sure you're going to denounce this because of your strong position against false allegations. Because of my position,
Oh God,
that
we're talking about
Christine
Kavanaugh.
Blasey Ford seemed credible to me. People actually started.
There is no
contacting-
topic in the world that I have ever wanted to hear about less than fucking Brett Kavanaugh.
Oh my God, right? I mean, well, other than the fact that, like, clearly a political railroading, but, so he thought this woman was credible. And then when he was watching the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, he thought the judge was a white supremacist kook. So it's just completely ideologically driven. It's not based on any objective reality or anything like that. It's just like, what do the people that follow me think I should say? What should I say now, guys? Chat. What's going on in the chat? That's interesting.
I wanted to skip ahead. Maybe it's a few minutes more ahead where he gets to the point where he won't defend America's wall, but he immediately defends Israel's.
Well, all right, we'll see.
I wish I had the
Local media
timestamp.
claiming I raped them because they said, David, we're going to show you how easy it is to get people in trouble with false rape
Especially
allegations.
for men.
And they started doing it. And you know what? The allegations were so obviously not credible that they didn't go anywhere. Because obviously false allegations don't go anywhere.
Well,
It fails.
Just like in the Brett Kavanaugh trial, yeah.
Right now, you're not of value to them.
Good
you
point.
Can't hurt them. So it meant nothing. But
It meant nothing
put
to who?
yourself in a position such as Judge Kavanaugh, or say that you get some influence where you can influence people in a way
Okay.
that would change for you.
All right.
You know, I asked you, did you?
It's like, yeah, if anybody knew who the fuck you were, David, and actually gave a fuck about you, you might have been in some trouble. That's what Jesse just said. He's like, if you were anybody, David, if people took you seriously, then maybe false rape allegations might have been a problem for you.
Right.
date girls, and you say, well, why would you assume I date girls?
It's interesting that you assumed that. Yeah.
Should I assume you date boys?
not.
No.
Oh, because it's normal to assume you date girls.
He just
and
admitted that it's not.
No, exactly. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll skip a few minutes more.
That was a lie. And so
How
these
did you
women,
find out it was a lie?
Research has proven that. I don't have any with me, but
There's
it's
no
proven
rape
that.
on campuses.
It's not out of control in the manner that they pretended that.
How do you define out of control?
There is no
it's
rape on
not-
campuses because you can't rape a thought. Sorry.
I think they're talking to the 1 in 4, the 1 in 4 thing that came out.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, 1 in 4.
Happening in the numbers that they say.
What numbers
but the
did they
children
say?
of the lie, I don't have numbers, but the children of the lie say that because they want to deceive you. And then they bring in all this emotion. Oh, I was 30 years ago, I was walking down the road and a man raped me.
So you don't have
And
the
then-
numbers or the
and
studies,
they
but you just
bring
know
in-
it's not
Yeah,
that
you-
bad.
Because another thing too, if you notice it doesn't make sense that they go public with that anyway. It's not
Oh.
going to make their lives better.
This is a different argument.
The only thing it's going to do is hurt men. So these women are lying.
Isn't that an argument that would suggest that they're telling, like you just said, it's not going to make their lives better to go public? Isn't that why we should say, wait a second, Christine Blasey Ford, a college campus rape victim, it's not going to make their lives better?
Well, if you're a sociopath, it will make your life better. You just want the attention.
Or if some political operatives gave you $25,000 and a fucking suitcase behind the scenes. I mean, these people act like that shit never fucking happens.
Oh yeah, that it's unfathomable that that there's this dark, seedy underbelly of politics. I mean, well, they will say that if it goes in the other direction. Then it's obvious. Then of course it's happening. All right, let's see what they got here.
Ask you I really want to know this. The arguments against places like Venezuela and Cuba and other so-called socialist countries are that no one has anything, no one can afford anything, there's no technology, there's no food. But you're saying that cell phones for people are socialism?
Yes.
That's your argument?
Yes.
Have
That's
at
an
it.
example of it. So I want to move on, but I want to ask, so are you saying that you do not support the hashtag movement 100%?
I'm not really part of any of these Twitter movements.
Right.
If the movement is about empowering victims to tell people what happened, I support that.
But you don't support the movement.
And verify?
I'm going to take your information and check.
Today.
Would you
Can you
believe it because they said it?
I would believe it.
Wait,
The only way we're gonna
storms are coming.
learn about it is if they say it, and then I'd invest and say, I don't know what kind of fiduciary relationship you have to the people in this room. Maybe they're
Fiduciary.
employees.
Yeah.
If I were the government, and you weren't doing
You're a
anything
fiduciary
illegal,
for using that word.
and I said, you got to fire these two, and I got two other people you're a private business. You can do, as long as you're not breaking the law, you can do whatever you want. So
Right.
I don't know of any legal basis on which the NFL or it's really the teams individually that are the employers.
God, they're talking
I don't
about
know how
Colin
we
Kaepernick.
justify.
This interview is very dated by the shit that they're talking about.
Yeah. All right, let's skip that a little further. Oh, he's making the same pose.
Slavery
He
was
always
a
is.
choice. I mean,
So you thought that slavery was a choice, was a don't make sense comment?
I thought it was inaccurate.
Really? Why?
Because slavery is not a choice.
Amazing. Do you agree with him that he, as a black man, and black people should be free thinkers?
Of course.
They should not be on the plantation of the Democratic Party.
I disagree
and
with that
just going
framing.
along with the okie doke.
Regardless of the race of people, they should be free thinkers.
Right. And so you agreed with him when you said that?
I don't agree with the characterization about plantations.
Why not?
Because I just think it's nonsense. But I do agree that everybody, regardless of race, should be.
He's very
And
good
so
at
black-
addressing. He's very good at addressing Jesse's completely ridiculous framing of questions. I'll give him that. He goes into it with a scalpel and cuts out the thing that Jesse is using to be provocative and actually answers the meat of the question. I'll give him that.
No, he does. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, Jesse Lee Peterson is probably not that hard to defeat if somebody were to be familiar and do a little homework on how he does interviews.
Well, I mean, in this clip, he's clearly desperate to control David.
Oh, desperate. Look at him. He's sweating.
Black people, not all,
It's a
not
mess.
all, but most have been on the plantation for over 40 or 50 years now.
What do you mean?
Of the Democratic Party. And they don't think for themselves, and whenever the Democrats want a vote, they need the black vote, they just cry racism.
Do you
And
speak for black people?
And the black people go into a trance, and they go in and they just they reach for the D while eating chicken. And
Let
they-
me suggest to
and
you
they
that
just
it's not
press,
that way.
And they press. No, it is that way.
Well, are you open
So,
to hearing why
yeah,
I don't think so?
I am, but let me
Okay,
finish this.
Good.
Yeah,
So
well, why? Yeah, because the Democratic Party says like, well, if you don't vote for us, then we're not going to give you just enough money to subsist anymore. That's the real thing. That's really what's going on.
Isn't that a plantation? Hillary Clinton, when she wanted the black vote, she goes to the churches, black churches.
Sure.
I don't feel no ways tar. I feel like going on. And the blacks go, yeah, praise the Lord.
There's a great campaign video that Hillary cut when she was running, where she brings out, she's like that she reveals that she carries a bottle of hot sauce around with her in her purse for whenever the moment might strike her.
Yeah, that was so classic. I mean, come the fuck on. This woman,
Spice Queen.
When I moved home from New Mexico, my mom, and she had to have been joking a little bit, but I don't. Maybe she wasn't. She made a pasta salad, and she told me, "Oh, it's a little bit spicy. I put basil in it." Or like fresh basil, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
And I had just moved home from New Mexico, where I spent the last 2 years like eating chili that like literally makes you sweat as you eat it, because I'm a Spice King,
He's the fucking
and
Spice King, yeah.
I never once had any reaction. And I remember we went to a Mexican restaurant in Keene, and they brought out this salsa that was literally like fucking Heinz ketchup. And I said to the waiter, I was like, I said it in perfect Spanish because I had just moved home from New Mexico. I said, can you bring me some real fucking chilies so I can dip my goddamn Tostitos in it? And then they brought out some real stuff. But I don't believe for 1 minute. I believe that Hillary Clinton is more of this pasta salad is spicy because there's basil in it kind of person.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that's completely apt. Yeah. This potato salad's really got some kick.
Oh, it's got rosemary in there.
Oh, what's that? Oh, did you use the rustic Italian salad dressing to soak the potatoes?
Did you put tarragon in here?
Jeez.
That's spicy.
Praise the Lord.
Okay.
And so, okay, we got to vote next month.
Yep.
They can go into that trance. And then
Here's
vote.
why I don't
Isn't that a plantation mentality?
Okay, so you've given us one example. Can I give you a counterpoint?
Is that a plantation mentality?
I don't know that particular example, but let me explain to you why I don't think that that Black Americans are so-called in the tank for the Democratic Party. When Proposition
'Cause of
8
California?
here in California, Democrats almost exclusively supported legalizing gay marriage or banning the outlawing of gay marriage.
Right.
Although Black Americans in California tend to vote with Democrats, on that issue they didn't.
Right.
And to me that says they're not voting for Democrats because
Oh my
Democrats
God.
have in some
Yeah, because that's gonna that proposition was gonna change their lives. Yeah, exactly. It was gonna change the fundamental reality they have to live in under whether or not gay people could get married or not.
And then
Come on.
what did the government do after black people voted to vote down gay marriage? What did the government do afterward? They just fucking pushed it through anyway.
Yeah, they just made it a federal thing. Yeah.
Right, thereby just telling black people the same thing that they told white people in the 50s when we didn't vote on integration, but the National Guard came down and said you're going to do it anyway. They told black people, hey, guess what? It ain't going to... Yeah, it's not what you think it is. This is just not what you think it is. And then black people were like, well, fuck it, we're not going to vote anymore. And that's what white people are doing now because, you know, white people all voted for Donald Trump, and then look what happened in the second fucking election. White people stayed home.
Yeah, you're right.
some way co-opted them because as soon as there was an issue that they disagreed with Democrats on, they voted the other way.
Well, at that time they did believe they had some sense of values.
They had their own
but
beliefs.
they have
Yeah.
been corrupted since that time.
No, their view might
And
have changed
And
on
I
that
guarantee you, if they went now and voted for, and asked them to vote for it, they'll go with the homosexuals.
I hope so.
And the Democratic Party
I hope
because
so.
they have been morally bankrupt.
I
the
disagree with
radical
that, but-
homosexuals have gotten in there and they corrupt the churches.
David Pakman's he's not going to say or suggest that the black community is just not, writ large, is just not that into gay people. He's not going to say that. Even though culturally, it's kind of true.
Well, I mean, it's
And
this,
they've
it's
given
this,
money to the priest.
this desperate middle class white misunderstanding of the way black people tend to operate and what black culture views as normality. Like in this other video with what is it, Professor Dave, which I don't know if we'll even have time to get to tonight. He brings up Jesse keeps bringing up the 70% of black children are born at a wedlock. They're born at a wedlock. And he brings up that maybe these black families are kind of doing it like Caitlin and I are doing. Like Caitlin and I aren't married technically yet. We will be at some point, but we're raising a nice traditional healthy family, but we're out of wedlock. And Professor Dave brings up that maybe these 70% of black families are doing that, literally having never interacted with a black family before in his life. If he had, he would understand that no, black fathers are not in the home, just not married.
Well, that's
not
like,
what's going on.
But that's just like anybody, not to use these kind of terms, but anybody in that kind of socio-economic position, if you're like stuck, fucking shoved in a certain place, a certain lifestyle, you can go. There's plenty of places in America, like poor white people, they do the same shit, dude. Go up to the fucking Appalachia. Look at the Wild and Wonderful Whites. You ever heard of them? That family?
Yeah.
Come from the lineage of the tap dancers. That's the same shit they're doing. That's the same shit they're dealing with, just in a different place, in a slightly different way. But like when you are kind of shoved to the margins like that, and then incentivized, your entire life is incentivized not to do the right thing for a little bit of money. Like, because if you get married, then you don't get benefits. And if you don't get benefits, well, how are you going to survive?
Right.
They're not. Nobody in these positions is incentivized for upward mobility or to try to make themselves better or help their families or whatever. They're just not. And then that becomes a generational thing. They have kids. They teach their kids to game the system the same way that they did.
Right.
I've seen it 1,000 times, especially living down in South Carolina. Like there is so much crazy fraud that goes on with that, with like assistance and benefits and kids and who gets married and who doesn't get married. Because my wife and I have felt like a lot of frustration because there's been times in our lives where like, yeah, we just need we wanted help for like a couple months and we couldn't get it. Like we made like $30 too much a year.
Yeah.
And we don't make shit. We're not a fucking wealthy family. Like, we eke by just like everybody else. And when really, like, confronted with that reality, and then you see somebody pull up in a car that's twice as nice as yours, and 10 kids pile out of it, and they're going in there to get their assistance check, you're like, what the fuck? What the fuck? This is not here to help people get out of that circumstance. It's there to keep them there. And I know maybe that sounds a little broad or conspiratorial, but I'm telling you, man, those systems are not designed to help you get out of it.
Well, you know what? I mean, I think that there could be a system where I think that we live at a level of civilization and technology now where there could be some kind of base income, base, food, like in the Mormon church, they have the bishop's storehouse where like needy families can go
Sure.
and get food. And I'm not talking about homeless shelters and soup kitchens. I'm talking about the government provides it. I mean,
No,
dude, I look at this Instagram that's called Development Fails, and they just post stories on big development projects that turned into absolute failures. And one of them that they posted recently was the city of Chicago spent $500 million on a rail line that was supposed to go from Midtown to the airport, but then halfway through building it, they realized that it wasn't statistically going to unclog congestion enough at a certain percentage, so they shelved the whole project and spent $500 million to build a tunnel.
Yeah, no, I know.
So our government has the money. That's bullshit to say that we don't have enough money to take care of our people. But the way that the system works, like you said, it's made to grind people down. It's made to keep people exactly where they are. It's a very subtle caste system.
Yeah, it's they want you to subsist and want nothing more than subsistence.
Right, because they want any of the extra cents, any of the extra dimes that get produced by your labor, they want to vacuum that up. Because when you vacuum it up from 250,000 people, it ends up being millions of dollars.
Of course, yeah. But like I just find something so like fucking evil about the idea that you encourage people not to get married and take care of their families so you can get a fucking check.
Well,
Like,
no, actually, it should be the opposite. That you should be encouraged to
I agree
have
with you.
families and get married to get those incentives.
I
It should
totally
be
agree.
like,
if there is to be an incentive thing, and I think this is something humanity writ large is going to have to contend with, like the idea, if you have enough to just live on, if we all had just enough of food and money and housing just to survive, the government provided that, there would be a lot of people that's all they would do. And what does that do to a culture? What does that actually do to a society?
well, I mean, you would have to take the human initiative to moderate an in-out kind of paradigm where you have to basically prove that you pay in as much as you get out, or you have to provide some kind of civil service or something. But then you might end up with like the Yahoo's Trip to the Future, where people are just like in their Sensano pods and all that. But anyway, we're getting really far afield. I'm really super interested in what David Pakman has to say. Actually, you can probably fast forward to like the last 5 minutes because this guy's such a
no.
fucking
We're gonna
blower.
I'm trying to find the point that you wanted to hear, and then we can
Okay, all right.
maybe you want to take one last break and then come back
Yeah.
for one last video.
Yeah,
or a couple,
or
We could make it so that they're not even trying to come over here if we actually worked with the countries they're coming from.
You
to
can
improve
go
the economy.
back about a minute.
Oh yeah, because this is the argument of like, oh no, that we should have a serf class of poor immigrants, and because our GDP,
Right.
GDP. This is the same argument Destiny makes. That's probably where you got it from.
The threshold at which point medical expenses become deductible. So you now can spend a smaller amount on medical expenses before they become deductible, which I think is a good thing.
Is there anything else?
Not that I can think of.
That's it.
Yeah.
Amazing. And you haven't paid attention to what he's done over the last year and a half?
Yeah.
Over 2 years, almost 2 years?
Yeah.
And so that's the only thing that you can think of?
Offhand.
Amazing. Are you for open borders?
No.
Are you for the wall going up?
No, I don't think it'll make a big difference. I think
Why
it'll.
not?
Well, the overwhelming majority of people who are undocumented and are here are overstaying visas.
That's
They're coming
true.
in from other countries anyway. So I think that the best way we can
But
cut down on
that being true doesn't make it so that you don't want to secure your border, because
No, that's like saying like, oh, a bad thing is happening. It's happening anyway, so we just let it keep happening.
But what the calculus he's not taking into consideration there is the drugs, the human trafficking, the gang activity, all the other stuff that comes over the border.
All these inconvenient things. What are you talking about? Back off, buddy. What are you saying? What are you saying? What are you saying here? There's other things happen. It's not just unfettered productivity.
No,
and
it's not
hope and happiness and rainbows.
It's not a security situation at a national border.
No, of course not.
documented immigration would be to work with the countries people are coming from to reduce corruption and improve the economies. I think it'll be cheaper, and I think it'll be more effective.
Amazing. And so there are a caravan.
Yeah, so is he like de facto suggesting that there should be quotas for immigration? Like, I assume who he's railing against is suggesting. That's all people are kind of suggesting. It's just like you need to like control the flow, control the valve.
illegal aliens coming down between 3,000 to 4,000, 400,000, I think, something like that. Are you happy that when you turn on the TV, you see these people coming?
I'm not for, so I mean, I'm against crossing the border
So
illegally.
should we put the wall up before they get there so they can't cross?
We could make it so that they're not even trying to come over here if we actually
No.
worked with the countries they're
No,
coming
we can't.
from to improve.
Yeah.
No, we can't.
Because the countries that they're coming from have no interest in doing what you're saying. Because why would they? If they can just offload their poor and needy to our country, why the fuck would they ever suggest that they just stop coming? Come on. It's just less for them to have to deal with. It's just a boon to them.
David Pakman will never admit that because he needs a cleaning lady.
Well, no, that is the reality. It's like who, like what's it was Ozzy Osbourne's daughter, Kelly Osbourne.
Yes.
Who's gonna clean the toilets?
How about you, bitch?
Yeah, exactly. Who's gonna mow the lawn? She said that. She literally said that. Like, I was just, and you're just like,
That's because the white upper class has always despised the white lower class to the point where they don't even want to hire them for manual labor.
No, because it's not and they can't be virtuous. They can't feel
Right.
good about it, right?
Right, and that is something that has that's as American as apple pie is the concept, and it actually goes back into old Europe too, that you would rather import poor brown people because you don't want to look poor white people in the eye because it doesn't
Yeah.
make you feel good.
Because it's an abstraction, and because they actually think of those people as less than, as the other. That's how they feel. That's the proof.
And they look at poor white people as, oh, you did something wrong, you fucked up, you're lower than me,
Well, they feel it. Their failure is a reflection on them.
Right, but this poor Congolese man, he did nothing wrong. He was a child soldier that actually was a cannibal who snorted heroin and gunpowder, but it wasn't his fault. So now he's going to do construction on my house.
And those hedges are looking great.
Yeah.
Improve the economy.
So Israel put up a wall around its borders. Was Israel wrong for doing that?
Well, wrong and effective are two different things.
So let's do both. Were they wrong for putting up a border?
Very
a wall?
different situation. Have you been to Israel?
I have.
Have you gone to those areas?
I have. Have
you been to Israel, Goy?
I mean, I think that there's a couple differences that are going on there. I mean, one is that Arab Israelis are Israeli citizens, and what you're talking about there is like a very specific security situation. I would still prefer that wall not be necessary, right? But it's not the same situation.
So hold on. Listen to the importance of what he
again,
just said. He didn't just say he would prefer the wall not be there. He said he would prefer that it not be necessary. So he is saying that this wall is necessary for Israel, but that border security for America is not necessary. It's an interesting person for an Argentinian.
For some Argentinian man to have a
just like a random Argentinian man. Just random.
I'm black and slow, so I need some yes and no's.
Yeah.
Was Israel wrong for putting up a border? Yes or no?
It would be up to them to say. Who am I to say if they were right or
You're
wrong?
saying about our borders.
I'm not saying it would be wrong. I'm saying it's not what I would do. If they want to do it, do it.
The border that Israel put up, is it effective?
I'm not sure.
So all of a sudden you're dumb when it comes to Israel.
If you want to go to ad hominems, by all means.
Man.
If you want to go to ad hominems.
You know if that wall is effective. You don't keep up with what's happening in Israel?
I keep up with it. I don't know the specifics of how effective
You
the
do.
wall
You're not
is.
being honest right
No,
now.
I really don't.
No, I don't believe it.
Okay.
I won't accept it, Paul. You do know, but you won't say.
Okay.
And the reason you won't say because you know that wall is effective. You know they did the right thing to put it up.
Look at him. This is like a child being spoken down to. Like, no, you're telling a lie. I know what you did.
You're poisoning the well, David.
Yeah, let's use some of the debate bro terms. Ad hominems, poisoning the well, bad faith.
Oh no, I was using the canard. But anyway.
That means that if you admit this about Israel doing it, you will have to admit
I'm
that
speculating
we
here.
should put a wall around our border. So you're not being honest.
I'm speculating
And
here.
shame on you for that.
Do I get to talk at all? Okay. I'm speculating that in Israel, it's a very different situation to even get in the country.
I'm speculating as if we all don't know the situation, as if David doesn't know. I guess when his audience told him to stop talking about it, he just stopped looking into it.
Do you think that when they're doing what is it, Yom Kippur, when they're eating their Haman's ear cookies when he's with his family, do you think that he has the same position on Israel when he's not in front of the camera with his family?
Of course not. Of course not. His mom would be fucking mad. And you know how Jewish kids are with their moms, Jewish boys especially.
She cooked that brisket all day, Shaun. She worked on that brisket all day, and he's going to ruin dinner by saying that Israel shouldn't have a wall.
This kvatz, what are you doing, huh?
I mean, she did that entire video on Shabbos, that like 3-hour musical, the 3-hour musical number on Shabbos, and now David can't even come to dinner and eat my brisket.
The unlisted episode of Nightcap.
It's one of the greatest episodes of Nightcap. Probably the best.
We'll make it public someday. Someday. Let me get over the 500 sub hump.
You don't have in Israel, in what's a very small country, the situation of overstayed visas, which are, again, in the US, most people that are here illegally are not physically crossing a border.
Okay, but they don't have the
Well, no, it's a
problem
different-
in Israel. They don't have the problem of overstayed visas because they don't just fucking issue them in the first place. You dumbass.
Exactly. It's not the
That's-
same reality.
It's like when in Iran they say, "Oh, we don't have homosexuals in Iran." That's because they have a building
But
that they throw them all off of.
Situation.
No, you're deviating. They have a wall. There are other countries that have walls, and common sense people know that you should put a wall around your house if you have strangers coming in uninvited. And then we have these people coming from S-hole countries, and we don't have no idea who's crossing the borders. We can have Bin Laden folks coming.
Okay, let's think pragmatically.
MS-13 during drugs and violent, and then these women are coming with these babies, no fathers. We have to take care of those babies.
But let me ask you a question.
And you'll say, "Oh no, I don't
Let's say you
know."
put up the wall.
But when Israel did it, but I'm just not sure about
Jesse.
it. I don't believe that, man. I can't believe that.
If Israel puts up, if the US puts up the wall and every person crossing by land is stopped, which is about 35%, you've still got the other 65% that are here on overstayed visas and flying in. What do you do about that?
And he acts like 35% is a statistically
Ain't no big deal.
insignificant number.
That's
If
like
you-
when
if-
people were talking about the riots over the past year, and they're like, only 7% of them were violent.
Right. And if you walked into a corporate boardroom and you said, "Guys, we dropped 7% from last quarter," everyone would shit their valves. Everyone would go fucking crazy over 7%. Dude, when I was in the corporate world as a manager, we would drill down to hundreds and thousandths of a percent of margin to try to suck the last bit of value out of anything. And this dude's going to act like 35% is statistically insignificant. How fucking disingenuous.
I know. Well, exactly. What a touched life.
What a
Because it-
shapeshifter.
Because this shit, like, it doesn't affect his life. It'll never affect his life. He does not live in a class or a stratosphere where this is ever going to be a problem. Jesse here is at least understands, like, actually, the people that get displaced the most from illegal immigration, that 35%, are black people. So, so fuck you, David Backman.
Ask any resident of Compton in the late 90s, and he'll tell you what happens when immigration hits a black community.
Not so much anymore.
Okay, how do you do
We
it?
need whatever it takes.
But how would you do it?
I don't know. I have no idea right now. But
So how do you
my
know the
thing-
wall is a great
my
idea, but
thing
you
is
don't know what else to do?
Stop the flow by putting up the wall,
Yeah.
and then we'll start cleaning up the mess inside the home, which is our country. And that's what Israel did, and we should do the same thing.
Okay.
I'm glad Israel
Okay.
did it. It's
Okay.
the right thing to do.
Okay.
But it's also right for my country, and I'm a little surprised you want to admit that because you know it's true.
No, I think we just disagree.
Amazing.
Amazing. All right, everybody. We're going to take our next little break, next little musical interlude, rather. I'm going to take a pee. Dan, go get some water.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Oh, shit. We got my man, Denzel. He's coming. All right, everybody. We'll be right back.
Amazing. That is amazing. 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 Isn't that amazing? That is amazing. 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 That is amazing. 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 Isn't that amazing? That is amazing. Amazing. That is amazing. 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 Isn't that amazing? That's amazing. 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 That is amazing. 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 Isn't that amazing? That's amazing.
Hey now, amazing. Amazing, everybody. Goodness gracious. Well, you got me here. Profitt's still figuring it out. But if you haven't yet, take this time, go ahead and subscribe to old Zoobox. You like the content here? Come check it out. We got movie reviews. We got silly stuff like this, internet stuff, meme stuff, all sorts of nonsense. This is a channel built completely on nonsense. Okay? We like to have a good time. We have serious conversations. We have silly conversations. We kind of try to get as much of the cultural share as possible. That's kind of Zoobox's mission as a thing, as an entity that exists. Is that we want to be part of it. We want to be part of the cultural share a little bit, right? People like ourselves out there talking, espousing our views, not being complete fucking nerds and not being boring. You know what I mean? You ever been not a boring nerd? You should try it sometime. It's very fucking cool. So before Profitt gets back, what else can we look at? Is there anything we can look at? So we're going to be looking at this Professor David. There's Profitt right there. We're going to look at, I think, Professor David, if I can find it. There it is. Well, this is a long one. So we may have to skip around this next video. This next video is a little long.
Hey, everybody, today.
Oh, shit. Get that modern day debate guy. So I've queued up the Professor Dave conversation. Hold on, let me unmute you. There you go.
I think that we should take in a few minutes of this. We should probably start moderating the time here.
I'm gonna hate myself tomorrow. Don't worry.
I have a really long day of work tomorrow, but we're doing this right now. So I think that we can skip the Blair White one. Check out the interview with Jesse Lee Peterson and Blair White. They're very fair to each other. It's very good. Check out this one that we're about to watch now with Professor Dave, and actually check out Professor Dave's channel because he actually has some cool science videos. I watched one on the Tree of Life and all the different classifications. It was really informative.
Cool.
But this video, he tends to press Jesse in he sort of gets flustered in a comical way, and he presses Jesse very well. It shows Jesse kind of out of his element in this one.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, this does not seem like it would be the the Jesse Lee Peterson format.
Yeah, he's on Modern Day Debate, which is a pretty decent YouTube channel. They have a wide array of debates.
I often it's kind of my go-to when I don't know what to watch or I need to fall asleep to something sometimes at night. I'll go to Modern Day Debate.
What I would do is probably skip to about 50 minutes or an hour in.
All right, we'll go to 50.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Let's see where we're at. Oh, Jesse looks upset. He's getting animated. All right, let's see where we're at.
Born. That way I would not be born out of wedlock. But the problem is
Wedlock.
she resented my father. And as a result of resenting my father, she tried to turn me away from him.
Okay, this is what you were talking about before. Before, we watched it and you were setting it up. This is the interview where Jesse kind of not exposes but elucidates where his kind of a personal philosophy comes from his own life experience. That he has a distrust of his mother for trying to turn him against his father, and then his father, in turn, not protecting Jesse from his mother.
Make him look like the bad guy.
And did that make you angry when she did that to you? Did that make you angry?
Really fast. I'm getting to that really fast. And the worst thing that can
Did
happen
that
to
upset
children
you,
is when
Jesse?
mothers turn them away from their fathers, because you take on the mother's identity. You think that she's a victim when in reality she's a victimizer. And so And so I grew up, at some point I realized my mother was wrong for doing that. And I went and forgave her for doing that. I told her, hey, that's wrong for you to turn me away from my.
But that kind of tells you everything you need to know about Jesse's kind of worldview, especially when it comes to like men and women, is right there. He just said it.
Yep. That's actually why I wanted to bring this entire interview up, was this clip right here. So it's good we stumbled into it.
I will, if people want to watch like the full versions of the videos we're watching, I will link it in the description. I'll dump the dossier into the description.
Problem with you and my father had nothing to do with me. My father loved me, but she tried to pretend that he didn't. And as a result, I went and forgave her. I went and had a talk with my father, and everything changed, Dave. I overcame the mentality of the mother and returned to my father.
Do you really lack the self-awareness involved in realizing that everything you're saying and your entire ethos is just a projection of your own childhood and your anger towards your mother?
Well,
Are you really not aware of that? Do you have a therapist or something?
How do you explain becoming angry at your mother? You're just like your mama. How do you explain that?
I would not say I'm just like her, and I'm not angry at her.
Even though you don't want to be, you try not to be, you are, Dave.
So how do you know that?
Because I can see your mama in you, Dave.
You have no idea. You don't know anything about her, nor me. So what's your basis for that statement?
When I see you, Dave, I see your mama.
Oh, yeah? What's she look like? Tell me about her.
You have her spirit. Her
like me? I have her identity? What's my identity, and what's her identity?
It's anger, insecurity, beta mentality.
Oh, so women can be betas too?
Yeah, there are beta women for sure. Are you the head of your wife, Dave?
The head of my wife?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Are you the head of your wife?
My wife has her own head that she uses to speak and eat and things like that.
See, like, why bother even doing that? He knows exactly what he meant.
Yeah.
You know, he's speaking in metaphor, being abstract, like, and he knows that. Like,
and
it's
that's
like
really
because he brought up a real point about Jesse's perspective and why maybe Jesse feels the way he does, and then he's gonna go back to this stupid fucking like dunk thing. It's like, why? You have him right there. You got him on the line. He's on the hook.
Right. But look at Jesse. He's looking down right now. He knows he's in a fallen state. But that's really that right there is all the
devil
juice.
got into him. The devil's in Jesse right now.
I know. As much as that, actually, this whole debate is worth watching. But that's the only thing that I wanted to bring to this, except that towards the end, Professor Dave starts shouting, "Data! Data! Show me the data!"
That was
and
pretty good. That's pretty good.
Even Jesse is giggling at that one. But yeah, if you want to, we can move on to taking a few minutes of the Mike Enoch interview.
All right, let's do that. This is 82 minutes long, so we'll flounder about. We'll see what we can find here. Merry Christmas, everybody!
What's
if
up,
you're watching
everybody?
this, if you're watching this shit live or as it premieres, it's about almost 4 in the morning. What are you doing? Go to bed. Don't you got to wake up with your kids and go open presents? No, of course you don't, because you're a beta. Beta. You got no shit to do.
I remember when this premiered. I was I remember listening to this at work.
Take us back. What were you doing?
Let's see. Actually, you know what? I don't remember when it initially premiered, but I remember listening. I have a very distinct memory of listening to it at Vermont Packing House.
And this is your first interaction with Jesse? This is the first time you ever really saw him? Or beyond the meme?
Yes, beyond the meme. This was the first time I sat down and heard Jesse Lee Peterson actually speak for a length of time. And one of the comical things about this is that the character DeMarcus Leibowitz is in on this interview. And DeMarcus Leibowitz in the Right Stuff lore is definitely not black or Jewish.
He's like that white kid that was doing the black voice for Chris Chan.
Yeah, that's exactly, that's the bit. He's literally doing that bit. And what made me love this episode specifically was that, like, Jesse doesn't know that that's going on. So he just takes it completely in good faith and speaks to DeMarcus Leibowitz as
even at this time,
as a brother.
Jesse is 69 years old, almost 70 probably.
Welcome to the Daily Show, episode 250. It's Mike. I'm here with DeMarcus and Asmodor for our special 250th episode. Sven is sick.
Asmodor?
He can't make it today. He's got the flu.
Asmodor.
We have a special guest.
Is Asmodor a Right Stuff guy?
No, well, this
or
was...
Or is he the internet guy that I think is Asmodor, the World of Warcraft guy?
No, he's there's a right wing dude named Asmodor who used to do, God, I forget the name of his podcast, but he ended up being with the Daily Stormer people.
I got you.
And they split away from the Right Stuff people, but this was earlier on, and Asmodor was still appearing on Right Stuff stuff.
Okay.
Who's been wanting
but
to
now everybody thinks everybody else is a Fed now.
Which they're probably half of them are right.
Yeah.
There's a 50% chance that 50% of these people.
The Daily Stormer people are absolutely Feds. But anyway,
they glow, boys.
An interview with him for a while. Please welcome Mr. Jesse Lee Peterson. Say hello, Mr. Peterson.
How you doing? Thank you so much for having me on. I appreciate it.
Sure, yeah. So, as I said, as we were chatting before, doing some little prep, you have been doing the rounds, talking to various people on the alt-right, and I guess my question is, why?
When he says that, does he mean like, hey, I saw you on the Kill stream?
No, at this time, Jesse Lee Peterson was actively going on as many alt-right shows and podcasts as he could, because he was trying to genuinely get a better understanding of the movement, and he was probably also trying to find a fresh customer base.
Probably, yeah. Or maybe he thought he could not turn people, but show people something different. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he claims that he's going on these podcasts to get a better understanding. He's probably going to say it right now of what the movement was all about, because, remember in 2016, 17, 18, the alt-right was kind of a new thing to the normie person. And Jesse Lee Peterson was probably just figuring out what the fuck was going on.
Well, the alt-right went through like 3 different permutations before it ended up where it ended up. So
I want to find out what these white people pissed off about.
Why are you doing, like, what interest do you have in talking to the alt-right? Like, why do you feel that you want to reach out and talk to us about stuff?
Well, I had an intern working for me by the name of Dylan, and he is familiar with you guys.
He spits hot fire.
He set up a lot of those shows with the alt-right, and he believed that, we can help one another, I guess. Mm-hmm. What I do is, for the last 27 years, I've been running an organization that I started called BOND, the Brotherhood Organization of a New Destiny. And we are rebuilding the family by rebuilding the man.
You can see Mike Enoch like chuckling at
what we improved.
Mike Enoch like chuckles at the meme shit on the side. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course, yeah, because they're very plugged into that stuff.
Right.
It is that there's no such thing as racism. That racism has never existed. It was a lie that's been made up by the children.
Hold on. I love that. Even Mike Enoch, when he says racism never existed, Mike Enoch goes like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Because that would be it would be completely antithetical to Mike and Enoch's position, right? He thinks racism is real. He just thinks it's in his direction.
But the thing is that Jesse Lee Peterson is speaking in such an abstract term when he says racism is not real, and he's being such an edgelord. Like, even Mike Enoch kind of is like, well, you have to grant the premise that human beings judge each other based on their ethnicity and race. Like,
Jesse Lee Peterson, his position is basically like, yeah, racism happened. It happens, but you got to move beyond it.
Right.
You can't worry about it. Like, that's what when he says that, that's what he means.
Yeah, he's taken this Confucian like
meta sense of it,
the Tao of Jesse Lee Peterson,
Good thing he's got a couple nice crackers here to help him translate for everybody.
Right.
in order to divide and conquer and control the people. I have said that Black Americans are suffering due to the destruction of the family and the lack of moral character. And so this attack on white men, especially white, conservative, straight men with power, has been evil and it's wrong, because white people really have nothing to do with the destruction of Black Americans, in that if Black men had not walked away from their families, there would be no way that the government under Lyndon B. Johnson, who was a Democrat, by the way, and also the race hustlers and others could not have taken over the lives of Black Americans and deceived them. And so for the last however many years, 40 to 50 years, white people have sat back and allowed themselves to be falsely accused to the point that they were afraid to speak up and say that this is not true. We have control. And now we have President Trump in the White House, a white, straight, conservative, Christian man of power.
Sometimes he really does. Do you know who Uncle Ruckus is?
I not specifically, but I feel like I've heard that name.
Okay, Uncle Ruckus is a character from the show The Boondocks.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Uncle Ruckus is the self-hating black guy that's always just like, praise white Jesus. Right, white Jesus, he saved me, he delivered me. And also things black men are afraid of. A job application. Work boots. Like... Sometimes
well, that's all shit that Jesse Lee Peterson says.
I know, but I don't. Well, the Boondocks do not predate Jesse Lee Peterson, but that character is from like 2007, like saying exactly those things.
Well, that dude has always existed in the black community.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure, for better or worse.
Speak up. If you attack him, he's going to attack you back. You know, he's making America great again, and they want to destroy him. And the good thing about having amongst all the things, you know, that he's already done, is that he's not afraid. So you see a lot of white men and some white women who are finally standing up again, saying, we have nothing to do with this. And I think that it's encouraging to see that, because if white people don't stand up and fight these people back with the truth, it's only going to get worse. And so when I talked to Richard Spencer and others about, they shouldn't go into the white thing. They should say, well, it's about my race. They should stick with what is right from wrong. Because if they just go into white power, then they're going to end up in the same ditch that most black people have ended up in by pushing black power. It's a battle between right and wrong, good versus evil. It has nothing to do with color. So I think Dalon wanted me to talk to you guys about those types of things.
Okay, that's interesting. Now, when you said the children of the lie, who were you talking about there?
He can't help himself.
He can. You can see him. You can see him. You can see him squirming, trying to not bring the JQ up.
I think it's when he put his glasses on and he looked at the chat.
Yeah.
The liberals.
Okay.
The liberal media. I'm talking about the Democratic Party, the Rhino Republicans, and the Never Trumpers.
Okay. Is there like a common thread among those groups that you sense or that you have noticed before, maybe?
The common thread is that they are for themselves. They're not for the people. They're for power and wealth for themselves. And that's why they lie.
Then who is themselves though? Like who are we talking about here? I mean,
the liberal media who supports the Democratic
David
Party
Pakman
and the right-wing Republicans, because they want black Americans down and out. They want illegal aliens here, because for the Republicans, the right-wing Republicans, it's about big business. And when they bring these illegals in, they get money. You know, these people lobby the Republicans. They lobby them, and they get money for bringing these illegal aliens in. And the Democrats use the blacks and Hispanics for votes. They don't care about the people. They care about votes. And that's why they'll...
And, you know, in his analysis here is 100% spot on in terms of, like, you know, how politicians use demographics and whatnot. It's really not about their individual needs or caring about them. It's about a voting block.
Right.
They don't fucking care about how the fuck you live. They don't give a fuck.
No, it's all about
it's class warfare stuff really at the end of the day.
Well, the people at the top are just as aware of the demographic and the demographic collapse as everybody else. They know that there's not enough people in this space, so you gotta, if you want to keep that constant growth machine going, you gotta move these people who aren't working in this country to this country over here, so we can keep these fucking. I mean, that's the way they think about it.
Well, no, as soon as Americans got it into their heads, like, oh shit, why do I work for fucking pennies? Like the idea that like we wouldn't go out and like pick fruits or work in a factory or anything like that. No, it's because nobody wants to pay you for that suffering, for that lifestyle.
Right.
That shit sucks, and nobody wants to offer you at the very least like a livable wage. You should be able to go and work a shitty job like that and be able to go pay your fucking rent. But that's not the reality, because they know they can import an entire workforce that will live with 30 people in their house stacked on bunk beds, and they'll do it with a fucking smile on their face.
Yeah, I mean, it's all scab labor to them. When people talk about replacement migration, what they're talking about in like the meat hook reality sense is a report that was issued by the United Nations in, I think, 2001 or 2002. That was a question, they were posing the question of what we now know as replacement migration. That's literally the phrase that they used in the document, and they outline the countries that have the negative birth rates at the time, that are all first world countries with great economies that are going to need to be propped up by like a scab labor force because people aren't having kids anymore.
Yeah,
and it's not just white people. Korea is on there.
Yeah.
Japan is on there, and they are making a point to prop up these economies with cheap scab labor from foreign countries, and whether or not that's an evil racial eugenics scheme to get rid of white people, it's going to tangibly happen in the process of that happening anyway, so it doesn't matter if it's an evil mustache twisting plot or not.
It happens to any race of people that have developed a sense of self-worth and self-awareness, because they just won't do it. They don't want to do it for what they're going to offer them. So they'll find people that don't feel that way about themselves, that haven't developed to that, I don't know, enlightened place, whatever the fuck you want to call it. And that's really what it is. It's like, what are you willing to do for this? For a lot of people, Americans and people from around the world, like you said, Japan, Korea, they're just like, well, I'm not going to do it for nothing. And they're like, well, okay, well, somebody will.
Right.
Don't worry about it, man. Somebody will. And then you're going to be fucked, and you're not going to be able to find a job, because not everybody gets to be a captain of industry. That's just the reality of life.
Yeah, and you're beginning to see it now in hyper overdrive with the corona thing, where the governor of New York just straight up said, anybody who we lose from the medical force because of the vaccination thing, we're just going to replace with foreigners. And then this Kellogg thing that just happened, when the union threw Kellogg's offer back to them and said, put something better on the table, Kellogg just, you know what, fuck it. We're going to fire everybody. You know who they're going to replace them with?
Of
And
course.
guess what? It's not going to be it's not going to be Timmy and Tommy Timlin. Okay.
No. It's going to be people that are willing to work for $4 an hour and not ever say anything, just for the privilege of doing it.
But you know what? The fact that we're not allowed to speak about it in any real terms or organize against it is the reason why we have Mike Enoch.
Well, yeah, because you're going to be painted as a racist and you're a xenophobe because you don't want to be displaced in your own country. It's like this completely ass-backwards thing.
Well, yeah, I mean, because
you're not allowed to have national pride. You're not allowed to care about like the circumstance of the people that already live here, because we're talking about multinational corporations that can pay if they wanted to. They could pay people $10, $15 an hour if they wanted to. I think Amazon, well, I guess there's a flip side to that, because Amazon does that, and they do that because they know they're going to squeeze out all these other businesses, and they're going to be able to get the government, the federal government, to have legislation that says like, well, Amazon can do it. Why can't you, mom and pop store? That's I guess that's a different conversation, but it's definitely what's happening.
Pushing all this stuff.
Of course. But now you said it's not about race, or that racism never existed. Now I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical of the claim that racism never existed, but I want to go to the issue of it's not about race. Now I understand if you're making a point that like races shouldn't hate each other, or you shouldn't hate people based on their race, and I can understand that. But what we're saying is, and you can respond to this, and perhaps Richard Spencer told you the same thing. What we're saying is that race does matter. Well, it's not like you don't have to hate people, but it matters, and that a country, a society, is in fact better off if it is homogeneous. And we see this on a number of there's a number of social metrics by which we can measure this, that the standard of people's happiness, people's relationships, people's friendships tend to...
They should have Melina on and ask her.
Yeah.
I guess Melina would be from a country like Enoch is talking about.
Be more fruitful in a society where they're around mostly people of their own race. And we see that in diverse societies, people choose mainly people of their own race to be friends with, to be lovers with, to associate with. So that is just seeming like it's just a natural preference, and that I do agree with you that white people are under attack and that it's time for white people to stand up. But I don't think that race is like irrelevant. I think there's right and wrong for sure, but there's nothing wrong with being for your race and wanting to have a space for your race to develop.
And I don't think Jesse would actually disagree with this, because this is part of his whole project. I mean, Jesse's project as a person, as a personality, is really in service of building up the black community. And that's what he kind of preaches, right? Personal responsibility, the family unit, etc.
Develop and be fruitful unto itself. That doesn't mean you have to hate others. Do you understand what I'm saying?
You're right. There is nothing wrong with an individual or a group of people who want to be together. You have a right to that. And no one has a right to judge you for wanting to be with whomever you want to be with. Most of the time, human beings are comfortable around people who look like them, who they grow up around or familiar with. So there's nothing wrong with that. Mm-hmm. And that's not racism. So in that case, in that sense, racism, race is fine, but it's not a big deal, though. It's not like the primary thing, because if you are a man or woman who lack character, if you have anger in your heart, you're not going to get along with the people of whom you are familiar with. You could be around all white people or all black people if you're black, but if you have anger in your heart, resentment in your heart, you're going to take it out on whomever you're around. You can see it happening in families. Wives who hate their husbands. Who are angry at their husband, they take that anger out. If they can't take it out on him personally, they would take it out on his children.
Well, I actually have people in my life growing up, my aunt, my uncle, and their children, where this was definitely a thing. Definitely a fucking thing. They had 2 daughters and a son. The son was the oldest, and the son definitely felt the brunt of his mother's wrath towards life in general. And he never recovered from that. He's a broken person. Feel really awful about his circumstances. So I don't think Jesse's completely wrong in his analysis there, whether or not that is projection sometimes.
Well, again, Jesse is looking at this from this eagle-eye view where we are being detached from it, we're being stoic about it, and Mike Enoch is saying, on a very real, tangible level, my people are being legislated against, and there's policy being enacted specifically that's going to marginalize my people, and I want to do something about that without also hating this other group of people. And Jesse gets down in the weeds.
Well, but it's also then your direction has to be at the people. Like, that's what I guess I go back to this kind of class thing. It's not about, to me, it's really not so much about black, white, whatever. It's really more about a class thing. You have a class of people that are pitting you against other people in your class to sow discontent forever for their own gain, their own the ability to stay powerful, their own ability to make money. That's what it tends to seem to return to, because I don't think these people are necessarily like racially motivated. I think it's more like financially motivated. Just these very basic human primal engagements. I don't think it's so much like about like races of people for them, because they just legislate whichever way they think is going to keep them in control of something and also maintain their status. And then we all suffer for that. So, like, while they may recognize, like, okay, like Mike Enoch can recognize that, like, oh, there's literally, like, people legislating against being white. But there's something way more pernicious to it than just that. Because the people that are controlling those levers don't give a fuck if you were white or if you were black. Or if you're Korean, Japanese, Chinese, they don't give a fuck. They don't care about that at all. In my perspective. Like, it's just about what can we do to keep people of a certain stratosphere, a certain social stratosphere, fighting with each other so that we can stay where we are constantly.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's there are people who believe that it's racial, and there are people who believe it's more economical. But from the top looking down, the elites don't look at us as people.
No, they don't.
Our individual identities or our ethnic identities don't really matter to them.
No, we're a means to an end.
Right. We're light bulbs to be switched from one light bulb to another in a different room. So, I can see what you're saying, but I do think that when where Enoch has a point is that, in times like these where there's like boots on the ground, low-level sectarian racial violence back and forth in America right now.
Primal stuff, yeah.
It starts to get very real, especially in communities like, look at what's going on in Wisconsin right now.
Listen, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with those sentiments at all. But I think when we are looking for practical solutions to those problems, it's incumbent upon people to expose Oz, to pull back that curtain and show people they're trying to get you to kill each other for themselves. It has nothing to do with anything. It has to do with their social project, whatever the fuck they're doing, for whatever purpose they have. Generally, like I said, it's so basic to me. It's so simple. It's like, well, how do I keep myself where I am? How do I benefit? They live on a different planet than we do. It's like when you hear actors talk about the lifestyles of people or get really into the environment and stuff. Like, they live on a different fucking planet. They have nothing in common with you or I, and their prescriptions for these things often seem insane because they don't consider what it's like to be a regular person.
Oh yeah, and in 50 years they're literally going to live on a different planet. I mean, look at what the elites are having a civilian space race right now. And when we finally start to terraform Mars and inhabit that planet, it is not going to be a fucking Joe Sixpack.
No.
That's going to be on that planet. It's going to be the richest of the rich, and it's going to be, the technicians and scientists that keep them alive.
Either that, or they just they jettison everybody but who they need there. to fucking subsist and starve and die.
Yeah, one way or the other. But either way, the metaphor holds. They literally will be on a completely different planet than us.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think that on a micro level, sometimes the race stuff matters. Maybe on a macro level, it matters less. But and it's more of a class thing. But I empathize with Mike Enoch's concerns. But Jesse Lee, he's a stoic. He's a classic stoic. But there's unfortunately, this is kind of a comfy interview for me. But there's not much to it. They bat this concept back and forth a lot, and then the other people come in and try to support Enoch's point, and it's just back and forth.
Yeah.
It's about race. It's not about race. It's about race. It's not about race. I would suggest if you are watching this, check this interview out just so you can hear DeMarcus Leibowitz interacting with Jesse Lee Peterson. But given the time that it is, we should probably move on to another one. This one doesn't have much more to expand upon.
All right, I'll try to grab some shorter ones. He rattles an abortionist.
That's the one I was thinking to do next.
All right, let's do that one. Let's do that one next. So, like I said, all the show notes will be in the description. If people want to go check out the full interviews and stuff that we're previewing, we're checking out, you can go and look for yourself. Here we go.
A lot of family here, some of whom are here in the audience tonight.
The Shout Your Abortion movement. One of the grossest fucking things on the goddamn planet. I was taken aback, man. Even I was taken aback at this shit. Because I saw people that I wasn't friends with, but were mutual friends because of my wife. They when they saw that my wife and I got married, they would send me Facebook friend requests and stuff like that, which they are slowly being weeded out every time I post something, which is very rare. But just people just talking about how many abortions they had because people use it like it's fucking birth control. And it was very disturbing. Netflix was a big part of this, if people remember. There was a comedian who did a whole episode and did a parade for how cool abortion was. We were very far away from the world of safe and rare.
Yeah, actually I want to shout my abortion. I have participated in 2 abortions that I know of in my life, and one of the reasons that I realized that I needed to have children was because at one of some lonely part in my life when I was a bachelor, just fucking whores off of Tinder. One time I was having a deep thought, a moment of reflection, the kind of thing that Destiny doesn't do because he's too busy having fun.
Yeah.
And I thought about what ages my children would be at that moment if I hadn't participated in blending them inside of the womb of my girlfriend and sucking them out like a fucking smoothie. And I imagined how old they would be and what they would look like. Mm-hmm. And I realized that they were people. Mm-hmm. And I burst into tears and broke down and cried because I had killed 2 people. I'd signed off on the killing of 2 people.
And also what it would have meant for your life.
Yeah.
What if a different person you would have been?
What it would have meant for their lives. Like that fucking Neil Young. Neil Young's such a douchebag, but he hit the nail on the fucking head in Keep on Rockin' in the Free World when he's talking about the baby in the dumpster. And he says, that's one more kid that'll never go to school, never get to fall in love, never get to be cool. And that simple outline of enjoyable little tiny moments, those magical little tiny moments. Oh, yeah. I got to be cool once. I got to play a song in front of the whole school and everybody thought it was cool.
Yeah.
That's the shit that makes life worth living. And I snuffed that out for 2 people because I wanted to come in more women.
Yeah. No, I hear you, man.
So, I didn't mean to interrupt the flow here. I just wanted to shout my abortion.
Shout my abortions out. Well, it's just if I had been younger and been in those same circumstances, I guarantee you I would have made the same decision. Up until I was about 26, 27. Not that I was ever I always had the the thought in my head, because I was raised Catholic, about like abortion being bad and blah blah blah. But I knew in my heart of hearts, if some girl ever came to me and told me she was pregnant, I probably would have had an abortion if the option was available to me. So it's not like I don't say these things as some sort of enlightened being, like, oh, I was so much better, I always knew. No, I really didn't. I was just as nihilistic and apathetic as anybody. Really was. So I'm happy. I feel fortunate that I just never had to deal with that shit. I never had to face those things, at least to my knowledge. At least to my knowledge, I never did.
I also had my first abortion at the Seattle Planned Parenthood. Yay!
Like the Muppets.
Notice I said first.
Cheers.
If
Cheers.
I could Yelp review it, I totally would.
Yes, I had abortion in Seattle. Abortion is still one of the most divisive issues in America today. I have with me Dr. Willie Parker, an OBGYN specializing in abortions. He's also the author of Life's Work, a moral argument for choice. Dr. Parker has been featured in Esquire, NPR, New York Times, Rolling Stone, Newsweek, and more. Thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure.
What made you decide, you know what, I'm going to do abortions?
Somebody once said, when you wrestle with your conscience and you lose, you actually win. The reality is that 1 in 3 women in this country.
What? When you wrestle with your conscience and lose, you actually win. What a bizarre framing. What a fucking gross, bizarre framing. I mean, like, I know I probably seem like a very like virtuous, on high person if people watch Nightcap and stuff like that. My perspective on life, the why I feel the way I do, is from a lifetime of being not this. When I tell people like I met my wife and I had a son, fucking saved my life, changed my entire world. I had no idea what the fuck I was doing or why I was doing things. Truly.
And
Truly.
also, after living a life of telling the lies of moral ambiguity in order to seem virtuous while I do it, I can sniff those things out. I can sniff those lies out like a fucking greyhound or a bloodhound, rather.
No, you really can, because you know the impulse, right? Like, you understand the argument because it's a rationalization. It's
Right.
not real. It's just, how do I make myself feel better about what I just did? And that's so many people.
By the time they're age 45 will have an abortion.
Amazing.
And it's the most common healthcare procedure that is offered. It's also one of the safest, but it's also one of the most controversial because it is a decision that is unique to women. My awareness as a physician of what happens to women when that care is not available convicted me around what it meant to be a woman's healthcare provider and to be a Christian, which ultimately led me to conclude that there was nothing doctrinal.
Holy shit, he's a Christian too. I love this, the new Christian ethic. And this was one of those like kind of startling things watching all those woke preachers. Well, 25% of women have had abortions. How can I say that's wrong? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's the entire point of religion, is to stand against things, people doing things that you think are wrong. It's a moral framework. It's a system.
And it goes, it led to the greatest Nightcap comment of all time, which was, murder is wrong, but Fulio does it.
Oh my god, that was a fucking tight one. I don't remember if that was Hagbard or if that was Ferrani, but it was a fucking tight one.
Yeah, that was good.
Literally are specific about abortion in sacred texts, whichever one you're talking about, nor was there anything that prohibited women from having control over their lives and their bodies to make the same decisions that men are entitled to make as moral agents.
That's amazing. How is abortion a health care procedure?
So when a woman has a pregnancy that affects her health or that she decides to end, if she doesn't have an opportunity to end it safely, anything that risks or ends that poses a risk to your health is a healthcare issue.
I mean, it's a healthcare issue for the baby, the unborn child, in that you're killing the baby.
Baby is a cultural term. It's not a scientific or medical term. And you're not a baby before you're born because of.
Oh, I love this completely semantic fucking bullshit. Nobody can offer an explanation or an answer. When do you have rights?
Right.
When do you have innate rights as a human being? Nobody wants to talk about this. I try to boil it down, and I boil it down to this because I think, I talk to a lot of people that are pro-choice, and they'll oftentimes, for whatever reason, they'll bring shit like this up. So I want a tangible argument. So I'm always just like, well, how do you know you're alive if you're outside of the womb? Well, you have a pulse. So is that a good indicator? Can we go there? I mean, I know some people go all the way back to the moment of conception. I get that. For me, it's just like, if I have to argue or if I have to talk to somebody, it's like, well, what is life? How do we determine if something is alive or dead outside of the womb? I think the same rules should apply inside of the womb as outside.
Our laws, you're not entitled to block a woman from having an abortion, or you're not entitled to force a woman to agree with your definition.
Aren't you taking a life?
I disagree with you. I
Well,
understand what you're saying.
You are killing an unborn child, right?
I'm not killing an unborn child.
You're taking
I'm
the
ending
life
a
of an
pregnancy.
unborn child.
I'm ending a pregnancy.
But does that require you to take the life of the child that's in the woman's womb?
I don't define a pregnancy as a child, and I'm like I
Does
said,
it have a life? Is it a living?
it is a living entity. It is a
Right.
life. It
So
is
you
a human being because women don't have puppies, but it is not a baby. And if it were a baby, it would be a person. Correct?
So the reality
let me finish.
So the reality is you are taking a life.
So
is that true or not?
do you want to have a dialogue,
Yeah,
or
but-
do you want to let me answer your question, or do you want to answer my question?
Answer the question about are you taking a life?
Okay. Yes, an abortion ends a life. If you call the police, will they come and arrest me?
That still doesn't take away the fact that you're taking a life. Is it
That's how
possible
I
you could
believe.
be wrong now?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay.
Is it possible that you could be wrong?
No.
You can't imagine how you can possibly be wrong, and I question myself all the time. Voltaire
I
said
would if
that.
I were you. Let me do this.
Have you ever changed your mind about anything?
I have.
Okay.
That's why I'm glad that you're at least thinking about the way you feel about Christianity and abortion now and sin and all that, because you are wrong. And by you,
I'm glad that he dropped Voltaire. He's like, well, as Voltaire said, who cares? Who the fuck cares, dude? Is Voltaire a doctor? No.
thinking about it, maybe you get back on the right track.
This isn't about, you didn't invite me. I'm here at I came here at your invitation without knowing anything about who you are and what your agenda is. And I didn't come here to have you openly scrutinize what you think my moral compass is. If you want to talk about abortion, if you want to talk about the right of women, you don't want to talk about...
Yeah, but that's the whole point, is to interrogate your moral compass, because you're an abortionist. You're an abortion doctor. And his whole thing would be to ask you, why do you think it's okay to abort babies?
Not only is he an abortion doctor, but he's a Christian doctor who didn't used to do abortions, but then actively made the choice to start doing them. So yeah, we're trying to figure out exactly where you're coming from morally here.
Yeah, he's like, I don't like being more, but this is the same thing all of these fucking people are. Whether or not you're a lesbian sex educator or you're David Pakman, they don't like being talked to about like why they think the things they do. Why? How have you derived this position? They don't want to talk about it.
That we can end the interview.
They want you to accept all of these statuses that required to think that this is rational.
I'm happy
Let
to
me
have had
just
this
ask this and
opportunity.
then we'll move on. Do you believe that there's good and evil?
I absolutely do.
You do, okay. And is it good to perform abortions or evil?
It's good to perform abortions when women seek them and they need them and they ask me to do it and I'm trained to do it and I provide it for them. Yes, it is
Is it
good to
good
provide
for the
women.
unborn child?
I don't know what an unborn child is. I know what a fetus is. I know what when you give birth.
Is
You
it
become a
So it's
child.
good. It's good.
I know how to end a
He said it's good to seek an abortion when women, or it's good to do an abortion when women seek them.
Yeah, because it's arbitrary.
Right. So the only time it's not good to do an abortion is when the man actively seeks out the woman to do the abortion, which we know happens all the time.
Or
like I'm like on Saturday night, dude. On Saturday nights when I have nothing to do, I'm cruising. I'm looking for an abortion to commit.
Dude, this is like when people talk about the patriarchy and all this stuff, right? This is a way for dudes to drop their loads with no consequences. Do you think most like men that are out there partying, going to bars, fucking Melina, do you think they're anti-abortion? No, of course they're gonna be like, oh shit, yeah, I got $300. Don't worry about it. That is the story of a lot of abortions.
No, yeah, I mean, it is a really well thought out thing most of the time. It's something that they usually consider for several minutes.
Several panicked minutes.
Yeah.
Saying, I got a debit card. Let's go.
Yeah, I have that much in my account.
How beta of them? Well, how beta of the women? We discussed that they brought this up earlier. Can a woman be a beta? Those are pretty beta moves to let a guy pay for your abortion. I'm just saying.
Actually, I mean, if you want to be a gentleman, that's the way that's the way to be a gentleman in this day and age. Is, you know, baby, don't worry, I'll get the tab in the morning. I'll pay for the abortion.
I paid for the Plan B once. I did pay for the Plan B. The condom broke. I did pay for the Plan B.
The president.
Is it good or evil for the fetus?
I don't relate to life in terms of absolute good and evil. So,
do you believe that there's good and evil?
I absolutely do.
You do.
I don't relate to life in terms of absolute good and evil. So,
does it bother you that it might be evil to the fetus?
It doesn't bother me at all because
Amazing.
A fetus can't be more important than the woman carrying it.
Get back to this.
Why?
Right. Okay. It's ridiculous because you don't agree with it, and that's fine. If that's your metric, everything I might say might be ridiculous to you because maybe it's perplexing to you that people think for themselves.
No, it's not perplexing.
But it is.
And you're not thinking for yourself.
Okay. Well, I'm not thinking the way you think.
You are not thinking for yourself.
Well, I'll accept
One
that.
thing I know for sure.
Okay.
And without a doubt.
There's
some things I'm not sure about, but the one thing I am sure about, you're not thinking for yourself.
Okay.
How many abortions have you performed in your career?
As many as necessary.
Like, if there was a guy that could walk out on an interview, like maybe this guy would have way more standing than the person that was just like, do you think trans people are mentally ill?
But this guy, I mean, one of the reasons this guy does what he does is to get his attention. I mean, he loves sitting up in front of that crowd at fucking shout your abortion thing. He loves all these ladies.
I am virtuous. I'm a good one. I'm a good one, girls.
He loves having the adoration of all these women. And look, when you look at him during this interview, especially at the beginning when he's talking about the OBGYN thing, you know he's just thinking of all the pussies he's seen. And he's just thinking about he loves it.
How many is that?
What difference does it make if it's 1,000 or 100,000?
Well, you know,
well, hold on a second.
Would make a difference.
Okay. You know what? I asked that same question about the Holocaust, and everybody got really pissed off at me. What's the difference between 600 and 6 million? But when it comes to abortions, anyway, it was a joke.
Oh, I got you, joke. Babies don't ask to be born. Don't ask to be impregnated. Don't ask to grow.
Okay, what difference does it make?
Oh, let me ask, how many months do you do it at the 9th month if the woman wanted?
No, that's not legal.
Where do you, if it was legal, would you do it?
Well, I don't answer hypotheticals because
I don't answer hypotheticals. If it was legal, would you do it? It's a moral question. It's a philosophical and ethical question.
Also,
would you do it?
His snap response to that question was, "It's not legal."
I know. As if that is a determinant whether or not you ought to do something.
Well, for him it is.
Well, exactly. Well, for a lot of people it is. It's just like, well, can I get away with it?
Right. Do you know how much he can increase his practice's bottom line if he can start doing 9-month abortions?
Oh, shit, dude. Bring out the scissors, he says.
To talk about an unborn pregnancy as a baby is very inflammatory. Stages of development matter. If you say that a baby and a fetus are the same, it's like saying also an oak tree and an acorn are the same. Is it the same if you step on an acorn?
I swear to God, one of our mutual friends said this to me when we were teenagers. We were arguing about abortion. And he was just like, well, that's like saying an acorn is an oak tree. It's like that rudimentary. They have to go back to the place that teenagers would go to try to conceptualize the concept of life.
And what's interesting about his analogy is that one of the other things that pushed me overboard on the topic of abortion was when I started planting vegetables. And when you plant from seed, you plant way more stuff than you need because a lot of them aren't going to come up, or they're going to come up jaggedy, and you only want to pick your best few. And I remember when I was discarding, tons of seedlings that weren't coming up well, it made me feel bad. Because I was like, these, every single one of these has the potential to give me food or potential to be something. But because I don't have the space for it, I'm just going to waste all that. I put a lot of time, energy, and effort into taking these seeds, putting them into pieces of paper towel to get them to sprout, and then I put them in the thing, and then I put nutrients in there, and then all that for them not coming up. And it made me kind of wonder about the abortion thing, about any life that you start and then you interrupt, well, you've interrupted that life. You've literally killed that. Like, I killed all those plants because I didn't need them. It's not really a hard moral thing for a human to do, but that got me thinking about the concept of when that, and which led me to the train of thought to me crying on the ground, thinking about what my children would have looked like. And, an antinatalist might say that that's trashy or unclassy, but it's funny that he makes the analogy. Also, it's disingenuous to make the analogy between an acorn and a 100-year-old oak tree. You'd be making the analogy between an acorn and a sapling, which would be a more honest comparison to draw. But it's funny he brings it up because that's one of the things that got me thinking differently about abortion, or rather, a life interrupted. If you interrupt that life, did you kill that thing? Yeah, I think you did.
Yeah.
Corn, as you chop down a 100-year-old oak tree, it is not, and that's why,
First
as
of all,
a trained
you can't
physician,
compare an acorn to a baby,
well,
human being.
Don't get lost in the analogy. That the
But
ability
that's
to
not
think
very,
an acrylic.
that's not very nice. So I want to know, once you pull this baby out of the womb,
I don't pull babies out of the womb.
after you kill the baby inside the womb,
I don't kill babies.
and you suck it out, however you get it out.
I remove pregnancies by standard medical techniques.
And when you
when
see
at 88, at 12 weeks, that is a suction procedure.
And when you
now, do
see
you want
that
to talk
child, yes, when you see that child, does it bother you at all?
It doesn't bother me at all to end a pregnancy that a woman doesn't want, because the woman who comes to me is my patient.
Like, this is the whole thing. Like, women arbitrarily get to decide whether a life is valuable.
Yes.
This is what I'm talking about. Like, no, we need an objective standard. Even just to fucking argue about this stuff, even to talk about this stuff. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm sorry. Like, I don't know. Like, maybe I'm an old fuddy-duddy or whatever, but fuck, dude. Like, my wife and I had a very healthy sex life, never got pregnant until we wanted to. It's 2021. It's completely possible. Like, this shit, these old arguments are fucking retarded.
And we know that, the first thing that abortionists cling to is the 6-year-old girl got raped by her uncle the moment that she had her first puberty or her first period and got pregnant. And that is so often not the case. It is so often the opposite, where
it's like less.
Becky at Simmons wants to fuck Tyrone at Northeastern and not have to pay the consequences.
98% of abortions are categorized as by convenience. That's the CDC statistic. Because we looked it up, because we were arguing.
Data.
Data. My brother Ryan and I were arguing with who is now his wife, about Margaret Sanger.
Fucking cuck.
About Margaret Sanger and abortion rates and why people get abortions. So we looked up the CDC data for 2017, I think it was at the time. And it was 98% were for convenience. There was 1% for health and 1% because of rape or something like that. Which is not to suggest that those things that 1% doesn't matter. But it's like when people try to make the argument that it must be the lion's share, it must be about your body and being violated. That is not true. It's just not true.
And that's what this whole fight is about. That's what we're fighting for: a woman's bodily autonomy, so that when her uncle rapes her at the age of 7, she can go get that abortion. But it's so often not the case. It's really just so that we can continue fucking each other scot-free without condoms, which is hot. That's hot fucking action to the max. But you have to pay for the consequences eventually.
Which is mostly to the benefit of men. Like, which is the great irony of all this. It's couched in this feminist thing, but it's like, no. Dudes have gotten in your head, and they have told you, well, eugenicists and men have gotten into your heads and told you, you need to do this. This is your right, because they don't want to deal with the consequences of those things. Like, there's a meme that's been going around. Oh, well, if you don't support abortion, then you must just support that men should have to take care of the children that they impregnate the women with. And, like, people post that Chad meme.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, they
yes. We think men should be responsible for their actions. Yes.
Absolutely, because the heart, as Jesse says, the hearts of the children return. The hearts of the children going to turn to their fathers, and the fathers should ensure.
The woman that's having her child killed in her womb, does she give that child life?
Nobody gives anybody life. Life is a process. We all participate in the process of reproduction.
So she doesn't give life. What gives her the right to take a life?
Okay, nobody gave her life. She can't give life. We all are
so
here.
What gives her the right to take a life?
Well, you know.
So is
there any process, if you wanted to have your gallbladder taken out, would anybody question you? You have to get anybody's
Come on,
like a
dude.
gallbladder is the same thing
That's
as a life.
so fucking ghoulish.
Well, but that's how they think about it. They look at like a developing fetus as nothing more than a medical procedure to be removed as if it was a gallbladder.
Right, and you know what? I did one of my best trolls on Instagram was very recently where I posted I slaughtered a bunch of hogs for Philomena.
Yeah.
And a lot of them were pregnant, and I ended up with she because she wanted to bury or use the fetuses because she's Catholic and a nun, and it kind of breaks her heart to throw away fetuses. She asked me to pull them out of the uterus and keep them, so I kept them in a bowl, and I had like 29 pig fetuses just in a stainless steel bowl. So I posted a picture of it on Instagram, which I know everybody loves when I post my slaughter pictures, and it said, oh, if this offends you, don't worry about it because they're just little clumps of cells. And, you know, because I know that the first reaction anybody's going to have when they see that is, oh my God, I can't believe Dan is posting such a horrible picture of all these poor baby fetus.
Yeah.
What a horrible, barbaric thing. And then it's like, well, you how many times have you done this so that you can go back out to the club?
Or just blindly support this kind of thing.
Yeah.
Even that.
Yeah. How many black babies in East St. Louis ended up in a stainless steel bowl because of this shit?
Most of them.
A gallbladder and a baby is not the same.
Well, a gallbladder is in your body and a fetus is in her body.
I'm making the choice about the gallbladder, or the gallbladder has some problems and making the
and women do the same thing about pregnancies.
A woman who kills her children on the inside is making a decision about another human being's life.
I'm not gonna argue with you. If you want to have I've never walked out of an interview, but
He's
if you want
doing
to
the
have a
black
meaningful
clap.
conversation, ask me some meaningful questions.
Okay,
Otherwise,
The Twitter clap. That's for Twitter. What is he doing? He's doing it in real life.
this interview is over.
He's absolutely thunderstruck.
No, because I haven't really. You haven't asked. You have asked me questions that prompted me to answer in a certain way, and then you've offered your critique. Everything has been about what your impression of about who I am and what I do.
You asked me.
Right. I asked you because I'm still trying to figure out what
And
the
now
point
you're
of this is.
complaining.
Okay, I don't complain because I have the power of exit. I can walk out here any moment that I want.
But your ego won't let
I'm
you.
indulging you.
You are the physician plaintiff in a federal lawsuit preventing the closing of a Mississippi-only abortion clinic.
Correct.
Is that true? You know, I went down to Mississippi and protested that clinic. We've been fighting to get that clinic closed for a long time.
That's important. That's unfortunate.
It's going to happen.
Because you're indifferent
It's
to
the
what
only
that
one
means
that's
to
left.
the women, right?
I'm sorry?
There are actually 7 states where there's only one clinic. You're
talking
going to
about
go to each state to protest where there's one clinic left?
Don't give me an idea. Did the father have a say-so about his child?
Should the father have the say-so over a process that's going on in a woman's body? No.
Is that his child in the woman's body?
A pregnancy when a woman is carrying a pregnancy, whoever she decides the paternity is related to.
Again, another arbitrary standard. Because so if a woman decides that you are responsible, then you're responsible. But if she doesn't want it, then you're not responsible. Like, that's fucking insane.
And if they have the kind of relationship where she wants to have that, a woman doesn't have to relinquish control of her body to anyone.
Is that his child inside of her body?
I guess it depends on what state you're in, right?
Is that his child inside the woman's body?
Yeah, no, because a woman doesn't have property.
You didn't really say no.
No, it's not his child. It's if they continue that place to give
how
birth,
is it her
it's
child
their
then?
Right?
How is it her child?
When she gives birth. Well, as I said to you, when
you really said no, it's not his child.
It's not as a property as he has some claim
You put
over
all
this
that
woman's
extra
body.
stuff onto it.
Okay.
You just said no, it's not his child.
It's not his child. It's their
Well, whose
child.
child is it?
It's their child if they have a joint enterprise, right?
Should he have a say-so in that?
Not unless he can take all the risks that go with continuing a pregnancy. No.
It's amazing, man.
Okay. Yeah, that can be amazing when you hear that other people can think too.
So you believe you're thinking? Does it bother you that every day between 1,200 to 1,500 black babies are aborted every day?
It doesn't, because
doesn't
I don't
bother you
abort
either?
babies. No, it doesn't.
So as a doctor, did you make more money before you start performing abortions or after you start
What
to
difference would
perform
it make?
abortion?
I'm a board-certified obstetrician gynecologist.
Do you make more money?
What's your point?
Do you make more money? Did you start making more money before you started to perform
I make
abortion?
more money after. I
after?
make more money. I make less money than I could make. I make enough money to take care of myself. But
So did
what
you start to
difference does it make?
Did you start making more money after you started to
What
perform
difference does it
abortion?
make how much money I make?
It's important because that might be your motivation.
Well, whatever my motivation is, if I get paid for the services I provide, I'm entitled to get
So
paid.
when did you start making more money?
Why-
making money
Why does
before
that
or
matter?
after?
I'm a private citizen. I don't have to answer to you about what my finances are.
And why
How much
not?
money do you make?
I didn't ask you how much. I
Tell
asked
me.
you when did you when did you start making more money? After you
tell me,
started
tell me.
performing abortions or
Tell me.
after?
Tell me how much you make, and I'll tell you. If you tell me how much you make, and then I can tell you, because I know what I was making before and after. If you tell me how much you make, I can tell you I was making more money than you do before or after. So that's my answer to you.
Let me ask, what is a man?
What is it?
What a fucking child.
What is a man?
You don't know?
Well, that's the most shocking thing. Like, they don't have deeper arguments than what teenagers make when they argue about abortion.
Do you?
Do you know what a man is?
Are you one?
Do you know what a man is?
Are you a man?
Is that your responsibility?
Are you a man?
So that's your
I'm
responsibility?
asking you. You answer me, then I'll answer you.
No, I'm asking you what is a man?
Are you a man?
So what is love?
What is a man?
What is love?
What is it?
What are you doing? You're not going to answer the question.
I'll answer your
You're
question.
my guest. You're the expert. You're the doctor. You're supposed to be answering these questions.
Well, if
What
you
is a
tell me
man?
what you tell me what a man is, and then I can tell you whether I believe that a man is what you think it is or whether it's not.
Do you
And that's how you know that this guy doesn't
What
have.
is it?
What is you? Tell me
This
your
guy doesn't
definition.
have
I'll
any
tell-
of his own principles to stand on because he won't answer a question directly. He needs to have Jesse establish the moral standard for him to be relative towards. It's the same
Yeah.
reason why he can't decide whether or not something is right or not unless it's right or not in the state that he's in. Because if it's legal in this state, then it's right in this state, but if it's legal in a different state, then it's not right in that other state.
Yeah. It's just all about what you're allowed to do rather than what you think is right and wrong.
It's very Christian.
You're not going to answer that because we're running out of time and you're wasting my time. So you don't know what a man is?
I do.
What is a man?
What kind of test is this? What is a man? What is a man?
Apparently you don't know that a man.
It's like the Big Lebowski. What is a man, sir? Do men cry?
Yes.
Yes, a man can cry.
Yeah, so let me ask.
Okay.
Do you love black people?
I love all people.
And what is love?
What is love?
Are you not going to answer that either?
Well, see, you're asking me rhetorical questions, and I'm returning your rhetorical question, and then you don't like a rhetorical question, but you want me to answer one.
Do you love the unborn child?
I love people.
How about the unborn child?
Unborn children aren't people. I don't know what an unborn child is. I know what a fetus is. I know what a
See,
pregnancy
there you go. But that's the beautiful Jesse Peterson fucking line of questioning. Like, get them to suggest they believe in something absurd. That's it right there. Do you love the unborn child? Well, an unborn child that isn't a person. Well, there you go. That's all you need to hear from that guy.
And that's when Jesse goes, "I rest my case."
is,
Do you
but I
love
don't know
the
what
fetus?
I love women and their pregnancies. If a woman's carrying a fetus and she wants to continue, I love and will support her ability to support that. If a woman's pregnant and is carrying a fetus and she no longer wishes to carry that pregnancy, I love her enough to help her accomplish her goal safely.
Amazing. This past June.
But let me ask you a question. How can you say you love a pregnancy more than you love the woman carrying it?
I love both.
Okay. So when it's not in the best interest of a woman to continue a pregnancy, how can you prioritize the fetus over
What does that mean?
the woman who's carrying the pregnancy?
Because the child should have a chance to live
What
as
about
well.
what about a female child who's carrying a child? Does a woman have a right to thrive?
She has a right, and so does the unborn child.
Okay. And so when those interests are competing, whose interests
They're
are
not
important?
competing.
Are you a doctor? Are you a doctor?
Only in the ego mind
you a
of the
doctor?
selfish woman that want to kill the child.
So a
You
woman,
don't have to be a doctor to know that, man. This past June,
Well, that's the thing. They're not mutually exclusive. It's like, okay, well, who has the more right to exist, this guy or this guy?
Jesse Lee Peterson, obviously.
Well, of course, obviously, yeah. He's not an abortionist.
Guy on the left gets the chipper.
You were interviewed.
Yeah.
Oh no, I wasn't. I was just ejaculating.
As part of a Shout Your Abortion event in Seattle. What is Shout Your Abortion?
Shout Your Abortion is an effort by women to reject the stigma and shame that people who feel like they are able to tell women what to do with their bodies, and that because they can't physically prohibit them, that they try and shame them away from making their own decisions. They've decided to not stand in the shadows, just like gay people have decided not to hide their being gay anymore.
And so they're trying to.
I love how everybody uses the gay community as a shield.
Right.
They're just like, oh well, it's just like being gay. I don't know.
And then the gay community uses it's just like being a person of color.
Well, yeah, it's a circular
it's the
thing.
phalanx. It's the leftist phalanx.
The shame out of killing the unborn child.
Well, you can frame it however you want.
I was down at a slut walk down in Los Angeles last Sunday. And they're trying to take the shame out of being sluts.
Okay. Well,
why do they want to take the shame out
they
of
want
it?
to take they want to take the shame out of being sluts the same way people try to take the sting out of folk calling them niggers, right?
Amazing.
Amazing. What's so amazing about people when people call you names beyond your when people
Yeah, I think those are very different things. One is an immutable characteristic, the other is a choice of lifestyle.
call you names that are intended to disparage or to embarrass or to harm you. When you can't change your name, maybe you can change the meaning of the word. And so maybe
People
they are trying to use
calling you a name and having an abortion or being want to be perceived as a slut is not the same thing. But I saw a video of you there, and you were on stage with an actress by the name of Martha Simpson, and she was cheering on, yes, I had an abortion in Seattle. And you're not the only place I've had this abortion. And she said she wanted your review of her abortion. What was going through your mind?
She's a comedian, and
when
she
this
was
woman was sitting there celebrating killing her unborn children?
What was going through my mind was she was telling people who think like you that I don't really care what you think of me. And then the same way that black people had to tell white people when they called us niggers, and they said that, you know, somebody with your color skin can't become a physician. She was telling them, I don't really care what you think about me. And I support anybody who finds enough self-dignity and self-love to say to folk who judge and to stigmatize and to shame them that I don't really care what you think about me.
Good for you, buddy. All right, Dan, do you want to do one more video before we end the night?
Yeah.
Do you want to do the slut walk?
No, I was thinking. Well, I wanted to point out a couple of things. I think we should do some cleanup on the dossier. The Michael Gallagher thing. Hold on. We don't have to watch it, but I think people, if you're out there and you're going through the comments or the description, check out the Michael Gallagher Ashurst video. And when he comes back as Willow, this guy's actually a troll. I had to watch it a couple times to fully grasp what was going on there.
He's kind of like the ginger kid with Gavin McInnes.
Yeah. And so that, that's worth watching, but we're not going to dissect it here because it was actually just kind of a troll. I think Jesse might have been in on it a little bit too. I don't know. But yeah, I think the last thing we should watch, I just want to watch like 10 minutes of the incel one. Did I send you the incel one?
You did, but then you told me not to include
Oh no,
I can grab it.
I told you to not include the Sam Hyde father figure.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
But no, the incel one I think we should take a look at. Not even for Jesse, just because I think it ties into the nightcap incel thing.
Gotcha.
And it's some good fucking content. Just the first few minutes. The slut, Jesse Lee Peterson at the Slut Walk though. Check those out too. There's
they will be
so much Jesse Lee Peterson content. So I think we should watch a couple minutes of this incel one, and then maybe we should just do a gag reel at the end of a couple of those owns that you have time stamped, and then we can call it a night.
Gotcha. All right. This is whoa.
There's got to be a better way to find guests. If you strongly disagree with me and you are a good debater, and if you live in the LA area and would like to be on the Fallen State, go to the Fallen State.
Destiny started creaming.
.tv. Come join us on the Fallen State.
What I love about the Fallen State is that anybody that comes on here just automatically proves his thesis. Like, just by coming on here, you've proved his point. Oh my goodness.
Welcome to the Fallen State. I'm Jesse Lee Peterson. There's a group of people called incels.
If people don't know, I have watched interviews on Nightcap with this particular fella. He's like the mouthpiece of the incel community.
They're getting a lot of press these days. I have with me Derek. He's a 21-year-old, lives in Los Angeles. And so you are an incel.
Yeah, that's right.
And have you always been an incel?
Hold on 1 second.
I wouldn't.
Calling back to the Professor Dave interview, one of the things that we skipped over that Jesse Lee kept doing to him, I guess Professor Dave lives in North Hollywood.
Yeah.
But Jesse Lee Peterson kept referring it to as West Hollywood, which I guess is the gay part.
Yeah.
And he did it so many times that like it had to have been on purpose. But anyway,
yeah.
I just him bringing up Hollywood made me remember that. But anyway, imagine this kid. Imagine this kid trying to get a date in Hollywood. What are you doing?
Oh, I know. Well, I mean, some people, you're born somewhere, you grow up somewhere.
Always been an incel, but I would say that most of my adult life I've probably been an incel. So probably from 18, 19.
18, you became an incel?
Well, what happened is when I turned 18, before I was 18, I was a young teenager, and I was very interested in finding a relationship with a woman, right? I wanted a girlfriend, and this was when I was more I suppose I wasn't as bright as I or well read as I am now, I suppose, and I kind of just assumed that it was very easy to get a girlfriend. It was just you could just approach a girl and be nice and talk and just be friendly and it would all just work out. But as I got older and I became more aware of myself, I realized that I had I did have some flaws, but there were also flaws around me that were preventing me from situations that were preventing me from getting a girlfriend, which eventually down the line, I learned of the term incel, and then that's when I guess I associated with it a little bit. Yeah.
And so, what were your flaws that prevented you from getting a girlfriend?
Have
you ever had a girlfriend?
This is, like, there's gonna be some people who are gonna call me a fake cell. Like, because in the forum or in like the groups, there are certain terms, right? And one of the terms is fake cell. So they're gonna say that because I had a girlfriend one time or twice, that I'm a fake cell, but I haven't had any sexual contact with any of them. So, like, the whole point about being an incel is that you are an involuntary celibate, right?
Dude,
which
it
means
is-
that you are celibate,
it is
but you
so
don't want to
fucking
be
early
celibate.
in the morning. Like, listening to this at like 5 o'clock in the afternoon when I'm working.
Yeah.
It is like this entertaining. It's like this exercise and kind of being entertained by this person's misery. Listening to it at 1:15 in the morning is so fucking tiresome, dude. It's so tedious. Like, this kid, first of all, he's getting in his own way. All this kid has to do is like, he needs to move to like Akron.
Yeah.
He needs to move to like some mid-sized city in the middle of nowhere and absolutely mop up. When I moved to Santa Fe, I got more ass in my 2 years in Santa Fe than I did in my 10 in Boston, okay? It is all about location, my friend. And this kid needs to get the hell out of Hollywood. I mean, he's not going to really mop up anywhere, but he could probably at least find a good girl to settle down with.
Yeah.
Somewhere where, you know, it is acceptable to be this kind of body shape because your endocrine system has been ruined by fast food and soda. And, you know, he can find a wife who maybe looks approximately like him. But he says in this video, like, even the ugly girls in Hollywood won't even take a look at him. So he's getting in his own way. And I can't, like, God, I want to watch a few more minutes of it because I'm so entertained by Jesse being disgusted by him. But it is so hard to watch, man. It's so tight. And I feel so bad for dudes like this because
I really do too. And that's why, like, a lot of times on Nightcap, I've focused on these guys. And it's not really to make fun of them. It's like,
No,
I just feel bad. And I also remember feeling awkward and weird and not feeling like I could fucking get a girlfriend and stuff. I have that sense memory, but they just kept going with it. Like, it never ended for them.
Yeah, I mean, I have times in my life where if the wind had blown in a different direction, I may have ended up in a very similar spot to this guy. So,
well, you were always
I can
pretty
empathize.
confident, though. You were always pretty a confident dude, whether it was misplaced or not.
Whoa, hey, it's never been misplaced. What the fuck are you talking about?
So the definition of an incel is what?
It's
involuntary
celibacy, right? And
meaning that you don't want to be celibate.
Yeah, you don't want to be celibate.
Okay.
Now there's also like voluntary celibates, which are people who they want to be celibate and they can be celibate, but they don't like they're celibate voluntarily, meaning that if they wanted to, they could go out
and I know that it just cut away from the frame, but look at the footwear that he's wearing with this pants, these suit pants and suit jacket. He's wearing fucking like New Balances.
You can't even show up for Jesse Peterson. Goddamn.
have a relationship with a woman. But
also, he doesn't know how to wear a suit or get it fitted or anything.
Right, no,
I mean,
he
just looks like an amorphous blob trying to look nice.
Right. When I was looking at him sitting in the shot from above, when you could kind of see him in the chair, all of him, he kind of looks like he's part of the fabric of the chair. He's just like melting into it because there's so much fabric that's just like flowing off of him.
Yeah. It's like John Candy, you know?
You choose to for like moral reasons, right? And
so what was it about you that made you an incel?
The reason that I believe that I'm an incel is mostly because of where I live. I am what they call a location cell, right? And a location cell is someone who is generally an incel because of the local sexual market around where they live. And this could be for various different reasons. Like we're both in LA, right?
Uh-huh.
And women in LA, they're very, I suppose, more shallow and hypergamous, and they don't like to settle down. They have a lot of problems in their life. So there tends to be more of a problem for a lot of mostly young white men, and there's also a lot of young Asian men who have a lot of problems as well, and some Indian men as well.
Yeah, they're called neats.
Who have problems in areas like here. Like I'm pretty confident in the fact that, like I would say that the biggest reasons why I'm incel here specifically
In Los Angeles.
or maybe even in like Southern California, let's
So
say.
when you say the area you live in, you don't necessarily mean your neighborhood.
No, I don't
You
mean my
like
neighborhood.
the city or
I mean
state
like
that you
the
might
city
live in.
or
Okay.
the state. Sometimes it can be a country, but
Okay.
yeah, I believe that
if it's a whole country,
here,
then
the reason why I'm in
Then you're fucked.
Yeah, you're totally lost.
All right, well, let's skip ahead a little bit.
Yeah, we'll get like a couple more minutes of this, and then we can do like a couple minute of a gag reel, and then we'll be done.
and it's just like, but that's not necessarily, it's not like a fair thing to say, because there are guys who are better looking than me who have problems in places like this.
Right.
There's
Right.
who are incels as well. There are men who are taller than me who are incel in places
It's like this hyper focus on this stuff. It's so unhealthy.
But what he does bring up a point, because I've known dudes who were like, you know, they had money, they ran their own
just socially
businesses.
awkward.
Yeah, they you know, great body. I knew one dude who was like a ex army dude who was like an MMA fighter type. He could rip the shit out of you.
Yeah.
But he could not, like, you could take his girl like that.
Yeah.
Not that I would, but people did.
No, I know the type. Yeah, and you don't.
And I'm not saying that I would never take anybody's girl away from them, because people who know me know that I'm a scumbag and I've done that before. But I wouldn't take this dude's particular girlfriend, because he would.
Some loyalties.
Well, no, he would just totally rip my fucking head off and shit down my neck. So I would never do it. But I know this dude is correct. I mean, there are guys who are just such bumbling Mr. Magoos when it comes to their personality that it doesn't matter what they have.
Well, some people will have no charisma, like charisma vacuums, like where they just cannot have a personality. They just don't have one. And all you have to do is be funny or offer something, and they will gravitate towards you. Especially because if they exist in a relationship with a person like that, and that they kind of exist in a vacuum, and then they see something that is just slightly other. Something that is just slightly more appealing or makes them feel good a certain way because you made them laugh, or you said, hey, that's a really nice jacket.
And then you didn't follow it up by being totally, like, breathing heavily and staring. But you know what? I mean, this kid's going to go on and be an incel. I mean, this interview is more about tying back to the incel thing than Jesse Lee. Jesse Lee is just sitting there giggling at this kid the whole time.
All right, we'll go a little bit deeper, and then we'll move on.
And were the incel community aware of Elliot prior to him killing the people?
Nobody was aware of
Oh.
it. There wasn't really many
Elliot
incel
Rodger.
forums at the time. I don't think.
I thought that was Sam
incel
Hyde
even a
that did
popular
that.
term at the time.
Right.
Well, yes. I mean, you can't keep getting away with it.
Elliot Rodger Hyde was that guy? Wait, it was weird.
But he was on a bodybuilding forum where he would complain about some things, and obviously YouTube as well. And after he did his attack on, the people he did the attack on, people found his videos, as they do after someone does something like that, and people found him very funny and awkward and entertaining, I suppose.
It's almost like this guy's like a psyop to come and launder the idea. Like, yeah, incels thought Elliot Rodgers was a really cool guy. Now I get to say it publicly. Because everybody assumed that. Everybody maybe thought that or had seen those videos floating around those forums.
Well,
And he comes and gets to set the narrative. He gets to come and say, like, oh, no. They love that guy. He was a king.
It's a double inception, because Elliot Rodger was also a psyop. So it's like an MK Ultra on top of an MK Ultra.
The wicked web they weave.
The children of the lie.
Were intrigued by him. He was a very intriguing character.
Right.
He was very just intriguing.
Well, I only say this about this guy because he's also been in Jubilee videos.
Of course.
To It's just like, listen, like what, like this guy is so weird. I mean, you know, I mean, he's so unique. And he wasn't a bad looking guy either. I mean, he wasn't like the worst looking guy in the world. I mean, there's people who are really ugly.
No, he wasn't a bad looking guy.
But if you look into his situation, it's very sad. But
yeah, it was his mother, Jesse. His mother did this to him.
It's true.
Because I'm not going to justify necessarily him killing people, but I can justify why he did that.
Right.
And the reason why he did that was because, like, let's say he lived in a community where he was mostly surrounded by Asians, right? Because most people who are mixed, who are like white plus Asian, they tend to look Asian. Asian features tend to come out more in mixed children. If he lived around other Asians and it was a more traditional Asian community, I'm sure, he just left where he lived. If he drove off into a better area, I'm sure he could have found a nice woman eventually.
Yeah.
But the thing is, the problem with that is a lot of young men, they experience that darkness and that hatred towards them and that rejection for so long, and that just constant hate and barrage and attacks, and some of them burst out in violence. It's very uncommon. Obviously, there's only two, right?
Right.
It's like, compare that to, like, let's say Muslim attacks. There's how many Muslim attacks?
That's right.
Or what about it's funny how people talk about it being incels, but it's not like an entire, like, it's a type of person. It's like, for example, someone who is having sex with women as he wants to, like, let's say a slut maker. I'm sure there's been slut makers who have killed people, right? Of course, right?
That's right.
And there's people who are voluntary celibate who I'm sure have killed people as well, a lot more. And he didn't even do it talking about an incel movement. He did it talking about his own inceldom personally. Right. He talked about his own virginity and how women hated, or not how women hated him, but how women did not want to have sex with him, and how he couldn't get a girlfriend. And that's what led him to commit those actions. Also, if you read into his story even more so, what you will find is that his mother wasn't necessarily the most fond of Asian men. And what you'll find this a lot in
Jesse just started salivating.
Yes, this is the hook he's been waiting for.
Couples,
right?
Or like HAPA parents is, like it's usually a white man who marries an Asian woman, right?
Right.
And if they produce a Asian boy, sometimes they turn out just fine. Obviously, like there's some good parents out there. There's some good Asian and white mothers. I mean, Asian and white fathers who it works out just fine. But what you will find is that in some cases, the Asian mother has sort of a internal hatred, not necessarily hatred, but a like dislike.
With all of his experience and understanding these things.
For Asian men, and that's why she chose to be with a white man in the first place.
Amazing.
So and the sons are men in general are very perceptive of these things.
Yes.
And so when they see that their own mother, the Asian mother, which is supposed to be their representation of what a good woman is, they see that, and they see that their own mother does not like Asian men, and they look Asian themselves because they're half Asian.
Right.
They develop this internal hatred, and they, it comes out in different ways.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's great.
Sargon.
This is so.
Well, there you go, everybody.
Oh God.
All right. Well, that's enough of the incel. Is there something we could end on?
Well, I don't know. You said that you had some timestamps in those smaller clips.
I do have a few.
Just play one of them. See what we got. We'll call that the nightcap.
Okay, we got it. We'll do JLP versus TYT guy. Which this guy just
So,
basically invites Jesse Lee on to kick him off.
Invited on this show. They contacted, hey, we want to have Jesse on the show. The guy on my end set it up. And so yesterday after I did my show, I think around 12:30 Pacific time yesterday. And so while we're sitting here waiting for them to get rolling, so the host of the show comes on and he says to Jesse, well, hey, Jesse, thank you for coming on. I'm like, oh, okay. And he asked me just before the show started, so you the one that did you start White History Month? I'm like, yeah, I found it. I started.
If people don't know, Jesse Lee Peterson started something called White History Month for July because he thought it was the whitest month of the year.
Started White History Month. I'm like, yeah, I did. And 4th year coming up next month. July is White History Month. And it just feels good. And he
just
said,
feels good.
And then they started the countdown. The engineer said, okay, guys, 60 seconds before the show. He like, I can't wait. Let's put it to 30 seconds right away. Let's do 30 seconds. I'm ready. And so the show started. And it was by a guy, and I never heard of this person before, Rashid Ritchie show. It was on the Young Turks Network.
There were so many Jesseisms.
And the show was called Indisputable. And I had no idea how the show was going to go. As I do with all things now, I have a wait-and-see attitude. Most of the time, I don't even, most of the time I may ask my PR guy, well, what do they want to talk about? And he'll tell me what they want to talk about. I do no research. I don't write down notes. I have no pre-planned idea of how I'm going to respond or what I'm going to say, right? I have never written a speech down. Even for church service, if things happen during the week, I'll jot down the incident so I can remember to bring it up. But I've never written a church so-called sermon.
He's a pro.
Or I've never written a debate.
That's how I do 1,000
like
RPM.
Right? Because I want to know that I know for myself that I am with the Father. I'm with God.
Right.
And if God has me surprised, and he did seem like he was ready for the battle.
But he wasn't.
Yeah, he had to like doubly confirm. You started White History Month, right? Before the show started.
All right. So, I wanted to say that I don't know if I ever been on a show.
Look at the schnoz on this dude. That's a profile, man.
Yeah.
It's a fucking violent profile.
Roman nose.
Show where they just started out like that with those kind of questions.
Yeah.
Normally they kind of have you talk about what you do, the organization, whatever you do. But he came out like he was ready for a battle. But instead, he put his tail between his legs with his own show. And he ran. And he reminded me of that boy, what that white boy name? He's like real beta, real liberal. Oh, Patman. Yeah, Patman or something like that. David.
Yeah,
Patman.
Bringing it back around.
This guy wanted to talk about policy. Who the want to talk about policy? Well, it doesn't even make sense. As long as you know the policy makers, you already know the policy, right? He wanted to get it, and that's what intellectuals do because they have no God. He pretended I needed to read some bill or something. It was amazing, really amazing. So yesterday I was on Rashad Ricky's show.
There you go.
Conservative radio talk personality,
TV host. Okay, this dude literally looks like a Wayne's Brothers character from.
I know. Well, dude, that's the entire TYT network. Have you ever watched any of their fucking shows?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a caricature of real life. Cenk Uygur is the least self-aware person on the entire planet.
He's too rich to be self-aware now.
He's a fucking nut. You guy's a nut.
Conservative, and he's proud of it. Pastor Jesse Lee Peterson, founder and president of Bond, B-O-N-D, and host of JLP Show and The Fallen State. Pastor Peterson, good day. Welcome to Indisputable.
Thank you for having me on. I appreciate it.
Sir, you all have a celebration coming up next month. Are you not the founder of White History Month, I think, which starts in July?
Yeah, we're going to be celebrating our 4th year of White History Month in July. And the reason that we started it in July is because if you notice, July just feels white.
Yeah.
You know, it's summertime, vacation time, relaxing time, reflecting time, and appreciating the greatest country on this side.
And that's why this guy had him on here. So he could say this stuff and he could act indignant about it. But even that guy can't help himself, but at least chuckle a little bit.
Of heaven.
Gotcha.
And so we are recognizing that and showing our appreciation for it.
I think it's important for people to know you're not a comedian. What you're saying, right? What you're saying, this is actually you. You do this. You're the founder of White History Month.
Yes.
You've also been very critical of Juneteenth. You have called it a fake holiday.
It is a fake holiday.
But you are you want to make sure that everyone supports White History Month.
Absolutely.
I do want to have a policy discussion with you about the George Floyd Policing and Accountability Act. I'm going to attempt to have that policy discussion with you. Do you agree or disagree?
Look how infantilizing he is. He's like, I'm gonna try to talk to you, a fucking retard, about some serious shit.
Right.
With the George Floyd Policing and Accountability Act.
I totally disagree because, as we all know, George Floyd was a black, unemployed drug addict with a criminal record. And I just
okay. Let's first of all, let's clear something up, sir. You really should be ashamed of yourself. You call yourself a Christian pastor. George Floyd is dead.
It's his fault.
He's dead because a cop killed him.
No,
now,
he's dead because he was a drug addict.
My question to you, and that's adverse to the evidence, by the way, what you just said. My question,
because this guy's going to be super literal. He's like, no, that's not why he died in the moment. And as a person that's, you know, I'm no bootlicker or anything like that. But it's also just like, you don't need to lionize somebody like George Floyd to make your point.
To you was about policy. So let me ask you, what in the policy of the George Floyd Policing Act do you disagree with?
The whole idea.
Which part of the policy? Jesse.
Blaming the cops and no responsibility for the black.
Jesse. What part of the policy is written? You can find it at congress.gov. What part of the policy, sir, do you disagree with? This is a simple question.
I disagree with the whole idea of a policy.
You haven't read the policy. You haven't even read the damn policy. Come on,
I don't need to read it. I don't need to read it to know the truth, because what I've noticed is that black people today, due to their lack of love, their lack of believing in God, they love evil more than they love good, right?
So that's the reason why you don't read.
And so
that's the reason why you don't read.
Right, because it was written by no good black people. And why should I waste my time knowing what they're about? Black folks today, and not all, but most, have no sense of direction. They're blaming everybody but themselves. And until they take responsibility for their own lives, they are not going to get better. The
Now,
real
do you
truth
blame-
is
let me ask you,
George
sir,
Floyd is dead
do you
because
blame-
of George Floyd and no one else.
That's a ridiculous point. But do you blame yourself for not reading the policy, or you blame somebody else?
Why should I read the policy when I already know the people?
You don't even know what's in the policy, do you?
I don't need to know. Don't want to know. I know the people who are writing it. They are no good.
Okay, let's talk about Black Lives Matter. This is probably going to end up being an utter waste of my time having you on the show. What are your thoughts about
You
Black
don't know
Lives
that.
Matter?
You may learn something.
We'll see, preacher. What is it about Black Lives Matter that you disagree with fundamentally?
Black Lives Matter was founded by a bunch of fat, black, radical lesbians.
Okay.
And who
All
hate
right, have a good man.
God.
Get this clown off my show. I appreciate you.
Who
Thank you
hate
for being-
God, who hate the nuclear family.
Yeah. Listen, for those of you who wanted me to continue to engage that clown on this show, I'm sorry, I just couldn't do it. I'm only a human being. So please forgive me, okay? All right. Here's what we'll do for the rest of the show. I will read some comments. And I know some of you will say, oh, Shaun, that was just so rude. And yeah, it was. I couldn't take any more of that foolishness. He's not going to make a debate in good faith. Even if you oppose whatever I believe on the most extreme policy side, at least you have a policy argument. I can engage in a good faith debate about ideas. But if you want to utilize this platform to bash gay people, to bash black people, to bash communities that are disenfranchised.
So he launches into this tirade, this pre-planned tirade, because Jesse didn't bring up half of these things.
Well, what I think Carlton is trying to say here is that Jesse Lee Peterson is some kind of house Negro. He's some kind of Uncle Tom here.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When in fact, the one who's cozying up to the establishment, the non-white the non-black establishment, is Carlton himself. So, I think that's a great place to leave it, because Jesse just thunderstriking and flustering some asshole is what he does best, and he did it perfectly.
It touched on at least 3 Jesse Peterson memes.
Yes. And then it ends at the end with him. He cuts the video, but they don't cut the audio. Jesse's still on a hot mic giggling like the Black Doctor in The Simpsons, and then he throws one last beta in there and just kills it. But anyway, I feel like we've been going for 5.5 hours here, and I feel like
we've done it. This is the longest actual recorded episode. So Dan and I will usually do a hot 3 hours and then talk for 2 hours afterwards. We did it all recorded.
Yeah, we blew the doors off of Jahu's Trip to the Future, which is our longest episode. We blew the doors off that like an hour and 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So congratulations to us. If you're still here with us, congratulations to you. Cheers. In fact, I'm going to pour one more shot while we do the outro here.
While we listen to this.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas, folks.
Yeah. Jesse Lee.
JLP.
Big bump. Uniting the races with truth instead of lies, dividing the masses by who? Children of the lie, rebuilding the family, or rebuilding the man. Back when boys used to be boys and men used to be men. Gotta live the right way, that's God's way. But you're still stuck in a fallen state. Anger, resentment, judgment, hate. That's what's wrong with the world today. We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but principalities run amok against principalities.
You thought you could handle it, folks? Bam. Merry Christmas. Merry Jesse Lee Peterson. God bless you all. It's just us out there, folks. Ain't nobody coming to save you. It's just us. Doesn't that fucking bum you out? It's Christmas and it bums you out that it's just us. This is all there is. There isn't anything else. There's just Zubox, Profitt, and Jesse Lee Peterson. And we're doing our best.
Hey, you know what? If they went and forgave their mothers and they were no longer in a fallen state, they would be fine with just us.
Gotta forgive your mom. Listen. You think they gave these out for free? You think they gave these out for free? I don't think so. I don't think so, folks. The way.
You must know that so you get something went wrong, but check. I had to get on the track one time. Joel Friday here. Check. Look. Stand up. We got fighting to do. We got a show on.
Dude, it was like a Sasquatch.
Yeah, it was like a psychedelic Sasquatch.
Igniting the truth.
This is us. We're together.
You never want to stand for the truth. So what you planning to do?
2 minutes to midnight, kids.
You better go talk to your mama. Better stop at the drama. Better drop all the trauma.
That's right.
You better stand
Talk
up,
to your
hand
mama.
up. Put your hand up and hut. Because if you don't, then we lose. And then we got to hear the fake news. Whoa.
He just wants to help you, okay? He wants to save you. He wants you to find a way out of the darkness, Alpha. Don't be no beta. Take those chucks. Hit that bass drum. Let them know you are the wolf. There are two beings inside of you. The beta, the alpha. What are you going to do?
Every man has Jesse Lee Peterson and David Pakman living inside of them, fighting a constant war.
They're having the most annoying conversation ever. Stand up. Come on now. Don't be stingy on me. Away.
Raise and praise.
Away. And that's going to do it for us, folks. Thank you so much for joining us this Christmas day. Go out there and eat some food. I'm going to be eating food. I'm probably waking up right fucking now. I'm waking up right now. My kids' feet are scampering around. What did Papa get them? You're going to be disappointed, son.
Merry Christmas to everybody out there. Remember to do the silent prayer this morning. Like Shaun said, it's probably about 5:30 a.m. right now. This is the time that you're normally getting up to do the silent prayer. So just continue on as usual, as you would normally on any day, doing the silent prayer. And also, one last shout out to Jesse. Good job recovering. Thank you for recovering. Here's to many more years of trolling people on the internet and just being you.
Salute, everybody. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. And we'll see you in 2022.
Cheers,
Adios.
mate.
Goodbye, brother.
Lesbian.